Hi, YouTube. How are you? I hope everyone's doing well. Thank you so much for being here. I'm excited to watch this 3-hour documentary, which is insane. 3 hours. Oh my goodness. I it's about Chris Chan's horrifying history, full documentary. See, look at that. 3 hours. A little bit more, of course, but that's actually insane. I have not heard of this person. I don't know where I've been. I don't know how long this person has been doing weird stuff. Um, I am scared to get into this. Usually I would be excited watching any reaction, but I'm not gonna lie, documentaries sometimes scare me, especially if it's like a bad person. I would rather watch like documentaries of like I don't know, like Egypt or Titanic, like stuff like that, or even even like what was it called, like abandoned buildings or theme parks. That's always fun and a little scary. I like that kind of stuff, but having documentaries about like kind of bad people is always terrifying because they might be doing something like crazy. So let's get into this, and hopefully it doesn't terrify me as much as I think it will.
Is often called the most documented person on the internet. From an extensive wiki to thousands of YouTube videos,
Wow.
millions of onlookers who have jumped on to observe the story, it's hard to name someone more synonymous with modern internet culture.
What
And
the?
even with Chris being a subject of forum talk for more than a decade at this point, it seems like people are hardly losing interest. So today, we'll try to cover the entire story of everyone's favorite or least favorite internet celebrity.
I don't like how he's looking at me. I don't like that picture. If I took a picture like that, I would delete it immediately. I would not upload that on the internet or anywhere. Oh my goodness. He's like a animatronic just like looking into my soul. I don't like that. That's terrifying.
Chris Chan's story starts and ends with women, and with one in
Oh.
particular, his mother. Her allegedly abusive parenting being why he became the most documented individual in the world. And it was on
Oh
account of his
wow.
unspeakable acts toward her that he was suddenly pulled out of the public eye and into a jail cell. Seeing as he was just released from that jail cell, everyone's worried about what's next for Chris. It's natural to think history will repeat itself, but many still don't know the full extent of that history. A history which spans over 40 years, with its groundwork being laid even prior to that. It all started in the
Holy.
year of our Lord 1980, when a 53-year-old Bob Chandler
What?
and a 39-year-old Barbara Weston got married. Barb was involved with a few other men before Rob, such as a man named
So I'm guessing like this is just like a like oh this is his mom, dad, and like what happened before he was born, or it's like when he was born, and like what happens in his life. So I was about to say like, oh, did he get arrested? So he has gotten arrested. I don't know what he has done. Um, kind of scared. And well documented person. I don't look up crazy people. The only thing I've ever kind of really done is listen to podcasts about like serial killers. I don't do that anymore. To be honest, like that's I can't do that anymore. It's kind of scary, especially like when you're alone and just listening to like gruesome things people have done. It's sad, and I'm kind of scared with this documentary that he's going to do something really bad, and apparently he probably has, and hopefully he's back in jail or somewhere. I don't know.
Ron Coleman Yeats Sr., who she had a child with by the name of Cole. Barb, however, disputes this and claims to have never been involved with Rand, but with a man
Oh,
named
okay.
Jack Smithy, with whom she supposedly had a fancy wedding. Cole grew dubious of his mother's claims about who his father was and decided to hire private investigators to settle the matter. In emails he eventually exchanged about the pursuit of the identity of his father, Cole said, "It seems likely, since Rand's middle name is Coleman, that this man is my biological father." However, Barbara never spoke of this marriage. I would never have known about it had I not made a special trip to Richmond to get copies of all of her marriage
Oh, okay.
certificates. Can you imagine having an essential part of your personal family history shrouded in mystery for 44 years because the one person who could clear the air insists on lying to you? Barbara hung up the phone in my face when I asked her about these revelations. Needless to say, I really don't give a fuck about Barbara or about her fucking lies. In
Wow.
1960,
Also, it really I don't know. Like, I don't really like when people lie, to be honest. I understand, like, little white lies are fine in, like, certain situations, but, just having, especially, like, a kid doesn't know who their, like, biological, like some people like really care who their biological father and mother are, you know what I mean? And it kind of brings like them apart, like, oh, like who am I in a sense? From what I've seen, I don't know. Um who am I to like do like say anything about this to be honest? But what do you guys think? Like, if your parents were not your parents, would you kind of be in the state of like, who am I? Because like, I think I would be shocked, to be honest. I would be like, what's going on? Like, I would be in shock. I wouldn't know how to feel, to be honest. You know what I mean? But yeah, I don't like liars. It's frustrating.
1966, when Cole was 3 years old, Barbara began a relationship with a man named Jerry Harmon Jr., who would become Cole's stepfather. Another finding of Cole's investigations was that Barb never actually married Jerry despite her claims of having done so. A trend of dishonesty was forming. In an email about the domestic situation during this time, Cole said, "Barbara is mistaken about the bunch of good years we supposedly had together. I grew up in an abusive household with Barbara and my former stepfather,
Oh,
Jerry,
dang.
where physical and mental punishments ran the gamut. From bare beatings to cold showers to bizarre scenarios acted out with glee by two deeply neurotic adults. The treatment I received in Richmond, Virginia was another matter altogether. To raise a child in such conditions is inexcusable. Even at a very young age, I knew they would abandon me. They were both irresponsible and incompetent parents who exposed me to traumas that I would rather not remember. As for Barbara professing her love for me, I have not seen any evidence of it in close to 20 years, and that's a very long time. Barbara's definition of love is a hackneyed sentimental term she uses to extract a response. At some points,
That's so sad. Like, that's so depressing just hearing like that. I hate like abusers and stuff like that. There's a lot of things I dislike. I don't like liars, thieves, obviously murderers and like etc. Like the list goes on of how I don't like how people are, and man, it's just depressing hearing stuff like that happens to like a kid who is just wanting their parents to like love them and care for them, but they're just being literally horrible people.
in the early 1970s, Barbara nearly killed Cole when attempting to
What?
scare off a would-be robber. A burglar tried to break in when my dad was out cheating on my mom. We had a steel
What?
front door. Some dirtbag was making no bones about trying to break down our front door. Richmond was the rape capital of America at the time. My mother, Barbara, left the living room for the adjacent bedroom, where said pistol sat waiting. She returned with a fully loaded gun. I stood beside her about 10 feet from the door, where the
Holy.
would-be thief was still loudly at work trying to break down the front door. My mother pulled back the hammer, attempting to cock it, but she didn't pull it back far enough for it to lock. Blam! The gun fired. The bullet hit the floor, ricocheted onto the steel door, then onto the ceiling, before lodging in the plaster wall less than a
Oh
foot to
my
the left of my head.
goodness.
The would-be thief was scared off, so mission accomplished there. But I could have easily died. In 1978, Barbara
Holy,
and
that's
Jerry
terrifying.
separated, and not long after, Cole moved to
Oh my
California,
goodness.
presumably to get as
Oh.
far away as possible from his dysfunctional mother. Despite
Yeah.
being directly connected to the endless odyssey of Christery, as it's often called, Cole is a relatively normal person. After they both separated from their respective spouses and married one another, Bob and Barb didn't see their advanced ages as a reason.
Okay, I just gotta say something. It's not to do with any like what he's saying in the video. I love old pictures. I kind of miss like getting them like printed in like CVS and stuff like that. I miss that kind of feeling, and like it's the texture is so cool. I miss it. I know that's like silly with like the whole digital stuff, but what do you guys think? Do you guys miss like having like the physical pictures, or do you guys still do that? I love that stuff. I love it. I'm gonna try find a camera. I can do it and just like print it like right there and then. That'd be nice. But yeah, I don't know. That's all I wanted to say because like I keep on seeing like these old pictures and like the texture is so cool.
Reason to avoid conceiving a child. Whether this was due to their lack of knowledge of the risks, carelessness, or a mixture of both is anyone's guess. By 1981, Barb was pregnant, and on February 24th, 1982, a child was born that would change the world forever. Christopher
Uh-oh.
Weston Chandler. Unfortunately, whatever bad parenting techniques were present when Barbara was raising Cole were at least as bad, if not worse, when it came to raising Chris. By 1983,
Worse?
probably due to her lack of interest in raising Chris herself, Barbara hired a babysitter that would end up abusing 1.5-year-old Chris by locking him in a closet. Later on,
What?
he would claim that this led to him having autism, although that claim is doubted. This situation caused him to become nonverbal, only occasionally screeching and crying, which made him very difficult to deal with for his parents. By 1985, Chris met the first person besides his parents whom he recalls as a friend, Sarah Nicole Hammer. According to what he himself says in his Wikipedia autobiography,
Pokemon?
which, yes, exists, Sarah brought him
Wait,
out of his autistic shell and helped him become more social.
Why does that exist? Why does that even exist? Oh my gosh, I don't know what like lolcal is. And I'm scared. Every time I hear it somewhere, I'm like, I don't know what that is and I don't want to know. But he has his own page? Who is this guy?
Though she did, every once in a while, take advantage of Chris's less than advantaged intellect by doing things like locking him in a house's crawl space or
Aw.
trying to get him to put a honeysuckle in his mouth. But apart from that, Sarah
Oh
was
my
actually
goodness.
nice to him. They played hide and seek, rode
Nice?
swing sets, and even roller skated. This was one of the very few times Chris got to be a regular child. A couple of years later, Chris began kindergarten and Bob retired from his job. In fear that he was going to die from his heart problems, Bob decided
This was all before he went to kindergarten? Oh my goodness. Wait, how, like, what, 6? That's crazy. I don't remember, like, how old you have to be. But, like, what the heck? That poor kid.
to write Chris a letter for him to read in the future, in the case that he passed away. In one excerpt, it read, "I hope I've been able to provide for you and your mother until you at least get to college, and for your mother, until she joins me at the great sing-along in the sky, or wherever. Anyway, I expect you to take care of her, love her, and never disappoint her for as long as she lives.
Oh my
I
goodness.
also expect you to never disappoint me, because I will always be with you to help you when the going gets tough, and you need me. Since everything always seems to happen for the best for me and when I need it, I've always felt like my mother was my guardian angel. You look exactly like my mother and I. I didn't plan my life. I just took it as it came along. I seem to have had no control over it. It always came along with what was right for me. Look at me 8 years ago in 1979. When I was really down and out and ready to cash in my chips with heart problems I didn't even know about, your mother, Barbara Ann, helped me through the rough spots, and together we had you. Now I really had something to live for. No better things or
Aw.
events could have happened to me. Your mother and I have done our best for you, and in return, we expect at least that from you, for yourself, and your children. Despite
Okay, I feel like that's like a sweet message, but wasn't like he abusing like him as well? Like how good is that message when it's like still like he's still abusing, like you're the best thing that's ever happened to me, but aren't you abusing him? I'm confused in this family dynamic at this moment. What?
Chris still being mute at the time, it's evident that Bob had high hopes for him, which included college and children. On top of all of that, he emphasized as much as he could, Chris ought to love and take care of Barb. Advice which we'll eventually know Chris took to heart in quite a peculiar way. Regardless of Bob's shortcomings as a father, it seems that he did genuinely care for Chris and wanted the best for him, at least based on this letter. As his childhood progressed and he attended speech therapy classes, Chris eventually started speaking again at age 7. This was a relief for his parents, who could now actually communicate with him instead of having to guess what was on his mind. According to Chris himself, he quickly made up for his time in silence by talking a lot with his classmates. Through the entirety of his childhood, Chris's parents showered him with gifts, the brunt of which were video games. For Christmas that year, he was given a Nintendo Game Boy, which eventually allowed him to play Pokemon.
Ah,
As
there
we'll
we
learn
go,
later, this
Pokemon.
culminated in a major timeline shift in Christory.
I love Pokemon. I know this is a very, serious kind of thing, but look at him. He's so cute, little Pikachu. Oh my gosh, I love Pokemon. I've been collecting Pokemon cards only recently. I know, bad timing, but I don't know, like I wish I was more into Pokemon when I was a kid. But yeah, like I love Pokemon. I think it's a wonderful kind of like game with like all the games, the Pokemon cards as well, like playing the card game as well. I love the plushies. My favorite Pokemon is Shaman. I like Darkrai. I like a lot of Pokemon. I could have like a whole thing about that. What's your favorite Pokemon? Let me know in the comments.
For the rest of primary school, Chris's life wasn't any more eventful than your average kid.
Is that
He had
Sonic?
a crush on a girl for a little while and played lots of video games. However, when he entered 4th
I thought he was gonna say he's had a crush on Sonic. I was like, dang, that's crazy.
grade, something very odd happened. 5 faculty members, ranging from teachers to the principal, as he retells it, abused him by pinning him to the ground, holding his wrists and ankles, and audiotaping his cries and shouts. Regardless
Oh
of
my
how
gosh.
far-fetched or possibly false the story may sound, it must have had some degree of truth to it since Bob and Barb went as far as suing the school, proceeding to homeschool Chris for the time being. We don't have detailed knowledge about the legal proceedings of this lawsuit, but we do know that it eventually got dismissed. Whatever your opinions about homeschooling may be when it concerns children, in Chris's case, being around other kids was beneficial for him and he needed the social interaction to improve. While taking him out of school might have been necessary due to the treatment he was getting from the staff, being isolated entirely was certain to do him harm. In
Oh
December of
yeah.
'92, Bob and Barb
Like, being around people is really good, especially as a kid. So, I don't know how homeschooling is going to be, but a lot of people who get homeschooled, they do have interactions outside of homeschooling because there's other I think homeschooling communities. I don't know. This is why I've read somewhere out there in the internet that's in my brain. I don't know. But they do have like communities where like everyone gets together and like actually interacts because we need that kind of like human connection, especially like kids, because then they're going to be very not knowing like social cues. Oh, little Sonic.
took Chris to a mall, where they would stumble across the Leonard Bernstein Symphony Orchestra, a band of animatronic bears. During their interaction with the leader of the band, Leonard Bernstein himself, the performer that operated the animatronics behind the scenes, accidentally called Chris Christian instead of Christopher, his birth name. For whatever reason, this deeply struck a chord with Chris, who insisted that his name be legally changed to Christian, a wish that would
Oh,
eventually be
okay.
granted by his parents and even got coverage in a local newspaper. Later on, it seems Chris believed God himself was acting through that bear.
I am Christian Weston Chandler. So get it through your damn
Oh.
skull and call me the real name that God has been given to me.
Oh
And
my
the bear
goodness.
At Regency Square Shopping Center during 1989.
In 1993, the passion
Oh my
for Sonic
goodness,
the
what the
Hedgehog
heck?
that Chris already had for years at that point would grow to new degrees, with him entering the Sonic the Hedgehog Watch and Win sweepstakes contest, where he won the grand prize, a $1,000 shopping spree at a local toy store. This win was reported on
Oh,
television,
heck yeah.
making yet another instance of Chris attracting the attention of the media, even as a young boy. By 1996, Barb would retire as well, meaning both her and Bob were spending the entirety of their time raising Chris, though whether their increased presence was good or bad for him, only time would tell. This was also the year Chris began high school, and in his opinion, these were his happiest years. It was during this period that he became the
Okay, so he's back in school now. Like he's actually back in school. I'm guessing because if he's back in high school, then he's out of school, and I guess like he's still, I don't know, maybe like part-time school and then part-time homeschool. I don't know how it works, but I'm guessing he's back in school. Also, that's awesome. That's huge winning stuff. And I kind of wish that there was more like stuff like that to win, and it's well, I wouldn't say easier because then a lot of people would want, but like more winners. You know what I mean? I wish people were like nicer.
water boy for the basketball team, and just a year later, he's a manager for it. However, I assume that if Chris was able to exercise that position, it must not have been that serious of a position in the first place. During one of his high school's basketball games, Chris unknowingly received a vision of the things to come. As he tells it, one day during b-ball practice, I was randomly thinking, with a picture of Mighty the Armadillo of Knuckles' Chaotix 32X leaning against one of a bunch of tall lockers in my head, when suddenly the door behind him opened up, and out popped this orange hedgehog with a basketball. So I drew and colored him on paper immediately. Bionic the Hedgehog, Sonic's long-lost brother, was born. As you can imagine, it's just a
Excuse me?
dismal recoloring of Sonic.
It really is just a recoloring of Sonic. Oh my goodness. It's his first Sonic OC, which is like, he just plays basketball, and it's really fast. Man, I love making OCs, I'm not gonna lie. That stuff is so fun. But yeah. How old? Wait, so he's in high school at this point. Okay. I wonder, like, because, like, he become a manager, so, and then it's like, oh, I don't know how good that would, like, how good he was, so I just wonder, like, what his, like, mentality is at the moment with, like, high school and being a manager. Like, how well does he, like, put himself out there with, like, all this stuff?
but orange. Oh, and by the way, in case you didn't figure it out, his name is Bionic because B is for basketball. Along with having crushes on a
Let's
couple
go
of
for
cheerleaders
basketball.
and involving himself in an altercation that got him
Oh my
demoted to the
goodness.
short bus, his time in high school was marked by a prophetic dream about Sonic being on Game Boy. After getting an F in English, a 16-year-old Chris recorded his very first video dubbed Song of
Okay, so like getting an F in English, now that makes me like understand a little bit more, because like I'm not gonna lie, English is hard. I am not really good at writing. I'm like, that's probably my worst thing, but I do know like most things of how to, like, articulate myself using big fancy words sometimes. uh Back in this day, like, I don't think, how we all say Google's free. Probably Google, like, internet and all that was a little harder to, like, pay and stuff like that. And plus, we don't have the knowledge that we do now, like what we had back then. So we take advantage of Google is free kind of thing.
Christian, where he read a poem he wrote and proceeded to meander about other topics.
I hear America singing as I sing of myself, and you experience as I experience. The problems of yourself are my problems. These are the young singing cries of happiness. The children's song is song of laughter. And also, sometimes Mother and I buy some Lego sets and build them together. Like for example.
Why is he in the dark?
Like for example, this old bicycle pitch shop here. You can tell this is an old-fashioned Lego set on the counter. This is the old-fashioned Lego land on the corner.
If you're already familiar with Chris Chan in any way, you might be able to notice that he sounds different in this clip, almost like he's a different person. His voice is deeper and his speech is clearer than what he later became known for. To some
I have no
extent, it's
idea.
almost as if he was just your regular 90s nerd as opposed to the Lovecraftian entity he eventually came to embody. This is due to the fact that during this time, Chris was regularly interacting with people that weren't his beyond geriatric parents, which resulted in him being a lot more socially capable and normal. But
So he is back in school, like, confirmed at this point. Also, like, why was he in the dark? Like, I couldn't see anything. But yeah, he just sounds like a nerd at this point. Like, hey, nerds are cool. I wish I was a nerd back in, like, school. I'm not gonna lie. If I was, I would be collecting. I'm just addicted to collecting, like, Pokemon cards and blind boxes. I love that. I can't do, like, actual gacha in game. I can't do that. It has to be, like, physical.
normalcy was on borrowed time in the Chandler household. For starters, Chris discovered how to, as he puts it, mass debate in the ripe old age of 16 years old. After figuring out how to break the parental lock on his TV, he figured it out for himself, whatever that means. In 1998, the Pokemon anime began being broadcasted, and Chris was immediately hooked, becoming a fan of the series. Shortly thereafter, the Pokemon Red and Blue game would hit the shelves in America, and in a way, Christian's fate was sealed at that very moment. During 1999, Chris's...
Was that a trailer for, like, Pokemon? Do I remember that? No, I don't think I remember that. Man, I kind of miss, like, how commercials were. Commercials actually were, like, kind of fun. I wanted everything as a kid with those commercials. Also, where is he?
Obsession with Pokemon would grow more evident, and in April, he created his first website called CWC's PokeSite, which was meant to be a Pokemon content and news aggregator, which, of course, Chris lacks the competence to maintain. It seems the site's code was based mostly on a pre-built template, and, most likely, was made under adult supervision considering one of the entries on the site's guest book seemed to be from one of Chris's teachers. Throughout most of the year, Chris created playing cards for his Pokemon OCs. His ideas weren't always the most creative, such as Drummore and Symbolic, two Pokemon that were basically just sentient drums. One of these Pokemon, Espinolic, a comically stereotypical Hispanic Pokemon, served as the mascot of the Spanish version of the second edition of CWC's PokeSite.
You know what's funny? Like, probably since now Pokemon has, like, I guess, like, they have a lamp and, like, a chandelier. I think they have, doesn't Pokemon have now, like, drums for, like, a Pokemon? I wouldn't be surprised about, like, any of, like, this, but I wish, like, they did still make not items and objects that just keep on going with the animal theme, but there's only so much you can do. I'm always happy for, like, new things.
absolutely broken miscarriage of a website that came as a result of Chris trying to make his website from scratch in HTML instead of using a template. In late August, he made Yoshi into a Pokemon, which set a precedent for him taking copyrighted characters from other franchises and making them into Pokemon. In the year 2000, Chris turned 18 and held a birthday party he eventually wrote about, saying, "We hung balloons and streamers and we laid refreshments out on the table. At the door was 4 of my high school amigas, and one of them brought a friend. We ate pepperoni pizza and drank Pepsi. It was great. As mother lit the candles, I was filling up with ecstasy. After I blew the candles, I was presented with a big jawbreaker from Kelly, an R.L. Stine novel from Sarah, a planner with stickers from Miranda, and a rabbit doll with jelly beans from Tiffany. We watched Good Burger and had fun.
Aww.
After they left, it was done. What did I wish for? I'm not telling. Though they obviously went
I'm not telling. Okay, that sounds like a fun time. That sounds like a nice fun time, okay? That's a good birthday.
to his party in the spirit of charitability. The fact that he was likable enough to inspire these girls to humor him is a sign that, despite his problems, Chris was functional, even if in his own way. In the same year, Chris began taking Paxil, a medication to help with his autism, and overall, it seemed like things were headed in the direction of stability. But who could ever predict what was coming next? Chris's interest in Pokemon endured, and he continued to create new Pokemon playing cards while having people from his school sign his site's guest book, complimenting his art. With all of these social rewards he was getting from expressing his creativity,
that's so sweet. Why? How did he become crazy? I don't know what he has done, but I'm scared. Like people seem so normal, and then something happens and they snap. It's crazy.
through his interests, Chris's ambition and belief in the potential of his creations only grew. During a computer graphics class, Chris was assigned to create a CD album cover, but with the caveat that the image could not include any copyrighted character. Because of his dependence on derivative material, he struggled with this limitation. That is, until he came up with a brilliant idea. If he were to make a hybrid of two copyrighted characters, the resulting admixture wouldn't be copyrighted, and thus, it had to be acceptable. The CD, dubbed Christian's Favorite Hits, would feature a picture of Chris himself alongside a few OCs of his, but with one unforeseen addition: the one and only Sonichu, a mixture of Sonic the Hedgehog and Pikachu. He commented on this moment, saying, "It dawned on me at that moment after lunch, much like the random creation of Bionic the Hedgehog during basketball practice in my freshman year, Sonichu just bursted right into my imagination. A blur at first, but then it became more clear and came together very well. So as swiftly as the creation of Bionic, I drew Sonichu on paper from imagination. Then I drew him on my currently open Photoshop program. After checking with my teacher and my father, who is big on copyrights and whatnot, Sonichu was legal then, and still is, and only mine. So, soon after, the CD cover was made, printed, and passed with an A+ grade. And just like that,
I mean, yeah, like, from an artist perspective, yeah, it is legal, I think. I think nowadays, I feel like changing still a little bit more would have made it still, like, better. I thought, like, maybe, like, whenever you merge characters, a lot of time, like, for artists, you take, like, certain aspects of design and then merge them together. That's why sometimes you just like, oh, that looks like that person, or like that character, Most likely they just, like, took what they liked, or like it's just like a coincidence. So a lot of the times you can do that. I feel like he could have done way more with, like, making it his own character, but who am I?
things would never, ever be the same. Soon after Sonichu's conceptualization, Chris would immediately start making homemade Sonichu merchandise as if he was a real character. One of the girls that went to his birthday party, Kelly, received a Sonichu sweater Chris had made. Though it's a virtual certainty she had no idea what kind of psychotic horcrux she was dealing with at the time. Chris's creative streak would continue to manifest through another assignment he had to do, wherein he would have to document a week of his high school life, which he would dub A Week with Christian Chandler. The cover art is a picture of him wearing an Ash Ketchum hat with his dog, Patty. Above it is the title scribbled in Chris's incomprehensible handwriting, while underneath is the most menacing drawing of Sonic the Hedgehog ever made. This pattern of randomly drawing Sonic's head continued through the project. As in the first page of this assignment, we have this rendition of Sonic looking like he's been run over by a Japanese bullet train. As for the actual content of Chris's paper, it details a pretty uneventful week, with Chris helping his parents move, sleeping during class, playing Pokemon, and reading R.L. Stine books. While most aspects of his life kept their monotonous rhythm, Sonichu festered in the deepest crevices of Christian's mind, taking on a myriad of different forms such as Dark Sonichu, Surfing Sonichu, and Snowboarding Sonichu. A man for all seasons.
I'm not gonna lie, that makes me laugh. A man with all for all. Oh my gosh. And honestly, I now want to make my own Pokemon card. This is crazy.
By June, Chris graduated from high school, though it was not a good experience for him. In his
Congratulations.
Wikipedia autobiography, he said, "Graduation for me was a sad one then. I only got recognized for my grades with a star pin, yet they had more fancier awards for more important qualities. I should have been highly recognized for my artistic talents I showed in many art classes for the award ceremonies before graduation day. I felt crestfallen greatly from not getting recognized for any of my talents. I excelled in math too, for the love of God. I had gotten over the award ceremony on the graduation day, but to add lemon juice to an open wound, it was dark and rainy that day, and they handed out more talented awards right before handing out any diplomas. When I went up there to get mine, I was feeling depressed, upset, crestfallen, and ticked off. When the award was handed to me, I took it without looking anyone in the eye, and I did not shake anyone's hand. I just walked back to my seat in the graduating crowd. Then, soon after, I just walked the wrong way up the center aisle, found an isolated table, and cried myself out. My mother found me later and comforted me. My father was so ashamed of the way I acted, and he would later still be angry at recalling the moment. Tiffany also found me and gave me a caring amount of condolences back there. I gave her a plush Psyduck as a graduating gift before.
Like, I kind of understand, like, hey, like, if you feel like you're that special, but I hate to break it to, like, anyone, no one's that special, but you are special to a lot of people. Sadly, like, you have to just push yourself to get these, like, awards, and if you really want to get those awards and stuff like that, you have to, like, know what you need to do so you can, like, push for it, and that's sweet, like, him giving her the Psyduck, but like you can't really like act like that when you don't get what you want. You have to just like suck it up and just deal with it and then cry to your parents or to friends and rant about it, and then then you'll feel better.
But I left out two other reasons why I felt crestfallen at graduation. I never got the chance to ask Kelly out on a date, and more importantly, that I was leaving all my close gal friends behind. Soon after finishing high school, Chris would enroll in a community college, though at this point his priority was clearly Sonichu.
I don't like that.
In CWC's Poke site, he announced that a dedicated Sonichu page was in the works, and a logo for it was released. His indelible originality follows Sonichu and Rosechu with Chikachu and Meichu, the female versions of Pikachu and Raichu respectively. Though what function
Oh my goodness. He needs to be stopped. You know what? But that's dedication. I can't be mad at him for that. Like, wait, there's boyfriend damage? Love lightning? Boyfriends does 10 damage plus 10 more for each Pikachu in play. He still uses the word Pikachu. What? That's wrong. You can't even say Pokemon. You have to change it up.
these pieces of OC serve is completely unknown. In October, the Sonichu site goes live and it looks about how you'd expect. Zero improvement whatsoever in website creation since CWC's Poke site 2. As a matter of fact, the Sonichu website is mostly a carbon copy of the Poke site, mostly containing recycled material from it. At around the same time, Chris decides to further his commitment to the Sonichu IP and makes a Crayola medallion of Sonichu's head with his mouth covered with red sauce, like he just feasted on an order of glizzies. At the tail end of that year, he creates Sonichu's female counterpart, Rosechu, which is basically just Amy Rose from Sonic the Hedgehog with little if any changes to her appearance. All of this marks the beginning of Chris's rapidly deteriorating mental health, as his obsession kept growing into unhealthy and straight up odd directions, and he started putting on significant amounts of weight. Though the first half of 2001 was mostly uneventful, Chris began working at a Wendy's in August, his job description being cleaning trays, tables, and carpet/tile flooring, keeping the place neat, and serving the customers with kind, understanding help. Just a couple of months after he was
that's not bad. Listen, that's a good kind of like first job, to be honest. And if you have a job right now, don't quit, okay? Keep on doing what you're doing. Unless like they're like really bad to you, then like find another job and then quit. But just keep on doing what you're doing. Get that money. But yeah, like that's not a bad job, first job.
Hired, however, he was let go. Chris claims this was due to emotional differences and that the manager had a spike on his shoulder against him. Over time, more concrete reasons for his dismissal began surfacing, such as drawing a coworker of his as an ugly Pokemon, or making a child cry by doing a terrifying impression of Donald Duck. Regardless, he made a total of $500 off the job before being fired. 2002 was a pretty uneventful year for Chris Chan's standards, with nothing much happening besides him turning 20 and developing a nigh unexplainable seething hatred for Harry Potter. Apparently, because it became more popular popular than Pokemon around that time. In a card
Okay,
he
that's
made
a
of
silly
himself called
reason.
Dark Christian, where his Pokemon type is autistic, his ability is knocking out whoever says that they love Harry Potter more than they love Pokemon. The bottom of the card reads, Christian said,
I don't know why, but that's so freaking funny. Oh my goodness. Okay, there's a lot of reasons to hate Harry Potter, okay? But just because it got more popular than Pokemon, also, now Pokemon's just like crazy. Pokemon's way larger than Harry Potter. I think in my opinion, I think that's in my opinion. I can't really say for sure. Maybe I think more people know Harry Potter, but a lot more people like Pokemon, so can't really say much.
Kill Harry Potter, revive Pokemon. Early on in the year, his 21st birthday is ruined by his teacher, as he details. My 21st should have been as nice as my 18th or Sweet 16, right? Wrong! I was attending an English class at PVCC with this old male teacher. I don't even remember the son of a bitch's name.
Oh,
Anyway,
wow.
On February 24th, 2003, the day of my 21st birthday, he had the nerve to kick me out of his class just because of my doggone autism. If I could do it over, I'd give him a swift kick, but then I might have gotten kicked out of PVCC, and violence is rarely the answer anyway. Still though, he wrecked my turning 21. Angry face. The actual reason for him being kicked out of class is mostly unknown, with Chris sporadically saying the teacher randomly ejected him.
So I feel like he just wanted to hear himself, because like I don't know how you get kicked out of class unless like you just kind of argue with the teacher like multiple times and you just like hearing yourself argue even though you're wrong. Even if you're right at the time, like it's better just to kind of like, just stop, and then maybe if they're teaching incorrectly, just talk to their boss, be a Karen at that point. But like there's like rarely anything just to like argue about. I hate arguing. It's just pointless.
From the class because he was autistic. A more believable iteration of this story happens in one of Chris's retellings of it, where he mentions that the topic of homosexuality came up in a group discussion during class, and Chris, being the fancy gentleman we know him to be, said something offensive. Though we don't know what exactly it was,
Yeah, that
Chris
makes sense.
expounded on it, saying, essentially, when it came to critiquing the papers of the other students, when they started talking about drug use and homosexual content, I wrote with exclamations you'd likely hear from a black person in church. He also emphasizes that the teacher being a man had something to do with it, and how whatever problems he was having in English class went away once he retook the class with a female teacher. Chris also says without explanation that after that day, he realized he needed a female sweetheart. This was the beginning of what would be known as Chris's love quest. Initially, not much changed in Chris's general behavior. He continued to give CDs and gifts to his gal pals, and of course, they all included Sonichu in some form because he genuinely thought it was charming. Being romantically inspired, he wrote the first Sonichu story called Sonichu.
Okay. I'm not trying to be mean, but also, what is he going for school for? Is he doing like art or anything? Because like I know this is like his big kind of thing is just like doing the art, but also like if you really like art, you want to like improve and stuff like that, I would say like he should take some courses on how to improve on art, anatomy, and etc. All that. Because like he can improve. Everyone can improve. You can improve if you really want to like get into art and everything. Art is my favorite thing to talk about. I love animation, illustration, freaking 3D animation. I love art. Art is amazing. It's my favorite.
Sonichu and Rosichu, the genesis of the Love Hogs. Though this story was not illustrated, as the latter entries into the Chris Chan cinematic universe would be, it provided revelatory insight into the inner workings of Sonichu's canon. According to this sacred text, Sonichu came to be when Chris accidentally collided with a Pikachu that stood nearby as he fought a monster. Due to being charged with energy from the Chaos Emeralds, the Pikachu was permanently transformed into Sonichu. Rosechu, on the other hand, was a Raichu that happened to get hit with the rainbow that emitted from the creation of Sonichu. Eventually, for no reason other than Chris's tendency to insert everything from real life into his work, Sonichu and Rosechu kissed and became lovers. About a month later, as Chris resumed his community college.
What is happening? What in the OC? Like, he could literally just make his own kind of like ideas, but he's just still using the Pokemon and Sonic, and like now it's just getting like muddy. Like what?
classes for the 4th year, he came up with a brilliant idea to solve his problem. He posted up the very first attraction sign, which was a resume to attract a girlfriend. The sign read, 21 and single white male, shy, smart, young at heart, computer skilled, humorous,
There's no way.
a great thinker and go-getter, natural salesperson, enjoys good parts of life, diplomatic, friendly, loves his family, peaceful, very creative. He's lonely,
Very
seeking a
creative.
cute 18 to 21 single female companion, 18 to 21 years of age, does not already have a boyfriend, single, average to slender
Single,
weight / body
single.
type, white, lives in Charlottesville or Ruckersville area, does not smoke or drink alcohol, happy, positive personality, average / high income, drives a vehicle. If any men read this huge sign, mind your own business. And to all men with girlfriends, except marrieds and blacks, go jump off a cliff. Have a nice day.
What? Oh my god, what the heck? Dude, did he get beat up? Oh my gosh, I hope he did. Okay, listen, I don't condone violence, but what the fuck was that? What? What's wrong with him? Oh my gosh.
You know, I would make fun of the fact that he requires the girl to be average to slender, have income, and drive a vehicle,
Yeah.
despite Chris himself possessing none of those things. However, my standards have become so low due to the typical kind of person I cover in my videos that, honestly, I'm just glad he's looking for someone older than 18. Even lolcows used to have standards back then. They should strive to be more
That's
like Chris.
crazy.
Oh yeah, don't let me forget to mention that he also emblazoned this sign with some, like, white version of Sonichu,
No.
perhaps to signal how much importance he attributes to the girl being white. This month is also special because that's when Chris makes his debut as a recording artist, dropping his album Christian and the
Oh,
Hedgehog
no.
Boys. It's interesting to
Oh my
note that the
gosh,
cover
no.
includes Chris alongside Sonic and Sonichu in the foreground, while 2 black versions of Sonic, at least one of which is supposed to be Shadow the Hedgehog, are in the back, looking upset. The album boasts 8 tracks, all of which consist of Chris reciting parody lyrics over actual
What?
songs, not even instrumentals, just full-on songs, ranging anywhere from Backstreet Boys to the Macarena. Seriously, just get a
I
load
don't-
of
please.
So Need a Cute Girl, Chris's rendition of the
I hope he does not show or put the audio. I am scared. I'm gonna cringe. Please do not put the audio. Please do not.
Backstreet Boys, I Want It That Way.
And I never wanna hear. I want
Oh my
Another
gosh,
track, Best
no.
Friends Forever, is subliminally
No.
dedicated to the aforementioned Sarah Hammer, who at this point had a boyfriend whom Chris was jealous of. The lyrics are quite interesting.
Oh
You
my
hang out with your new
gosh.
friends you made and your boyfriend who acts as a black Sonichu. It is your choice to
What?
go with them instead of me. Soon you'll realize you're not complete because I'm not there. If it wasn't clear yet, Sonichu, along with pretty much every other character he made up, were either self-inserts or blatant wish
That's
fulfillment
crazy.
fantasies for Chris. Because of his utter inability to deal with the problems he was facing in his life, he articulated them through his OC. After a few months of his sign
needs
being
help.
posted up without any takers, as you'd expect, it was taken down by the dean of the college, Mary Lee Walsh. Chris had a few words to say about her. That evil witch, Mary Lee Walsh, mocked me and even crumbled my efforts and threw them into my face. It was serious, heart-shattering insults like that which literally shattered my heart to almost nothing and murdered my soul. Like, as if I didn't already understand that love can't be hurried, but they all left a huge impression among the general population that having a sweetheart was illegal in Virginia. Thus, Virginia is for virgins, not lovers. Despite Mary
Dude, why? What? Oh my gosh. Listen. I know his parents were horrible people, but like, do they not see the signs? Do they not like see what he's doing? Like, like what? This is, oh my gosh.
Mary's best efforts. Every time she took one of Chris's signs down, he just made more and more of them and posted them up around campus, even creating MySpace and Facebook pages to advertise his pursuit of a boyfriend-free girl. Mary's best efforts. Every time she took one of Chris's signs down, he just made more and more of them and posted them up around campus, even
Bruh.
creating MySpace and Facebook pages to advertise his pursuit of a boyfriend-free girl. As 2004 began, Chris began
So that just means like they're just single, a boyfriend-free girl. Like, does he want someone like who's never had a boyfriend? Like, that's just so weird.
mulling over the idea of merging his writings with his drawings and making comic strips for his Sonichu stories. He also tries to negotiate with Mary Lee over emails, saying, "Mary, I've slept on it and I've realized that note hanging is not the way to get attention,
Oh?
and I don't really want
That
to
was
meet
weird.
with either you nor Susan. No offense. I'll tell you what, let's forget the meeting, and if you will allow my newsletter to stay in distribution, I will do all of the following. I will never hang notes
Who's
on the wall
Susan
again.
again?
I'll consider stopping my
Oh,
silent treatment
I
on
see.
Susan. I'll consider knocking you and Susan up my scale of respect, each by 2
What?
points. 0 equals no no respect, 10 equals respect. By newsletter, Chris means Sonichu's news dash.
That is so freaking weird. I'll just put you up some points. Like, I know that there's this, like, one thing I've heard about people is just, like, ranking others by points by how they look, and it's just so weird. Look at that face, goddamn. What the heck is going on?
Which he thought would more effectively attract girls by mesmerizing them with his artistic talent. Mary wisely chose to not engage with Chris's shenanigans, opting
more
to just
anatomy.
remind him of when his appointment was and leave it at that. At said meeting, despite Chris's Saul Goodman tier bargaining skills, he was forbidden from putting up signs as well as distributing his newsletter, which deeply embittered him, leading him to
Oh, why do I pause at, like, the worst times? But also, like, how many, like, don't you need to, like, ask permission to, like, put anything on for, like, college campus? Or, like, you could just do whatever. To be honest, I don't put anything up on college campuses when I was in college. It was just, I just wanted to be there and finish all my stuff. I am not good at history, but I might, we come back from that because I need to go back. But also, like, he can be a good artist if he literally, like, tried to do anatomy and learn, like, painting, lighting, etc. But, like, this is just so mean. Like, what? That's so mean. What is that?
present Mary and make her the primary villain of Sonichu's adventures from then on. In one of the
That's so
diary
mean.
entries he would post to his no longer existent MySpace account, Chris wrote, "Mary Lee Walsh made it illegal to distribute the news dash. I am very angry at that. In response, I plan to incite the masses and hope they demand the return of the news dash so my chances on getting a girlfriend can be restored. I've also declared war on them as well." About a month later, he added that Mary Lee was trying to get him kicked out of
Wait, he declared war on, like, the girls he wants to date? Like, or is it just, like, on the, like, person, like, the dean that he, like, made the war with? Like, what? What is he on? I want whatever he's having at this point.
college altogether for his stunts, though it's unknown the degree to which that's true, as Chris is a very unreliable narrator. Since he could
Yeah.
no longer attract the ladies in the college campus,
The
he took
ladies.
his sign to the Charlottesville Fashion Square Mall. Though initially
What?
seeming more promising than his love
There's
quest
no
attempt in
way.
the college campus, it ran into problems at the mall as well.
Okay, like, okay, putting on the college campus is, like, one thing, but, like, at a mall, like, aren't you, like, scared that some people might just, like, actually answer and, like, be wanting to come to your house or, like, find you and, like, do something weird? Like, that's cringe.
His diary entries go into detail. "I've just had my worst trip to the mall. I was working with my heart on a red string of fate when from out of the blue, a jerk cop shattered my heart and ripped up the red string. I am very mad and upset because that jerk took my idea for a fall, just like that expletive at PVCC did."
Whoa.
Before I read on, I have to make a note here to explain that the red string of fate Chris mentions is referring to a heart made out of paper that he would throw at girls at the mall, in the hopes they
Oh.
held onto it so that he could
Like, I feel like nowadays this kind of would work. I know that sounds, like, really weird, but, like, a lot of people do, like, crazy stuff in public. So, like, if he was, like, this age now in, like, the 2020s, like, this would probably, like, 100% work. And I don't know, like, what else he has done. We're still learning about his background and stuff like that, but, like, if he was a streamer, he could be, like, a real life streamer and, like, people would eat him up.
reel them in. If this sounds insane, it's because it is. Anyway, Chris continues, "I was not bothering anyone at the mall today while I was just trying to sell myself when I got arrested for trying. I fortunately did not
What?
go to jail, but I've been stripped of my right to go to the mall by myself. I would be required to bring my mom or dad with me. My independence and my soul were practically murdered." This encounter inspired him to create one of his most famous terms, jerk-ops, a portmanteau of jerk and cops. From then on, whenever something bad happened to him, Chris would find a way to blame it on the jerk-cops. He even made a Pokemon card for them, with the description reading,
goodness.
"This copper fiend wants to shatter the virgin's heart by destroying his tools for attracting a boyfriend-free woman." Within a week of his arrest and
I feel like this is just, like, what incels are. Like, do they, like, learn from him. Like, what is... And honestly, I can't really like it's kind of sad. I feel like he will get a lot better if, like I said, if there was like what, like dating apps during this time, it would be a lot easier for him. But the way he's doing it is just so wrong.
Possibly because of it, Chris gets suspended from his college, saying, "I got suspended from PVCC by the board, and I have that meddling expletive to thank for this as well. I am super angry. My dad is bloodthirsty for revenge as well. He's going to write to U.S. President George W. Bush Jr. and Laura Bush to help me get allowed back to PVCC. We all curse death upon Mary Lee Walsh." After this, both his diary entries and his attempts at the love quest die down for the time being, most likely due to his parents telling him to cut back on it to avoid getting in even more trouble. In the meantime, Chris was mandated to consult a psychiatrist for an evaluation as a result of his community college's board. It has a few...
Finally, he's going to seek help. Somehow, some way, finally. Also, like, I never got, like, into like diary writing, but like I kind of want to. I'm just really bad at updating, and kudos to him. He's like, on the diary, even though he's really bad at like, he's a bad narrator, as like he said. It's just kudos.
Noteworthy excerpts, such as, according to his parents, there have been a number of incidents which led to his suspension. They feel strongly that the suspension was unwarranted and did not take into account the patient's developmental limitations. One such occurrence was during an interaction with African-American classmates. These young women were questioning the patient regarding his search for a girlfriend, at which point he told them they could not be his girlfriend because they were not white. This was perceived as racially insensitive, although from the patient's perspective, he was merely pointing out that they did not meet his standard criteria for a female companion. To the surprise of many, the psychiatrist considered Chris to be dealing with his autism in a relatively healthy way, despite the occasional mischief he got up to. One interesting point that has been brought up is a
occasional? Excuse me? Occasional? He's just kind of like harassing and like, dude, he needs like some more help than like, oh, like he's okay. Like, what? Oh my gosh, they need to change it. They need to change the person.
Consequence of this document is the fact that both the Love Quest and Sonichu, Chris's two most destructive obsessions by far, only began manifesting after Chris began taking Paxil in 2000. Though I'm no specialist on the matter, some have said that Chris should not have been put on an antidepressant, let alone Paxil, which is the most potent SSRI available. Considering how mild his symptoms were up until that point, it would make a lot more sense for him to just have regular appointments with a psychologist instead of being medicated with no follow-up whatsoever. The psychiatrist that did this particular evaluation, however,
to be honest, like, that would make sense. Like, a lot of people don't, like, I can't really, like, say or, like, anything, but, like, in my own opinion, like, it's better just to talk it out, and then if it gets to that point, then yes, go on, like, medication, like, and it'll be, like, a good medication, like, that they prescribe, and it's not, like, too much. So, I think that's, like, a lot better.
Was not of this opinion, and instead recommended that his dose of Paxil be increased from 20 milligrams to 30 milligrams daily. I bet that after this, Chris improved by leaps and bounds. Regardless, the rest of 2004 was quiet, with the exception of a video Chris recorded in his bedroom singing a few of his songs, wherein he was wearing the outfit he would become almost exclusively associated with. Along with it, he is donning his esteemed Sonichu medallion, completing the Chris Chan uniform to a T. Unfortunately, despite asking Santa Claus for a girlfriend, Chris spends yet another Christmas as a virgin full of rage. 2005 rolls around, and a few posts begin popping up.
There's nothing wrong with being a virgin, okay? If you will get that significant other, okay, guys? You will. If you're just nice, normal, you're healthy, you have good, like, cleaning habits of yourself, you eat well, like, you want to improve yourself, like, the standard is low, okay? And your personality is good. Like, the standard is low.
On Chris's website, claiming to be hot chicks who have seen him at the mall, but didn't come up to him for one reason or another. Though few and far between at this point, these were Chris's first proper trolls, first of exceedingly many. However, one of the people that commented this wasn't joking. An actual girl witnessed what Chris was up to at the mall she worked at and decided to seek his website out. This was quite the event, since, up until this moment, Chris never got the time of day from anyone, let alone a girl. Her name was Anna, and in a blog post titled The Tale of the Crazy Pacer, she writes extensively about her encounter with Chris, saying, "Once upon a time, there was a guy who paced in front of Abercrombie and Fitch. He'd come and do it for hours on end, just walking back and forth. He was an okay looking guy, not evil looking like creepy molester dude, so he would pace for his allotted time, then leave. Sometimes as he paced, he would sing or shout. Nobody really could ever tell what he was saying. Oh yeah, and he always wore the same shirt, a nice little long-sleeved red and blue number that had a gold crest on the left side and a white collar and cuffs. Someone, I can't remember who, suggested that the next time he looked in, we wave at him. Whoever suggested it should die, unless it was me, in which case I feel I've received enough punishment. Of course, he looked in and we all waved at him. He looked kind of bewildered and sort of scared at first, but quickly caught on and waved back. So we went about our business, doing floor set and junks, and a little while later he came in. I was kind of apprehensive about this. I mean, I've been doing floor set all day and I didn't really feel up to dealing with another crazy, but he came right up to the counter I was standing behind, and he looks right at me, all fidgety and twitchy, and this conversation ensued. Chris.
Oh no. This is terrifying. Like, to be honest, like, whenever, like, I guess, like, good on her for, like, kind of, like, warning people about this, because, like, it is really freaking creepy. Even, like, though he's not doing anything, like, you know, insane, like, it's still just, like, dude, like, there's other ways. Maybe go back to college and just, you know, focus on yourself and just do better. Like, this is sad.
You look to be about 19 years old, right? I busted out laughing because he guessed it right. That's exactly right. See, I know these things. I can just tell how old someone is, he said,
That's
kind
so
of proud
weird.
and still timid at the same time. My name is Christian, but you can call me Chris. I'm Christian W. Chandler. Oh, hi, Chris.
Oh, hi,
So, do
Chris.
angels have names? I found
Oh
out
my
later that he meant to
goodness.
say, do angels like you have names? Poor guy was so nervous he didn't get it right. Probably, but I don't know. Well, what's your name? Sorry, I don't go for pickup lines, I replied, kind of laughing. His face kind of fell and I felt sorry for him, but he pressed on. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to insult you. I was just asking your name. So what is your name? My name is Anna. Okay, well, Anna, is there any way I could, get your phone number and maybe I could give you a call sometime? No. Well,
No. In honesty, like, I have, like, some, like, interactions with, like, guys who randomly come up, like, and it's just, like, a lot of the times, no one wants to be bothered when they're, like, doing something or, like, have a one-track mind. Sometimes it's, like, you know, it's sweet. Other times it's just, like, hey, like, I just want to be doing stuff on my own, like, but, like, we all, like, a lot of people are just, like, oh, okay, you know, they just have the conversations, and then a lot of people just move on. And I like how Anna's just like, no. At least she, like, is being nice about it, you know?
do you want my phone number then? You can call me on my cell phone. No thanks. So,
Aw.
do you have a boyfriend, Anna? No, I'm not looking for one though. All right. Well, do you have access to the internet? Yes. Okay, hold on one
Yes.
second. I'll be right back. I nodded, and he went back to his spot where he kept his 2 tote bags and his Sam's Club cup. So, Christian came back and handed me a card with a crudely drawn Sonic the Hedgehog and some other yellow
Aw.
Sonic-looking creature on it, along with Christian's name, email address, and website. It was a
That's
homemade business
crazy.
card. That's my email address, and you can just email me sometime, okay? Okay, I said, not
Okay.
intending to email him at all. Despite how awkward these exchanges self-evidently were, you gotta give it up for Chris's
Okay, yeah, I do gotta give it up for him. Like, at least he's, like, trying, and he wasn't, like, too weird. At least he, like, was like, okay, yeah, that's fine. And gave the business card. At least he's trying. That's not, like, too bad.
autistic Riz, even if just a little bit. For a guy with as many setbacks as him, he handled the situation with more dignity than expected. Many
Yeah,
guys
that's
today
true.
are afraid to even approach a girl. On
Oh,
March 24th, he
correct.
released one of the earliest proper comic book productions, Sonichu Adventure, sub-episode 1, dubbed
Aw.
Jerk-Off-Tastrophe. Despite being called Sonichu Adventure, it's mostly just about Chris himself, retelling the story about being banned from a mall. On March 29th, an update to his love quest is posted to his diary. Well, at the mall today, my heart had an extremely fast recovery. Then it became majorly shattered again. I went to the mall like normal. I picked up some chicken nuggets and a drink. Then I went to my spot. I pulled up a chair to sit and eat my food. Then from out of the blue, this cute girl approached me and she asked me if I was looking for a girlfriend. Her name was Hannah and she was 18 years old. I said yes and we small talked for a bit. Then she
There's no way. There's no way. It has to be in his head. Anna. There's no way that's, like, the same, like this is like a different girl, and he's just like, it has to be in his mind that he's imagining this, because no one would be like, hey, are you looking for a girlfriend? And it's exactly what he wants.
She invited me over to Starbucks for coffee. After she left, I became very excited and oh my god, all over. After calling mom and eating my nuggets, I lifted the chair with such cheer and grace and spun around with it like a dancer. Then I put it back where it was. I felt that my love quest had finally come to an end, and I so elated that my shattered heart had a full fast recovery.
What?
I went to Starbucks and we talked about basic things. I showed her my Sonichu scrapbook. She was very impressed. I gave her my email and both my phone numbers on a Sonichu site card, and she
Okay, yeah. This is literally all in his head that this happened. It did not actually happen. It has to be Hannah, Anna is the same person. And he's just trying to make it in his head like he's not a total failure. I don't want to say loser, but like he's just kind of like failing at a lot of things.
She gave me her email address. I was very attentive as I took notes about her and maintained eye contact. As I left her, I gave a double take flirt. That was the rise. Now here comes the fall. As I was sitting at my spot thinking about future steps for later dates, Anna and Dana told me that when they talked to Hannah, she told them she was setting me up in a prank. I could not believe it, so I found and asked Hannah. Sadly, it was true. Then in major shock, Anna and Dana told me that when they talked to Hannah,
Oh, that I feel like if this was true and it's just like a prank, that's really mean. I don't like when people like prank others and do stuff like that. I think it's just horrible to do. Don't do that, guys. Be nice. Just be nice to each other. Even if it's like a little weird, just be nice. Come on, it's not hard.
she told them that she was setting me up in a prank. I could not believe it, so I found and asked Hannah. Sadly, it was true. Then, in major shock, my heart shattered again by 85%, and I let out a big, no! After that shout, I got kicked out again, and I'm still without the Fashion Square shopping center that I've grown accustomed to after my whole life. So my love quest has restarted, and as for that date of ours, I'll always remember it, but as far as I'm concerned, it does not count as my first date. I was not as happy as I was today in a long time. I'm once again heart-shattered and sad, but I will not give up on my love quest, because there has to be one true boyfriend-free, dateable, non-pranking girl out there somewhere.
Oh my goodness.
Poor guy really cannot catch a break.
Yeah,
Around this
poor
time, Chris
dude.
finished Sonichu number 0, the first proper edition of the comic book series. The hand-drawn premiere issue, as he puts
will
it.
thank
The
you,
stories in
Father.
it were mostly reworkings of previous
That's
standalone comic
silly.
strips, complete with nonsensical plots and nightmarishly ugly artwork that Chris Chan later became synonymous with. He also begins drawing new Sonichu releases during his public outings.
Like I said, like, if you do art like that, you can do better if you really work at it and want to learn anatomy and stuff like that. You can, okay? He obviously does not care. And listen, I love art. I'm a nerd with that. But poor dude needs to get a hint.
For his love quest, and is even noticed by someone who gives probably one of the best summaries of Chris Chan's essence at this point in their blog post. So Sonichu returned to Alderman today. I am not sure what to make of him. He sits in his chair and draws the Sonichu comics, harmless I assume, yet I feel like he knows he's different. He knows that the world rushing in front of him is not his own. Surrounded by the brightest students in America, whatever that means, he sits in his chair and draws, 23 years old. I'm not sure he even graduated high school. In front of him, texts of Plato, Faulkner, God, and Kleist swirl. Does he have the capacity to understand these works? Whether he can or not, I'm not sure, but there is something in his eyes that realizes that there is a level of understanding and thought that he is unable to partake in. As he slumps lower and lower in his chair, with each student he eyes reading or holding a book, he falls into himself, into the markers and colors on the page in front of him. He seems intelligent enough to understand that he does not understand, and that is the hardest part of all. I never thought I'd see Chris be described this poetically in my life. I suppose there's a
That's like, that is a really good kind of like understanding of him. And like, I feel bad for him. I feel bad for this dude. Like, if he had actual, like, where's his friends? I guess he doesn't actually have friends to like help him learn, but also like he has his parents, as well as hopefully like he can talk to his like what psychiatrist, therapist, like whoever. It would be really good for him, and maybe go back to school and, I don't know, take extra classes outside of school. That would like help a lot.
first time for everything. Amidst these sightings, Chris decides to go to the Mid-Atlantic Anime Convention, where he took a few printed copies of Sonichu number 0 and distributed them to whoever would accept. As his love quest sinks to new lows, Chris gets kicked out from the local McDonald's, where he's also been conducting his attraction sign experiments. I'll spare you from hearing the diary entry in its full extent, but the Managerks, Chris's nickname for the managers, started calling the cops on Chris for loitering in their establishment. In later Sonichu episodes, the manager received in-universe stand-ins. One of them was named Married Senor Comic, an alias which is completely unexplainable to anyone with a functioning brain, and for no apparent reason, had robot arms and legs. After Married Senor, Chris's creativity must have run out, since the other one was just succinctly referred to as Black Fat Jerk, on account of the fact that, to Chris, that's all.
Dude, he needs help. Oh my god. I know I keep on saying that, but like, what is wrong with his mind? I will never understand what is wrong with people like who think like this. It's just so weird. Oh my goodness. But like I said, like where is his friends? Like where are like his parents too? I know he's like 23, but still, like he can get some help.
He really was. If his diary entry is anything to go by, Chris began explaining his situation to them in song and dance. When one of the managers asked Chris to just have a normal conversation with him, he sat silent for a minute until he came up with possibly the most schizophrenic own ever uttered. I do not speak to any man other than myself, because they have all taken the pretty girls, leaving me with none. What a wordsmith. He followed this up by giving them verbal punishment, the finger, and last but not least, curse Yehamehas. What's a curse Yehameha, you may ask? Well, luckily for us, Chris has demonstrated in video.
Curse Yehame!
I'm cursed with just witnessing that. I feel bad for him, but also, what is... Oh my god, why? I hate that he's giving examples about, like, him singing, him doing this. Like, the art is enough, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, we understand. But also, just doing this, like, I was like, okay, like, is it Dragon Ball? I hate that was wrong. That was right. I hate that I was right with that one.
A month later, a similar situation played out at Target as the managers called the cops on Chris. He claims that as he was about to give them.
Dude, he's getting kicked out of every establishment. Like, he needs to be stopped. Does like, is he getting put to jail? Like, at some point, like, do the cops like, hey, like, this is getting like a little too repetitive. Maybe we need to like help this young individual and mentally and see if they can get better, because he's just on the race. Like, is he gonna go to like the next town and like go to Walmart or like Target the next time and then get kicked out? Like, he's gonna be all over America and just get kicked out from everywhere, and he can't go anywhere. He's not even gonna have a job.
A prepared speech.
Does he have
5
job?
cops chased him down, pulled his pants, handcuffed his wrists and legs, and hogtied him. After being briefly taken to county jail, Chris was given a court date for disorderly conduct and trespassing. Later on, he dramatized the situation in a Sonichu comic, as he always did. Fortunately for Chris, after 2 hearings, he was given a $30 fine and had to pay $56 in costs. Within a week of the Target fiasco, he was once again arrested for following too close while driving. And yes, at this point, he was a licensed driver, if you can believe it. After his suspension from college was lifted and he started regularly interacting with other people his age again, things relaxed a bit for a while as advances were made in the love quest. After bidding goodbye to Anna, who moved to Utah, Chris makes a few more attempts at finding a date over MySpace messages, mostly to no avail. The first one was Jelena, who turned him down because he seemed too desperate. Then came Lindsay, who consistently rescheduled her dates over the course of 2 months in order to never actually have to see Chris in real life. Overall, things seemed dire for our brave hero. But it was around this time that he began to rouse online attention.
Poor dude. She was like, yeah, maybe next time. Oh, I have something. You know, see, if you don't like someone, just be like, yeah, I'm not looking. Just say that. Just, I'm not looking. That's just the easiest one, you know? And it's not like mean at all. My goodness. MySpace. I never got into MySpace at all. Like, I had one, like, way long ago, but I don't think I was at the age of like actually using it for a long time. I was where it's just like just a little bit and then it just went off the grid after I went on. It was okay.
With a thread on a Sega forum centered around Sonichu popping up. Earlier that year, YouTube was created, so the golden age of Chris Chan was at the gates. Meanwhile, he was getting some traction in his emails. Though his application to become a official Nintendo game tester was rejected, Chris got into regular correspondence with a girl named Megan. On the 1st of November, Megan emailed Chris asking him to buy an episode of Tintin on eBay for her. They had already met in person before in a video game convention a year prior, but it wasn't until these emails at the tail end of 2005 that Chris grew obsessed with her. Though she clarified from the get-go that she wasn't interested in Chris, or anyone for that matter, in a romantic way, this didn't deter Chris, who clearly saw her as a love interest and continued to invite her on dates. To date, Megan was probably the person.
She is strong. She is so strong. I would have been like, you know what? I just can't take it anymore. Bye. But also, like, does he have any money? You know what I mean? Like, why is she asking him to, like, buy the stuff for him? Also, if you're gonna use someone like that, that's just mean. Don't be mean. You know what I mean? But also, she's pretty. She's actually really pretty. I could see why, you know, like, he's like, oh my god, pretty girl.
Person who had been the nicest and most patient with Chris.
Aww,
2006 marked a
that's so
significant
sweet.
rise in Chris buying the most random, useless garbage from eBay, from My Little Pony and Sailor Moon paraphernalia to German World War II photos. Apparently, all of the purchases were influenced by Megan's interests. Based on their emails, we know that Megan was into MLP, Sailor Moon, and for some mysterious...
It would be... Wait, did he draw those? Oh no, she did! Oh my god, wait, that's actually so cool. But also, like, when did, like, the new My Little Pony come out? If it came out, he would have been a brony. He would have been 100% a brony.
Reason, Wehrmacht soldiers from World War II. Considering how desperate Chris was to get a girlfriend, it's surprising he didn't start LARPing as a novelty to impress her. Eventually, he got her a Nintendo DS, which she turned down due to the fact that she already had one she bought herself. While Chris was busy spinning his wheels into the mud during his love quest by chasing after an uninterested Megan, he managed to graduate from community college, getting a degree in computer-aided drafting and design. Over time, Chris began wearing her down, continually being pushy about wanting to date her despite her repeatedly saying she wasn't interested. Most likely because of this, Megan severely limited the amount of times they met up in real life to once a week, and even then, Chris would take that as an opportunity to be as handsy as possible, which she obviously wasn't okay with. After months of this dynamic going back and forth, Chris overstepped a few boundaries when he started complaining about Megan being friendly with other guys. This was grating for her since not...
Like, you see, like, how do I explain this? Like, was she his only friend? Like, him only focusing on trying to find a girlfriend is, like, so bad. I know, like, there's some guys like this that I've heard from, like, my friends who just go to events just to find a girlfriend, and when they find a girlfriend, they just don't ever go to events or invite any of their old friends who were girls because they never dated him, and they just cut ties with all their friends just because they get the girlfriend. Like, that's just, like, what's gonna happen when he does get a girlfriend? And then, you know, like, if they break up, like, you have to, like, focus on, like, your friends. Like, it's not gonna be, like, a crazy thing just to have a girlfriend or a boyfriend. Like, that's so weird.
Not only were they not dating, but she was also not interested in the guys Chris was paranoid about. This caused her to email him in a slightly stricter tone, saying, I don't want to have to tell you again or I might get really angry, because you know unwanted remarks or advances to a girl is sexual harassment, and I don't take that lightly, okay? So can you understand now? Anyway, sometimes I get the feeling that you copy me to get me to like you. Like Sailor Moon, for example. The only Sailor Moon thing you had was that adult video, and since I told you how much I love it, then you start getting into it. Kind of like My Little Pony. That kind of thing really annoys me. You make it sound like I have to get your approval to be that kind of friendly to someone. And I felt rather disappointed about those remarks. And you already know I don't love you, so why do you make yourself unhappy by holding grudges and trying so hard to win me over? So please, if you really want to make me happy, please let me make my own decisions and figure out my own life, okay? Besides, even if I had a boyfriend, what makes you think I'll stop being friends with you? I'm not that kind of person who'd say, well, I have a boyfriend now, so see ya. No, I'm not that kind of bitchy girl. You know, I haven't talked to this person in a year. I'm not really wanting to get together with him either. Boyfriends aren't for me. Don't want them, don't need them. However, I can't say say I like how much you call him a lucky jerk. Why is he a jerk? Why do you call all guys that? Because they take all the pretty girls, leaving you none to choose from? Hate to be blunt, but that's a pathetic way to think. You don't go to a mall and buy a girlfriend. The thing is, guys didn't take all the girls. The girls just didn't choose you. Quit blaming other men. Personally, I think you shouldn't be so picky about what they look like. All you say is you want a pretty girl. Well, it's the inside that counts. After all, a pretty girl can have the personality of Satan. Meanwhile, an ugly girl may have a heart of gold, but you wouldn't even give a second look, would you? I often wonder, if I was an ugly girl, you wouldn't even come near me, would you? Little did poor Megan know.
Wow. She literally went ham on him. Oh my gosh, I was like literally just talking about that. Like, hey, like some people actually just, when they get the girlfriend or a boyfriend, they unfriend every other girl. I've had that happen to me too. And it's the weirdest thing. It's just like, oh, I have a girlfriend. I don't want to make her upset. It's just like, they wouldn't be upset if you had other friends who were girls. Like, they're not, the friends you have that are girls don't want you, okay? They could if you were, because you were that desperate. I'm not gonna lie. It's true, okay? Don't be that desperate, guys. But like she's telling the truth. She's going off. Like, also, like, the standard's pretty low.
That the powers of the Chaos Emeralds render Chris impervious to reality checks of any nature. While this drama ensued, Chris never stopped cranking out new issues of Sonichu, all containing the same themes recycled over and over again, such as Sonichu's enemies always being conspicuously black, the text bubbles being randomly placed on the page with no discernible reading order, Chris vicariously defeating his real-life opponents such as Mary Lee Walsh and the guy who Sarah Hammer dated instead of him, so on and so forth. What was noticeable in the later episodes was that, progressively, Sonichu became a secondary character in his own comic, with the protagonist becoming Chris himself. Sonichu's function was primarily to serve and protect Chris, and every once in a while symbolically represent who he wanted to be. Additionally, other than real-life people, Chris also added a character called Crystal Weston Chandler.
Also, like, as I said, like, he could get better at art, okay? It's not, like, hard to look at. It's not the best art, obviously, but also, like, get some better ideas. Write a lot, like, write something else, okay? Do something else than this.
A female version of himself that seems to simultaneously fulfill the ideal role of the mom, the ideal daughter, the ideal sister, and the ideal girlfriend. The fact that this guy wasn't regularly seeing a therapist is a travesty, to be honest. As Megan put a healthy amount of distance between herself and Chris, his eBay purchases started drifting towards the salacious. Items include Bootylicious Love Doll, Pearl Beaded Prolong Ring, Nina Hartley's Guide to Sex Toys, and my personal favorite, Space Nuts. After years of frustration, Chris began taking matters into his own hands. And following this general theme, he also decided to give up on Santa, since for the past 3 years, he was asking for a girlfriend which Santa never delivered. 2007 begins, and Chris begins working on a new project called Yep, I'm...
This poor dude, take the internet away from him, and this is even the worst part of the internet. Take it away. Also, did he draw this? You see, like, it's getting a little bit better. It's not getting worse, maybe. But like, dude needs help. He needs to go like every single day. And where's his parents? He's still living with his parents. So like, there's something there that like they have to be seeing and be like, our son, what are these packages? There's no way he's living on his own.
on TV, which consists of videos he had recorded on VHS tapes burned onto a DVD. Of course, he had no idea how valuable an archive of his activities would eventually become, and most likely he just did this out of his narcissistic self-obsession with every moment of his life. Later on, the leaking of this DVD was of great assistance to those interested in the CWC lore. But at the very end of this highlight reel about Chris's life, there was one video filmed solely for the purposes of being put into the DVD called Christian Weston Chandler's Future Message.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, girls and boys, and dudes of all teenagers.
In this 9-minute-long prophetic manifesto, Chris summarizes the lessons he had learned up until this point. He did this because, ideally, he wanted this video to be played in schools. In it, he goes on about why going to school isn't torture, why drinking and smoking are bad, the extreme importance of staying straight, and last but not least, that girls should consider dating uglier guys because they will have a better personality and a brighter future. It's around this time that Chris reconnects with Cole.
Like, he ain't bad looking. He just bad at talking and a lot of other things, and he's just creepy, and he's just too like, want to date me? Want to date me? Like, no one wants that. No one wants that. Maybe he should lower his standards, okay? He has way too high standards, or like certain people he wants, I guess. I wouldn't even say it's high standards. He's like, oh, only white women. It's like, bruh, are you serious? Oh my god. Everyone is pretty, okay? Everyone is beautiful. No matter what. Everyone is beautiful. He needs to take that lesson.
His previously mentioned half-brother to offer him a copy of his autobiographical DVD. For
Nope.
the first half of the year, it's business as usual for Chris, who continues to exchange emails with Megan, where she continually complains about him touching her when she doesn't want him to. By June, she leaves for Kentucky, and Chris misses her dearly since she was pretty much the only female he could get close to that wasn't his mom. This wasn't the only thing causing him to be upset,
that's
though, as
weird.
by the end of June, Chris's dog Patty, that he had had since 1988, had to be put down. He even wrote his dog a eulogy, saying, "When Patty was brought to the vet on that faithful day, I was distraught with fright and concern for her health. I stayed with her during her final moments with my hand on her head and a tear in my eye. When my mother was brought the paper that gave the doctor permission to send her on her way, I didn't want her to be the one to sign it. I raised Patty since she was a 6-week-old pup, and I wanted to take the strain for signing the one-way ticket. It was hard for me, but it was for the best. So I signed that paper with a crying Sonichu face saying, 'We love you, Patty.' After that, I gave her my final
What?
pets, hug, hand to paw hold, eye contact, ear rub, cheek to fur rub, and I sadly waved her for the final time, and I said, 'Goodbye, Patty. I love you.'
Oh,
As I
I
stood
hate
outside, I
that.
heard Patty's last bark saying, 'I will always love you, Chris. Thank you.' Regardless of
that's
how
sad.
thorny
That's
and
so
problematic
freaking
of an
sad.
individual Chris Chan is, losing a pet you've had for that long is tough. Especially
It is
considering
so
how few and far
tough.
between were his sources of affection. Patty must have meant a lot for him, and it's hard not to feel for the guy. But let's not dwell on this for too long, because Chris did not either. By July, Christian had entered a contest called Chop.
I am so terrified about what, because right now we're just learning about him, and we're like understanding like why he is what as he is, and n- I'm scared about what he's gonna do. Is he gonna murder someone? Like, during these times, it's just more likely like he's gonna murder someone. Like, did he murder his mom? Like, because like his parents still abused him, right? Like, I forgot. I like we're learning so much about him, and it's getting scary. Also, losing like an animal, like a pet, is just so hard. It's just so hard.
Chop Master Onion's Rap Showdown, which was created to
But-
promote the Parappa the Rapper game that was coming out that year. The grand prize was 2 PSPs and an all-expenses-paid trip
Huge.
to Seattle for the 2007 Penny Arcade Expo,
Oh, that's
which
huge.
Chris was hoping to use in order to seduce Megan out of Kentucky and back into his arms.
What?
Well, not quite back since she was never there. Anyway, this is Chris's entry if you were curious.
AP Station. My name is Christian Chandler. I live in Bucksville, Virginia. I have a PSP. I like to rap. I play with the rapper. I go with you now. The only song I know is Master Onion.
July was also a very active month for his eBay, and he bought plenty of more
Why does this person have to be so detailed and actually show us what he's saying? Also, do they not see what he's buying? Where is this money coming from? It's not from him. Does he have a job? It has to be from his parents. Also, like, bro, do they not look at packages?
stalls, adult videos, and masturbation aids of all kinds. Mind you, all of these trinkets, gizmos, and gadgets were bought on the credit card of a nearly 80-year-old Bob. Whenever he wasn't getting busy with those, he was emailing every
my
person he'd ever
goodness.
interacted with in his life to vote for his Parappa the Rapper contest entry so that he'd win the prize. He even tried Cole, but to no avail, since he seemed to be interested exclusively in trashing Chris's parents. This technique must have proved effective since his video made it to the final rounds, but in early
There's no
August, it was
way.
made public that the winner of the contest was not Chris, but a guy named Adam Stackhouse. Chris would put in his 2 cents about this unfavorable result. That stupid, no good Adam Stackhouse won the trip. He had music and more than one person in his video, which were in violation of the official rules. 3 other videos out of the remaining 9, Apraluski, Brutal, and Soria Buckwald all violated the official rules as well. Those 7 people of those 4 videos should have been disqualified. Period. I am so
Period.
angry of the fact that the PlayStation Company and their promotional associates
so
will not do anything to
angry.
bring these violators to justice. Sworn on my autism, justice will be served to the 7 people of those 4 videos.
I have never heard that sworn on my autism. That's a good line. That's a crazy line. That's a crazy freaking line to say. Also, like, who cares? I don't listen, if you didn't have your friends or like people you're emailing to help you, you would not have gotten anywhere. And that's just in my opinion. You need some help. You need to, improve. And like people like him will not know or want to improve because they just think that they're perfect. And that's the sad thing.
Of course, while accusing other people of cheating, Chris overlooked the fact that he himself had made over 120 fake accounts to vote for himself, as he admitted in an email to Megan. Also, his claims that Adam's video had music are based on the facts that Adam beatboxed, which hardly qualifies. In any event, his tirades continued over at his PSN blog. This is directed mostly to Adam Stackhouse, the SOB who was the alphabetically first video in the Parappa contest and got wrongfully the big prize. I loathe Adam and his sister for stealing my one chance at taking my sweet gal friend to Seattle. It would have been terrific. I might have even been able to change her outlook on not planning on having children. She and I are both virgins, although I am a frustrated, high-functionally autistic 25-year-old virgin. I don't have much going on for me, really, because I have been the dog in America's favorite game, Kick the Autistic, for my whole life. I curse those 7 people between the cast of the 3 illegal videos to die and burn. As for Adam, if he's reading this and is asking, "You've got something to say to me?" I do. P.S. Fuck you, you dream-smashing son of a bitch. One thing I've neglected.
Oh my god. Like, that. Oh my god. Dude, that's terrifying. That's actually terrifying. Like, is this starting to be like the downhill? I mean, it's already downhill, but like, is it gonna get, like, obviously it's gonna get worse, but like, is this the start that he lost this contest? And like, dude, you even know her really. You're just like projecting that you just want her because she's the perfect one for you, which you probably don't even know anything about her. You know what I mean?
To mention is that while Megan was away in Kentucky, she wasn't checking her emails, so she had no idea what kind of garbage Chris was filling her inbox with. When she returned and saw what he had been up to, she once again tried her very best to shut Chris down. I just want to say that your behavior has irritated me for the last time. First, I'll start off with saying that I'm glad you didn't win the contest, because I have no interest in going on a trip alone with someone who can't keep his hands off me. I'm not your girlfriend and I never will be. When I say don't touch me, that means don't touch me. What may seem friendly to you is sexual harassment to me. You whine that you're just being friendly, but you obviously have no consideration for my feelings. Also, I can't say I like how you use my photo in your video and on the cover of your comic book. I want them removed from the internet immediately. Since I'm not a MySpace member, I can't view what you post. If there are any photos of me on your blog, I want them removed. And I don't like your Megan obsession. I don't like being a character in your comics. I don't like how you made me a character in Soul Calibur and Animal Crossing. That kind of behavior really freaks me out. With all that said, we're down to 2 options. A, we remain friends and only friends, period. As in no more touching me, following me, asking me personal questions, and giving me things.
Wow.
We can still battle and trade cards and talk. Or B, never see me again. I'm sorry it's come down to this, but I've told you repeatedly in a nice way to stop, but you've never listened. I hope you will finally take what I just said into serious consideration, and now know that if you try your advances again, I won't be very nice about it. Despite—
To be honest, that, like, you can't really do much except for, like, hey, this is the ultimatum, and, like, it is what it is. And if he does it, if, like, no one understands, like, that's, like, the most point blank, hey, stop this or this will happen. It's just so obvious what to do, and it's just stop it if you actually want to be their friend, like, genuinely. Ugh. Like, she is so patient, and that is crazy how patient she is.
how clear Megan was being, it would once again fall on mostly deaf ears, as Chris would reply with another email titled, "Ouch, my heart," trying his hardest to guilt trip and yakking about his love quest once again, concluding it with a declaration of his love for her. A couple of weeks go by and Chris continues sending her love mail, all while purchasing more and more sex dolls.
Weird.
Eventually, it seems he did take what Megan said to heart and complied with her demands, and she thanks him for it. The peace treaty between them didn't last very long after Chris began expressing his distaste for one of Megan's friends who happened to be gay. After being confronted by Megan about it, Chris replied, "Originally, I was not fond of him because it was obvious that he was a homo. Yes, I am a homophobe. I fear them all, and I fear the tormenting temptations of falling off the straight path. But then I mentally, sometimes from a DVD, and if you'll pardon the expression, shove some pussy in my face. I'll tell you what, if I ever stoop down to changing my path, I might as well would get a gender change operation. What a
What? Oh, I'm, dude, like, I'm in awe. Like, I don't even know what to say. Like, it feels like a fever dream that I'm watching, that this is an actual person.
prophetic statement from Mr. Chandler. By some miracle, Megan is once again tolerant and patient with him, saying she understands why he's like this, since she also had a tough time in high school and felt very lonely. In that same month, a new dimension to the CWC story was revealed, as for the very first time, an online community took note of his existence. On a thread about Eulilia on the website Something Awful, Chris gets brought up, along with his Sonichu comics. Soon, he gets his own dedicated thread titled Sonichu and His Quest for a Boyfriend-Free Girl. After 2 decades of people either pitying or distancing themselves from him due to his eccentric sensibilities, Chris finally finds his niche, a target audience of people who relish in how strange and demented he is. In the thread, people point out how his website looks like a visual rendition of a grand mal seizure. Some even theorize that there was no way everything CWC made was this naturally awful, and that he must have been doing it on purpose as a really elaborate prank or performance art piece. But a handful of the users actually had experienced Chris in person. One user said, "I posted an
Like, isn't it crazy? Like, during the time where the internet was still, growing, that a lot of people can still be like, yeah, this person's actually real. I've been in contact with him and seen him around. This is actually true. He's not faking it. This is how he is." Like, and a lot of people don't, like, understand, like, a lot of the times, like, people do need help. And when it gets to this point where, like, they obviously are not getting help, people become super concerned. And I know there's this one fan fiction, My Immortal. That one was, it's kind of like the same thing, but, like, I think the person who wrote it actually did write it as a rage bait. So take it as you will.
the other thread, but I've seen this guy in real life. This is no prank. He used to go to the college I attended until he got kicked out. If anyone here is from Charlottesville, Virginia, you may have seen him also. He hangs around the UVA Alderman Library and the Fashion Square Mall. I had seen him around campus and just thought he was in an anime club or something. I never saw him with his signs. I learned a lot more about him when he messaged my sister on MySpace and invited her out for a soda. She declined and he became increasingly more harassive towards her until she blocked him. Yes, he wears that Sonichu necklace around everywhere he goes. People slowly realized that
That's
Chris
so
was
sad.
definitely not your run-of-the-mill internet weirdo. Not only was it evident he was a special kind of, well, special, but no one up until that point had probed the depths of the Quickie-verse. Despite how small of a community there was around Chris and Sonichu at the time, it was like stumbling into King Tut's tomb and finding mountains of archaeological artifacts that had been hidden away from the world for centuries. The same user from the previous post found and shared an updated and enhanced version of the attraction sign on Chris's website. This edition included a list of Chris's turnoffs, which are the following: smokers,
Excuse me?
real drunk alcoholics, gone to Moe's often, current/previous mothers. I support them fully, but I would not feel comfortable walking into a previously made family. I would feel more comfortable starting fresh and having my own children. Real ugly women, currently over 230 pounds, the low functionally mentally handicapped, the seriously physically deformed, autistic, high functional or otherwise, although I myself am high functionally autistic, but that's besides the point. Medium or dark chocolate, police women. What stands out, firstly, is the amount
Dude, what? Even autistic women he doesn't like? He's fucking autistic too. Like, what do you mean? Oh my gosh. Like, the double standard. Like, there's way more I could talk about. Like a lot of that is just wrong with what he wants and, like, doesn't like. It just blows my mind. But, like, oh my goodness. His parents. They better be just, like, chilling and having the time of their life, because, like, he's struggling and for a reason.
of hypocrisy in this list. Not only does he exclude the ugly, fat, and
Yeah.
autistic, all of them being categories many would group him in with, but he says police women are a turnoff when, at this point, he had bought a total of 3 cop-themed blow-up dolls. He
There's
also
no way.
mentions that mothers are a turnoff, but I don't want to get ahead of myself, so I'll save that wretched can
Excuse
of
me?
worms for later.
There's
In
no
the dark
way.
underbelly
No.
of the internet, news travels at light speed, and just a little after CWC's debut as a lolcow in the Something Awful forums, discussions about him sprung up in the cartoon and video game boards on 4chan. Unfortunately, because these were from so
4chan?
long ago that 4chan didn't have the reputation it currently has, and consequently, almost nobody archived what went on, we don't have all of this chatter saved. Regardless, we
That's
can imagine the
crazy.
kind of discussions that were going on. A few days after the word of Chris Chan had been spread around, someone named Evan from the cartoons board emailed Chris saying, "This is some fan art of Sonichu my friends and I have drawn. I hope you enjoy it." One of the attached images seemed to be a GIF that depicted Chris in a staring match with a Sonic-like figure, and that was the only attachment that wasn't a veiled troll. The first one was a drawing of Chris in his love quest with a sign that said, "No darkies," while the other two were NSFW renditions of Chris and Sonichu doing unspeakable acts. Because of his infinite
my
naivete,
goodness. Oh my goodness. The fucking trolls are crazy. You know, that's like the worst part of the internet. And since it's like the beginning, you could just like be an asshole to like anyone and everyone. And you know what? No one would know. No one would know. And like they wouldn't like really care. This poor guy is gonna get rage baited like daily. Also, that art, like the first one we saw about like him versus the Sonic Pikachu, that one was really good. I was like, oh, fan art, and then I was just making fun of him. So freaking sad.
Chris replied, saying, "Thank you for your fan art contributions. In constructive criticism, I like the one with me in the girlfriend auditions, as well as my glaring in the eyes of the blue
my
guy. But I am feeling
goodness.
great to test towards the other two. Sonichu and I are not of that nature at all. If you would like to make it up to me, though, please draw a strip of Rosachu stripping for Sonichu, and have him fuck her, and draw Rosachu
What the fuck? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Hey, if you want to make it up to me, just do all these crazy poses and all that, and it will be great. Oh my god. That's so weird. That is so freaking weird.
masturbating and squirting. Emphasis
Oh
added.
my.
I am straight, damn it. I will not be veered in any other disgustingly grotesque direction. Again, most nasty fan arts are not appreciated at all. Please feel free to share that quote with the rest of
People
the
are
fans.
gonna use that.
Sincerely, Christian Weston Chandler. Attached
People are gonna use that against him and just draw him in the worst way that he hates. He's not gonna see that coming. If it doesn't happen, I'm gonna be surprised, but like, oh my goodness.
was an image of Chris and Sonichu staring menacingly, subtitled by the phrase, "We're keeping track." It's bad enough that Chris likes the no darkies image, but the Rosachu hentai request signals a major shift that Chris was undergoing at this time, from oddball virgin to corrupt pervert. Evan obeyed his wish, but with a twist. Much to Chris's surprise and chagrin, Rosachu was depicted as having a giant penis. Chris replied, "Do me a favor, draw a vagina on Rosachu. Rosachu is a girl. She never had a freaking pickle. If I see one more freaking pickle, and you may spread this quote to other adult fan artists, I will create you in Soul Calibur 3 and beat you up like there's
Taking the bait, there's no way. Why does he call it a pickle? Don't do pickles like that. Take that out of your freaking voice, okay? Take that out of your vocab. Don't do pickles like that. I love pickles, okay? Oh my goodness. But yeah, he's taking the bait. I freaking knew it. I knew it. Oh my goodness. This is gonna be like the worst time of his life.
no tomorrow. To which Evan responded with a simple uh-oh, along with another MS Paint drawing of Rosachu holding a pickle, this time literally and not figuratively. This trolling conflagration hit its peak when an article about Chris went up on Encyclopedia Dramatica. After being informed about it by two people who seemed to genuinely care, Chris claimed that the article caused him to have the worst weekend of his life, saying a hacking terrorist group, Anonymous, and 4chan are somehow involved in that page. When the article itself mostly went over the things we've already covered, it did so in the typical ED fashion, rife with insulting expletives directed at Chris and his creations. Along with it came a few people trolling on his email, but no one really got to him besides Evan, probably because Chris's attention was directed elsewhere. All of this obviously upset him, and a couple of days later, he expressed his disapproval of the ED page in an uncharacteristically polite and genuine way that it's hard not to sympathize with him. In the video titled Chris Chan's Public Announcement, he simply asked that the page be rewritten in a more favorable light, suggesting edits such as including his family history. According to his headcanon, he was a descendant of Anne Boleyn on his mother's part, despite the fact that Anne Boleyn never had any children. Additionally, he claims to be 1/16th Cherokee through his father, saying, "We're a respected tribe." After apologizing for anything he could have possibly done that wasn't nice, he asks that the page be taken down. Much later, Chris relayed on emails that during this time, he and his mother were badgering the management of the game place for CCTV footage to try and figure out who took that picture of him that was featured on the ED article, which they deduced must be the same person who wrote.
Like, at least he was nice in, like, asking them to take it down, I guess. But, like, having a headcanon about yourself, about, like, I headcanon that I am actually part of royalty. That's not how it works, buddy. That is not how it works.
It. However, they stopped once the owner of the place threatened to ban him for a month. It's really funny how Chris isn't afraid of being arrested by actual cops like he was at Target, but if someone merely suggests taking away his ability to play Pokemon cards with preteens for a single month, he folds just like that. On November 10th, an image of Goatsy was added to the article's gallery of images above the caption, "The true brains behind Chris Chan," and this was the straw that broke the camel's back. That set him off to make an account and try to edit it into a positive light himself. Emphasis on the word try because it seems not even Christian is capable of making himself look better. He removes Goatsy along with words like retarded and scary because he doesn't like them. In the section about Evan's trolling, he replaces the phrase masturbation and squirtin' with just masturbate, and added a couple of notes that said every person is doing it and relief with a smiley face next.
Ew! Oh my god. Oh my goodness, this dude. Oh, he is something. He is definitely something. I feel bad for this guy. I feel so freaking bad. But what the heck?
And relief with a smiley face next to it. In an attempt to defend himself from the accusations that he was racist, Chris edited in the following section. He's also old-fashioned in his idea of a sweetheart. She is not black. He is cool with adoption, but his dream of his future daughter calls for blood, tears, and sentinel descent. His verbal acumen never ceases to amaze me.
Oh my gosh.
In regards to the mockery of his attraction sign, he put in the only reasonable and inexpensive idea he could ever fucking think of. There was also some clarification about the medallion, which people were speculating was made of clay, but Chris specifically said it was made of Crayola model magic. This was just the first day's worth of edits. It was a day later on November 20th.
Actually, it's not made of clay. It's actually this one, model clay. Like, the poor dude, like, is just... He doesn't understand anything, and I feel a little bit bad for him, but then again, like, if a lot of people are telling you, hey, you're being weird, I mean, obviously, a lot of them are trolls, but if a lot of people, especially close friends, I put that in quotes, because he doesn't seem like he has any friends. It's kind of weird.
12th that Chris made the brunt of his most notable edits, such as commenting on his Officer Nasty doll, saying, "Nah, it's just my artificial woman in her plastic blue outfit. Awesome to and the cleaning maintenance is simple. She'll only last until she has her internal injury." Among these discretionary, even humorous additions, he also makes possibly one of the worst mistakes of his life. For absolutely no comprehensible reason, he makes multiple additions to the gallery, all consisting of hand-drawn Sonichu hentai, with the exception of 2 images. The first is titled MaryWantsIt.jpg, a nude Mary Walsh on her evil throne, beckoning with her finger and saying, "Come and lick my pussy, my jerk-off slave." What the fuck? If you can believe it, that wasn't what got him in trouble. But the next image, the infamous Shame Came for Quickie.jpg, which featured Chris with a smirk, fingering a naked female with one hand and doing a thumbs up in the other, captioned with, "Your sister has come for me." Though obviously I can't show the whole image, people have done some anatomical analysis.
What? This is just disturbing. This is all just disturbing at this point. Like, at first it's just like, oh, like I feel bad. Now I'm just disturbed. And like, also people who doing the anatomy for him, like showing him how wrong he is, it's kind of crazy. Like this is so freaking funny actually, like that they actually try to do anatomy with like what he's drawing. Beautiful, beautiful. I love when artists do like silly things like this, or like show people like actually it's incorrect, and they show them how wrong they are.
On it in order to understand the inner workings of Chris Chan's creative mind. People began wondering what Chris meant with the caption, because usually when doing trash talk, the target tends to be people's mom, not their sister. Discussions ensued as to what this actually meant to Chris, with some even thinking that the girl in the drawing was Crystal, his imaginary sister slash daughter slash girlfriend. Little did they know that Chris, at least at the time he wrote the caption, believed John, Megan's brother, was the mastermind behind the trolling, and the caption was meant for him. The girl in the drawing was Megan, but no one knew this other than Chris. The rest of that year's edits of the ED page were uneventful back and forth between Chris and the site's moderation. Over in Chris's emails on December 30th, he wrote and sent a poem that's quite the mouthful to say the least. For my true love, I'd treat her tenderly, sweetly, gently, like a summer breeze. I'd caress her skin gently with my strong fingers. I'd take her to eat and provide for her to my ability. I'd start small at McDonald's, then let it get better in due time. When the mood is right, I'd whisk her in my arms and lift her up in sweet gentleness. If she is willing to allow the pleasure, I'd lay her down, caress her gently, tickle her fancy, have her tickle my fancy, and give it to her with the learned, lonely experience I've endured. I have no idea how Chris's post-McDonald's erotica is more articulate than the writing of Sonichu. It's insane to think he thought
If your first thought is like, we'll start off small at McDonald's as our first date, that's wild. The first one starting off small is at McDonald's? Oh my goodness. And then you think they're gonna keep on staying with you? Oh, also, yeah, that is more like articulate than like his comics, which is weird. Like, he could have been a better person if he got help like immediately, but seeing that I don't think there's a way to help him, and I'm scared to see what's coming up next, because we're still on like talking about like his past. I think we're gonna be coming on into like what he has done. So basically he was like the first person for internet trolls when the internet like came alive, in what I'm thinking.
this would be romantic for a woman to read. By the way, he didn't send this directly to Megan, but to a mutual acquaintance of theirs who presumably read it before passing it on to Megan. It's unknown if it actually got to her, as there's no email of hers acknowledging any of the stuff said in the poem. For the first 2 months of 2008, there was a great quiet before the storm. That is, besides Chris getting some anal beads that came with another one of his purchases, and Megan briefly living under the same roof as him due to her having issues with her family. Given his reputation for touchiness, I'm sure she tried to keep her time there as short as possible. Their uneasy, but not quite all negative relationship survived until early March when Megan emailed Chris thanking him for a trade and consoling him over being banned from his local church, which later we find out happened because the pastor found out about his ED page. The tune suddenly changes to a very different one come the 12th, when Chris emails her profusely apologizing, saying he was caught up in the rage when he did that, followed by a string of, "Megan, I'm sorry for hurting you." It's worth noting he doesn't specify what he's apologizing for exactly. This may seem like a random thing, but it's actually because, in their communications outside of emails, Chris was trying to pretend that the girl in the drawing wasn't Megan, but Crystal, as the trolls had supposed. At the time of sending this email, he hadn't quite let go of that lie, hence the vague language he uses. He also promises to take the ED page down, or his name isn't Christian Weston Chandler, which is interesting considering it used to be Christopher and eventually would become Christine, but that's for later. The next day, he emails her again with some quote-unquote detective work on this 4chan fella that's been ruining his life. In this one, he does specify that he was the one that made the drawing, giving up trying to dodge that particular bullet. On the same day, Megan replied saying, "I just don't know what to say now. I'm very much scared by that image and it will never leave me. And I can't decide what's worse, the image in general or the fact you intentionally drew it and gave it to the webmaster for that site that you hate so much." Not only have you poured gas on the fire by doing that, adding obscenities to the already horrific site, but you've also embarrassed and humiliated me and degraded and demeaned me, whether you realize it or not. I mean, I'm not that kind of girl, and you know what? So why? And you also lied to me about it. So I'm unsure what to do about this. I can't say I really think of you the same way anymore. I'm sorry to say. I will continue to give the remaining items for the Zune, and that will be all the contact you will have with me unless I decide otherwise. I hope you understand. So we'll let time decide how I feel about this current situation. Until then, please don't come up to me anymore unless it's to give you what I owe, which seems kind of awkward now. I know how it feels to be alone, but I can't keep throwing away my pride little by little just to keep you satisfied, you know what I mean? There has to be an enough is enough at some point, and I cannot continue to disgrace myself by forgiving things that I never find forgivable in the first place. I'd like for you to just completely leave me alone for a while until I can sort things out myself, you understand? It's not like I hate you, but I don't see you in the same light anymore, so just leave me be for a while. Let me try to recuperate with my few other friends, and maybe we can just start from scratch sometime.
You know what? Like, she just gives this dude so many chances. It is very nice. And honestly, I kind of, like, understand where she's coming from. Because, I don't know, like, I forgive a lot of people for a lot of things that they have done to me. And it's not like they mean it at times. But, like, for this kind of thing, it's just way over the top, and, like, I'm surprised she even, like, you know, let me just, you know, think about it, and if anything, we start from scratch. Like, that is just, she is so brave and, like, patient. I think she just feels bad, because she knows that, like, he's not, like, all there.
Despite this message having a much more final perspective on Chris and Megan's relationship, by some unexplainable reason, she still leaves a window open for possible reconciliation in the future. Chris, in his all-enduring grace, sees this charitable reluctance to completely cut ties with him as an opportunity to cork out the gnarliest, gigantic turd on it. Here's what he replied with. I understand you may or may not have had much exposure to sexual images as I've had, so the idea of a hand job, which was the act drawn there, as a part of outer course versus intercourse was a surprise to you. I'm sorry. If it helps put things in perspective, I can recommend finding information on the internet through this educational website I found through adameve.com. Or I recommend renting The 40-Year-Old Virgin. That movie touches on some of the issues around sex and how it can really frustrate an older virgin who hasn't had the pleasure yet, or I can loan you my copy of The 40-Year-Old Virgin. The point is allowing yourself more exposure to sex acts to make yourself more comfortable with that fact of life. While I am on the verge of taking that Encyclopedia Dramatica page down, I understand that there are a number of other web pages of hate against me, and as much as I would like to be able to track down everyone and report them and get on the verge of taking them down as well, someone else may put up another hate page up against me. It's a fact of this modern world known as cyberbullying. As for the drawings, while I have shoved the text information down their throat in an attempt to drown them into submission, there were too many images of penises, yetch, on there. I drew drawings promoting vaginas to go against those dickheads. I did the drawing of Sonichu fucking Rosachu. I did the drawing of Bubbles getting it from Black Sonichu. I had the idea of pairing them up in the comic book anyway. I did the drawings of Angelica and Mary Lee Walsh, that witch hag, masturbating, and I did draw the drawings of me giving you a hand job from among my adult fantasies, with your eyes censored to conceal your identity. It was a massive step outside of my boundaries, and I did it out of anger, and I regret having done it. And I'm really sorry. But we all do things in the heat of anger and or out of our boundaries that we end up regretting later. No accountability.
Yeah, no accountability, no nothing. Like, oh, like, he even have to say all that. He just said, okay, I understand. That's the one thing he could have just said. Okay, I understand. And that's it. That is it.
Whatsoever, with the cherry on top being Chris implying the only reason she got upset was because she wasn't as sexually mature as him. To make matters worse, a couple of days later, after getting no reply from her for entirely justifiable reasons, he emails her again asking for her to help him out with the ED page. He also mentions he's been trying to remove or work around mentions of her in the article, and his genius way of doing that is concealing her face by zooming into her vagina in the drawing. This once again sparked Megan's ire, who replied, "Look, my main issue is not the website itself, it's just the fact that you drew those weird pictures. Instead of removing that one completely, you just enlarge my crotch. Thanks a lot. Why didn't you just remove it? I don't care how lonely you are. I haven't had luck with relationships either, but I don't boast about being a virgin with rage. When you say things like that, it just makes you sound like you're looking for someone to fuck. P.S. I think it's rather amusing how you complain of these people defiling you. Yes, many posts are ridiculous, but you have defiled Mary Lee Walsh and our wonderful security officers who were simply doing their job. Then you defiled me and lied about it. You need to stop with this mindset that the whole world's against you and start taking some responsibility for once.
Yes.
Example, it's wrong to hate these people when you broke the rule by soliciting/loitering. Hey, at least they're doing their job and I support that. In many instances
She's
during the
crazy, I
general
love
story, there
her.
are moments where we can sympathize with Chris, but this certainly is not one of them.
Yes.
He continues to email her, blaming
Like this whole time, like we've just been in an hour of this, but like this whole time it's just like, oh, I feel bad, and then like it gets to the point where you're just like, I don't feel bad anymore. And that's like a lot of the times in life, you can have your friends or people that you know make mistakes, but like if they keep on constantly make mistakes, even though you're like, hey, you should not do this, and like, explain, but they keep on doing it, it becomes like it's just wearing you down. Like for me, like I forgive and like I want people to learn from their mistakes. I believe everyone can learn from their mistakes and like be a better person. Trust me, like I have done crazy things in the past and I'm just like, oh, not like this crazy, like what the fuck? But like you get what I mean, like we all make mistakes, but if you want to be a better person, you have to like actually try, okay? And he's not even acknowledging anything. Like how do you make him acknowledge something like what he's doing?
everything on ED and claiming he's the resistance against the alien dominators, whatever that means. Worst of all, he begins defending his drawing of She Came for CWC.jpg, saying, "As for the drawing itself, I've realized that it was done not only out of inspired fantasy, angst against ED, and love for you, but also a major release for my crazy mixed up hormones. If I didn't have the foresight to put my pent up frustrations and feelings in the form of something, I might have become an abusive maniac, so thank God for allowing me to release my bottled up frustrations in a more positive yet not so politically correct and not physically hurting others method." So not only is he blameless for the actual drawing, it's actually a good thing he did and should be thanking him for, because if it weren't for She Came for Quickie, he might have raped her or something. I don't know exactly what's being implied. What a thing to admit to a girl you're supposedly in love with. He follows this up with claims that he's suffering way more than she is to get her to pity him, which does not work as intended. I can't stress enough how disrespectful it is that he keeps acting like it's somehow ED's fault he drew part of his friend. If that wasn't bad enough, his next email was him complaining to her that she brought the page up again, describing the drawing as a little dirty detail they should both forget about, and that in giving it so much attention, she made his month stressful. He also reiterated his lack of regret for drawing the image, just in case it was understated in the previous one. Completely unaware of how deranged he sounds, he closes it off with the following statement: "Although I do understand your feelings, and I can only respect your wish of staying away from you, sob, sob, my heart still cries for you. I'll always be worrying about you, and I will always love you, Megan Schroeder." In order to display how contrite he is, he edits ED once again, creating a gallery of images called
I'm gonna talk like this
I
from
Hate
now
Me
on.
Too, consisting exclusively of drawings from Sonichu wherein Chris was being beat up or hurt in some way. This was not an effective strategy, as a month later, Chris and Megan shared their last email correspondence, with Megan saying she wasn't interested in any more gifts from Chris. And just like that, Chris's most worthwhile acquaintance is alienated because he couldn't resist drawing himself fingering her and putting it up online. After being baptized in the month of May, Chris earns himself a permanent ban from the game place for reasons such as scaring the kids he played card games with, taking his consoles with him into the store and hogging the TV with them, singing Britney Spears during games, among other things. He tried to apologize and appeal the ban along with his parents to no avail, as the manager of the game place, Mike, would just call the cops on them. Much later, he had this to say about Mike: "He's hated my guts after multiple times borrowing the store's HD TV for console gameplay. And in subtle retaliation, I hand wrote on a cardboard box, 'Michael loves the F out of Mary Lee Walsh.' I tried to protect myself when he found it weeks later after having wrote it. I even convinced myself that the F meant fiddlesticks. It originally meant fuck. That was why the son of a bitch kicked me out of the game place permanently. After years of loyal volunteer service in the Pokemon TCG League, I had apologized numerously before, but he's still the pig-headed, stubborn he was back then." Out of all of the isms Chris had expressed,
dude, I have no words. Like, this is just insanity. Like, racist, like sexist, like it just all the freaking everything, homophobic, everything. He's just everything, like, in one person. If you ever like think about being any of those, just remember, you're just like him, a weirdo who needs help. and probably need to go to a mental institute, okay? Like, that's freaking crazy. Also, like, how do you get kicked out like that? Also, he has the parents who try to help him get unkicked out. But if you're getting kicked out of this many places, don't you think it's time to help him somehow? Not by getting not kicked, unkicked out, but by going to a therapist and getting more help for him.
Up until that point, a dislike of the Jewish people was certainly a new one. With both Megan and the game place now gone from his life, he was in the darkest place he'd ever been. Without any place to escape to and no one to vent to anymore, Chris takes to YouTube to confront Encyclopedia Dramatica and its surrounding community over the article on him, blaming them for his fallout with Megan, all the while very explicitly publicizing that the girl in the drawing he made was her, which most of the time did not know. The video was titled Quickie's Second Message, and it was a certified golden age of YouTube classic. In it, Chris coins terms like pedoforks when trying to defend himself from pedophile accusations, as well as proclaiming his love for China, not the country, but his stilted way of saying vagina. Conclusively, he threatens to never release the 7th issue of Sonichu if the ED page wasn't promptly taken down. A little while later, Chris would post another video requesting that people send hate mail to the creator of the page, Jason, closing the video with the iconic line,
As sure as I am to get at least 1 ounce of vagina, I have your number, and you're going down.
I should mention that for the duration of both of these videos, Chris always held a PS3 controller as he spoke as if it were some kind of regal staff. Through the rest of the month, Chris made and uploaded more videos in the same vein, dictating commands to an imaginary community of loyal followers, telling them the latest Sonichu news and teasing the new issue. In the middle of August, a now octogenarian Bob would make an extremely depressing addition to his letter to future Chris, saying, Dear Christian, at this time in life, you and Sonichu need a quest and purpose in life. Let Sonichu become a champion for autistic persons everywhere, and continually defeat the perils of autism. Sonichu could become the spokesperson for autistic persons, with an ongoing fight for them in chapter after chapter, or good deeds on the internet. He could become the spokesperson from now on. You and Sonichu could become famous worldwide. Jesus, I forgot how stupid this story is. In a few ways,
like, that's sweet. That's really sweet. But also, he doesn't understand. Yeah, he's gonna be famous for sure, but not in the way that he thinks. Also, like, what if that breaks? I wonder, what if it breaks? Like, will he just make a new one? Probably.
No, Bob was right, and Chris would become famous worldwide, just not for being a good role model for autists. During the same period, Chris would establish contact with another girl through emails. Her name was Blanca, and she took the initiative in emailing him to show her OC character, Jiggly Amy, a hybrid between Jigglypuff and Amy from Sonic. Of course, they were lying and trolling, and of course, Chris fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. And within a single day, he was telling her he was interested in a relationship. Not only that, but he also asked her opinions on porn and asked her to get on webcam with him. Mr. Chan was in quite the hurry. After uploading even more images of Rosachu drawn naked to the ED article for no particular reason, he does the unthinkable and sends nudes to Blanca. For the sake of accuracy and journalistic integrity, I should make it clear that this wasn't exactly Blanca he sent nudes to. It was someone unrelated to the 3 trolls behind the original Blanca identity who took it upon himself to pose as her and ask him for nudes, which Chris gracefully obliged. I should also specify that these aren't your regular nudes, but a close-up picture of Chris's penis with a Sonichu drawn on it, along with pictures of Chris wearing his mother's panties. Within a month of the nudes being successfully acquired, they went up on the ED page, much to Chris's despair, who preemptively emailed his church to notify them of it. Blanca's MySpace page would have its About Me section edited to say, Hello, I am a large, hairy, homosexual black man in a pickle costume. You love me. Pay no mind to my profile pictures. This is the real me. The message is followed by a picture of a man in a pickle suit. In Chris's email to his church, he says he was deceived and that Blanca was a troll, but that was just posturing on his part, as he would hang on to the obviously non-existent Blanca for much longer after this incident, claiming she was real and exchanging emails with the other Blanca accounts. It's also during this roller coaster of a month that he briefly entertains the idea of a love triangle between him, Blanca, and another troll that claimed to be a Sarah Jackson. Unfortunately for Sarah, Chris picked Blanca, eventually drawing Sarah getting hit by a truck in one of the later issues of Sonichu. The fallout of the new—
Dude, what kind of comics is going on? Like, first someone gets hit by a truck, there's sexual relationships in this comic, and it's supposed to be like Sonichu and all that, like, what? But it's now mostly of just him, and the side character is just Sonichu. Like, I'm scratching my head because, like, what is going on with these comics? How many issues is he, like, drawing and writing? Like, this is also, like, if his dad, like, read the comics, he would know that this is weird as fuck.
News being sent was still going strong as a whole week later, all of Chris's
Is he
accounts
looking
were
that?
hacked and everybody in his contacts list got a copy of the images. Meanwhile, Chris got himself involved in yet another conflict with a troll, this one called Jimmy Hill, who was claiming to be the original creator and IP holder of Sonichu. Speaking of Sonichu, around the same time that the 7th edition of the comics were released online, Chris
Seventh?
would announce that a video game was in the works. He announced
There's
it on
no
his
way.
website, saying, "With the Sonichu franchise growing
MySpace.
wildly with lots of energetic hype, I'm ready to take Sonichu and my world of Quickieville back to Nintendo of America and Sega of America. And upon the unity in business between Nintendo, the company provided me with my second gaming system, the Game Boy, after my very first Commodore 64 computer, Sega, the company who introduced Sonic the Hedgehog, is not only my lifelong hero, after the American Rabbit, but as the true role model icon I am proud to have learned some of my attitudes and beliefs from since 1991, and myself, Christian Weston Chandler, we will make Sonichu and Rosachu and their world being more real than I was able to make them by myself with pen and markers in hand, and a vastly knowledgeable imagination. You won't be able to truly say you've caught them all until you've caught the original Sonichu and Rosachu in a quickie-approved Nintendo/Sega Pokemon Lightning version on GBA and DS to catch a great share of the other currently available 493 Pokemon. And I have the idea for the video game myself, if I can swing that with Sega as well, an epic tale of my tragic adult life straight from my tortured heart and soul. I will bring the pain to the jerk-offs. I will kick Mary Lee Walsh into her cauldron to burn, as well as the other villains. And I will have support from my electric hedgehogs, my mother and father, my closest gal pals who I've grown to love, Megan Schroeder and Anna McLaren, to name a few, sparingly in the game. I plan to have this game alone go multi-console between Nintendo Wii, PlayStation 2, and PlayStation 3 with downloadable content. And all this can come to fruition with your help, the populace of Sonichu, Rosachu, and Christian Chandler fans. All I ask for in minimum is to contact Nintendo of America and Sega of America by way of posting in their respective forums, sending them emails, and highly recommended handwritten letters to both companies that you want Sonichu and that they should get in touch with me, Christian Weston Chandler, via telephone or snail mail or in person. Both companies have my information in their computers, as I have written to them a number of times in my life.
That's not gonna work. And if it does work, they could probably, well, because we already went over like the copyright, but like they could technically, because like for at least for Pokemon, like for his cards, it still says Pokemon on there. So like they could 100% get that taken down. I'm not entirely sure about like the Sonic one, because it is merged together. It's a maybe. They could probably, have it taken down. I have no idea. But also, who would do that?
Wake of this catastrophe, a brief opportunity to find solace presented itself to Chris. First, his church got him in contact with a counselor, a particularly patient woman called Rocky, who began accompanying him from a distance through his misadventures, for whatever that was worth. But that wasn't all. Someone had been emailing Chris for a while now, a girl named Vivian Gee. Despite being a girl, Chris never gave her his usual CWC treatment for a combination of reasons. She never sent pictures or indulged in his delusions about Sonichu. As a matter of fact, she was the one person who was always consistently realistic and bluntly honest about Chris's situation, which scared him off like the plague, since he only wanted enablers to count on and naysayers to antagonize. While initially acting similar to the other trolls, this quickly gave way to a much more sincere and concerned attitude towards Chris. She was also deeply familiar with the Sonichu comics and held them in a kind of fascination, even making audiobook renditions of every single one of them. In a strange way, during this period, Vivian was one of Chris's only friends, if you could call her that. On the day the news were leaked, she emailed him trying to snap him out of his delusions. I don't know where to begin. I'm not even sure why I'm sending this to you. Listen to me. Listen. No one gives two shits. Your pictures are now all on the internet for everyone to see. Tons of celebrities have nudes and they don't care. They are way more popular than you'll ever be, so don't get your fucking panties in a bunch. There are no fans of Sonichu. Sonichu is a bastardization of properties that belong to other people. Your entire comic is pretty much a bastardization of your life. Sonichu will never get anywhere. Quit your dreams of Sonichu, the game, the comic merchandise, everything now. And if you still feel you need to be creative or whatever bullshit you say, make something completely original. Don't base it off your life. Don't base it off stuff that exists. Just make something completely new. If you quit Sonichu and start working on your real life harder, I'm sure you'll find success. If
You
you
know
stay in
what?
your
Yeah.
deluded fantasy land, I don't know what you'll become. You have never tried when it comes to women, never. You can't just sit around and wait for it to happen. You have to make it happen. If
Uh-oh.
you can't muster up the courage to do that, then you will never get a wife, let alone a girlfriend. There are places where single men and women go to. I'll let you find them on your own in your area. Take off that medallion. I can't stress this enough. If you do, it will signify your detachment from Sonichu and a brighter future. Forget about all those haters. They don't hate you. They're trolling you. They want to see you become this way. Don't you understand there's no reason for you to get upset at them? That's what they want. If they see you upset, defeated, angry, you're just giving them victory. Your latest comics as a retaliation is a result of that, and they love it. They don't view it as an attack. They view it as a victory. If you feel you can't do any of this, get a therapist. Get a real one. Ask your parents to send you to one. Do something about your life instead of bitch and draw comics about it. Chris, you've got a way to fall, but you can change that. This didn't even get
Damn. Like, this random person just, like, kind of, like, tells him how to get help. And obviously, from what we're gonna probably see next, is he doesn't listen. Of course. Of course. Why would it be just an hour long? You know, it's 3 hours long explaining all about him and, like, what he has done. So, of course, he's not gonna listen.
a reply from Chris, so you can imagine how successful an attempt to help him this was.
Yep.
Later on in the month, Chris goes back and forth between dating Blanca and a new troll account called Panda, and more images come out. This time of Chris making sweet love to his Officer Nasty doll. A Skype conversation of his with Panda, where they discuss
Why?
was also leaked at this time. From it, we can glean that Chris believes that men have a limited amount of semen, which Chris refers to as comeuppance, the same way women have a limited amount of eggs. At this point, Chris was well aware that everything he told anyone always ended up on ED, but since he
Dude.
wanted to keep lying to himself and pretending Blanca and Panda were real girls and not trolls, he started pretending everything was due to him being hacked. Early on in October, the
Hacked?
trolls got him to mail her a Sonichu medallion along with a heartfelt letter. After receiving the package on October 9th, it was instantly leaked online, prompting Chris to make a video doing damage control, saying that Blanca wasn't the one behind this, but random trolls that lived in her area and intercepted the package. He also lied about having gotten the medallion
Intercepted
back
the
to make himself
package.
look like less of a loser. This lie is dispelled on October 20th when a video is uploaded of the trolls cutting the medallion up, putting it in a pickle jar, beating it with a hammer, and finally burning it all together. A day later, Blanca broke up with Chris.
I was. What did I? Okay. Is that his mom's? Anyway, like, that's what I was saying. Like, what does he do, like, if, like, something like his medallion is, like, gone or something like that? So I guess, like, we know now that he just makes a new one, or, like, he has a spare one. Like, he needs to take that off, man. Also, why are you doing that? He's homophobic and, like, a lot of other things. So, like, I just don't understand.
Supposedly over the photo of him wearing his mom's underwear that the Pickle Man tricked him into taking. The same day, he
Pickle
releases
Man.
an update declaration that he has reached his lowest low. A few days later, he
Aw.
was pushed into doing a Q&A with the people from his IRC chat in an attempt to get him in better spirits, though this wasn't very effective. After years of claiming to be lonely, depressed, upset, and a heap of other negative emotions, this is the first time Chris genuinely seemed completely despondent, without the motivation to keep up his regular spiel. The only mention-worthy thing from the Q&A is that he pretends he's met a girl in real life, claiming he's kissed her and lost his virginity to her. He quickly forgot he told this lie and resumed his lamentations over the loss of Blanca, while Vivian Guy was still trying in vain to prove to him that she wasn't another troll. The next 2 months are notably uneventful compared to the rest of the year. Other than a few Q&As in his IRC chat and some conversations with Panda, right near the year's end, we have the founding of 2 online forums, the Sonichu Girls Fan Club and
Whoa.
Gays for Sonichu. It would still be a while before he said anything about the latter, but just days after Sonichu Girls popped up, Chris was
Oh
already
my
posting on it
goodness, I
himself,
love that.
introducing himself, and once again, reigniting his sweetheart search. His introductory post read, "Yes, it's your man of the way more than an hour. I've read my accent/voice was a favorited feature. Blush. I've rarely thought my
Blush.
voice was that alluring, although in my honest opinion, it sounds like a direct match to Sonic the Hedgehog. Anywhere from the classic and Sonic X shows and all games starting from Sonic Adventure, and when
Sonic,
singing, I can have a
Sonic,
Frank
come on, let's go."
Sinatra or Bing Crosby flavor." Yeah, honestly, I honestly don't even disagree. Honestly, I don't know why why I'm still single either. Even my own mother finds me handsome. Oh no, 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 no. Aside from the understood fact, I feel that I'm truly in touch with my feminine side, to the point where I am capable of learning from that to better understand how to treat women in a caring, nurturing, positive way. Sometimes I wonder, between my caring attitude and the lack of a sweetheart, if I was born the wrong gender. I would wonder what life would have been like if I'd actually been born a girl. But afterwards, I'd realize that I should still appreciate being born a boy to gentlemen. God gave me the package and I signed for it. And while it is true, and I am not ashamed to admit it, that I've seen my fair share of I have learned how to better, positively treat a woman before, during and after the act. I would definitely stay until she woke up, and I would call her back later to see how her day was. And I would have put the seat up, then back down when I used the restroom she would use later. I care more about every woman's feelings and opinions over their body. On the flip side, I feel discomfort around men because they can be such mean and cruel jerks. I should go on with what I detest about them, but I will not stoop to their level of cruelty. Also, I feel discomfort when shopping for underwear for myself. They do not need models pictured on the package. It grosses me out to see that thing. It's bad enough that I sometimes see my own when I look down, of which I don't feel as much discomfort, but the very sight of others is like kryptonite to me. It makes me feel like throwing up even when the image randomly pops up in my head. The amount of foreshadowing is tremendous, but the lack of self-awareness manages to be even more fantastic. He genuinely believes that the Sonichu Girls forum popped up organically, and beyond that,
Aw, like he thinks like things are going like better because like the form of the forms of dude, I have to get off this image. Just wait 1 second.
that there's a worldwide fan base out there somewhere. At this point, Chris Chan's popular.
Okay. I just can't. But like it kind of sucks that like it still trolls with the like fan base and forums and stuff like that. Like that whole writing of him just like explaining all that, like, I know how to treat women better. It's like, no, you don't. Like, you don't even listen to the women you had in your life and how like they just felt super uncomfortable. Now you're just watching porn. Like, yeah.
Popularity had significantly died down, and with it, a lot more disorganized trolls appeared. The only people left behind were stragglers interested in where this story would go next, and dedicated trolls who saw Chris's full potential and weren't keen on letting him slip away anytime soon. 2009 held exponentially worse things for Chris. The year started out slow, with Chris doing very little besides continuing his work on new Sonichu episodes and his correspondence with the Sonichu Girls on IRC, which in reality consisted of multiple male trolls actively participating in group sexting a severely autistic man in his late 20s. Honestly, the lengths people will go to do it for the Vine are astounding, and sometimes funny, and some...
Like, that's insane. You do all of this just to troll someone, just to troll a person who clearly doesn't understand and needs to, like, go to, like, proper, like, help because, like, they just don't understand anything. Like, this is like the people that like your parents warn you about, like, hey, be careful, like people lie on the internet. And you know what's funny, like, yes, I've had like, I should have been more careful because I on the internet in 2009. Not really. Listen, I was on Gaia Online. Now that's a whole nother thing. Okay, that's a whole other thing. And it's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy how bad and good that site was, I would say. Like, if you know, you know. Like, you just be careful in general.
Times pathetic. On the 5th of January, Chris is contacted via emails by none other than Shigeru Miyamoto, the game director behind most of Nintendo's biggest franchises. The troll behind this particular interaction was Clyde Cash, who later became the central troll in the Quickie saga, at least for a period. Chris fell for the Shigeru bit, especially since a few days prior to this email, Clyde was already preparing the groundwork for it, emailing Chris as Takashi Tezuka, the general producer for Animal Crossing, acting as if he wanted to feature Sonichu in the next game. The day after the Shigeru email, Chris was already announcing that Sonichu and Rosashu would be in Animal Crossing. Clyde was multitasking the trolling of Chris, simultaneously posing as multiple different characters. After establishing the connection with Nintendo, he began emailing Chris as Greg Mays, posing as another Nintendo employee that was in charge of updating the Sonichu website with an appropriate redesign to market Sonichu for Animal Crossing. By doing this, he finessed the admin password for Chris's site, promptly logged into it, changed the password, and locked Chris out.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Sonichu fan base, unfortunately, due to a troll having found access to the
access? You just gave it to him.
.net, it is temporary shutdown, and I cannot change the password at the moment. Greg Mays? If you do not re-upload ScienceU.net back to the way it was before you even started, I will come down at you. And my lawyer man from Nintendo, Jay-Z, he gonna come down with his boys from Nintendo and the boys at Sega. They're gonna track you down.
His next email to Chris
Dude.
read as follows. It is I, Jason.
You want to troll that? You want to troll him? Like, I would feel bad. Like, I wouldn't, like, be like, haha, like, this is so funny. Like, I would just feel bad. Like, there is the empathy. Like, that's just, that poor dude, he's trying so hard. Like, if everyone just ignored him, I think, well, I guess it goes, like, a lot of different ways. Like, if you ignore people who, like, are like that, then, like, they could see, maybe they'll be like, oh, maybe I'm doing something wrong, and they get help, or, like, it goes down a worse path. But, like, doing this becomes worse as well, because he's not listening to anyone, and he's just falling for everything.
Hendrick Howell. If you ever want to see your beloved site restored, you must meet my demands. If you ever wish for me to hand over your beloved website, you must announce your homosexuality to YouTube. You must not reveal that I told you to do this, otherwise you will never see your site restored. You must detail how you've been kept in the closet for so long, your search for a sweetheart as a cover-up, and why Sonichu is so gay. You must be angry. Of course, you could always make a video proclaiming how straight you are. Either choice, gay or straight, which will it be? Chris quickly obliged.
I, Kristen Chandler, am straight.
Oh my god.
Don't you forget it.
But this didn't
Don't you
satisfy Clyde's
forget
demands
it.
for a longer video, wherein he explained why he was straight and totally not gay. Chris once again obliged.
So I tell you for sure and for true that I am straight. I can tell you why from a lifetime of stories, but I'll tell it to you in just a few short minutes. Anyway, right. So
9 minutes later.
Christian Weston Chandler, I am straight.
After this,
What?
Clyde's next request is for Chris to upload a short video where he and his parents go
Can I just say, like, why does he sound like, he sounds like every old, like, really old person with, like, dementia. Like, this poor dude, like, I could even, like, I wouldn't even want to, like, make fun of him, like, you know, and doing, like, the trolling. Like, I would just feel bad. Like, he's clearly, like, not all there, and he doesn't understand, like, he's getting trolled. It, like, if it was, like, he was a troll trolling the trolls, you know, that would be fine. But it's obviously, like, not the same. Also, his room is kind of crazy, I'm not gonna lie. Like, he has a lot of freaking stuff. That's insane. I'm not gonna lie. I love seeing a lot of, like plushies and statues and stuff like that. I think that's really cool. I love when people, like, just showcase their stuff. Not the weird, you know, things. Just the cute, like, stuff for, like, Pokemon and all that. I love Pokemon cards.
over his accomplishments in life. That video would never be made. Instead, Chris's next upload was him denouncing the ED page and 4chan once again, though what led him to rekindle this beef is unknown. This lack of compliance with Clyde led to the site being hacked once again, and in email, he admits to Chris he isn't Jason Howell, the creator of the ED page. Chris doesn't even quite absorb this information, replying with threats instead about involving the police in the situation and praying to God and Jesus for Clyde's death, while Chris continues to refer to him as Jason. This led into a voicemail Chris left for the real Jason, who had no idea what was going on or why he was receiving it.
Saved message. Jason Kendrick Howe, you say, you have driven me so beyond the wall I can't even describe it. You love me now, but I pray you.
Oh my goodness.
Goodbye.
This would do nothing to stop all of Sonichu's web presence, along with Chris's personal accounts, from being constantly hacked and vandalized in all sorts of ways. Because of this, he ceased communications with the Sonichu girls, unknowingly ending their cryptic troll campaign. However, he only did this after sending all of them locks of his hair in plastic packets, along with certificates of authenticity. You know,
That's
just
so
in case
weird.
someone
Oh my
tries
God.
to
Ew,
make fake
ew.
quickie hair packets to sell on eBay. He had to make sure people knew these were the real deal. In the meantime, over at the Shigeru email
So
situation,
weird.
because of all the hackings, Chris Chris's identity came into question, and to prove that it was actually him and not a troll, he made a video addressing Miyamoto and showing his driver's license on camera. Chris also made another update to declare
Just
that
show
he
your
continues
credit
to be
card
straight as
information,
an
too.
arrow, despite what his more recent outgoing emails may claim. In order to prove his straightness, he claims to have a subscription to Playboy and stomps on the dildo he got from Adam and Eve. A couple of days later, in his IRC chat, when Clyde accuses him of wearing women's underwear, which Chris did do at least once, Chris inexplicably decides to reveal the fact that he has, and I quote, numbers of pairs of dirty, crapped briefs. Amidst his claims to loathe and love
Guys,
boobs,
wash your butt.
Chris
If
also claims that at those times, it
Oh my
mostly
God.
slipped out without my knowledge.
I kid you not, if you have shit stains on your underwear and stuff like that, clean yourself. Holy fuck. Oh my goodness. Like, I have seen someone, there was like this picture on Twitter, and it was a dude in the shower, and his pants and like underwear can be seen, and like, I guess like people have these little robots for their partners that they can just like go around for like long distance. His underwear had shit stains. Disgusting! Do you not wipe your fucking ass? Oh my god. Oh my god. Disgusting. Wipe it. Please get wet wipes or something. Holy.
In reference to his bowel movements. During this time, Chris hardly did anything besides staying in those IRC chats, interacting
that make you
almost
straight?
exclusively with trolls
Having
to a
shit stains?
masochistic degree. Though a lot of it isn't worth
Like,
getting
what?
into, as it's mostly just Chris voluntarily exposing himself to verbal
Clean.
abuse. At one point, Clyde and Panda, Chris's quote-unquote girlfriend at the time, cooperate to say that Clyde has raped Panda and that she's expecting a child. I would
Oh
say
my
that's cruel
goodness.
if Chris hadn't flat out ignored multiple people that told him Panda was a malicious troll because
Yeah,
he'd
like
rather
what?
believe he had a girlfriend. If their objective was to freak Chris out, they didn't quite accomplish the goal because he reacted nonchalantly, even suggesting she should move in with Clyde since the child was going to need a father, going as far as to say Clyde had proven himself to be a good man after repenting for hacking the Sonashoe site and being willing to let Panda and the child move into his house. I can barely believe the words coming out of my mouth right now. For the majority of January, Chris fluctuated between wholeheartedly believing that Nintendo representatives were in direct contact with him and trying to set up a meeting, and being dubious
was
of
a
the whole
troll,
thing and just
dude.
admitting that the emails were once again the work of trolls. On the 22nd, Chris claimed to leave Washington for the meeting, and after that,
He was
spent a
in
few days
Washington?
offline, which caused people to wonder if he managed to convince his parents to let him go there. 5 days later, he came back with another upload talking about how he'd spent the past few days with Shigeru Miyamoto, which confirmed that Chris had just been lying. Soon after, he admits to Clyde over emails that this video was a lie, and later on, makes this same admission publicly in a new video. In it, he blames the deal falling apart on Reggie Fils-Aimé having an issue with a panty shot in Chris's PowerPoint presentation he made to pitch Sonichu, even implying that this meant Reggie was in some way opposed to heterosexuality. He also makes
Like,
several references
what?
to seeing them in court, as if that was a remote possibility, though it was probably Chris's wishful thinking at work, trying to make himself seem important enough to warrant lawsuits from the top brass at Nintendo. A day later, Chris took the video down, retracting his statements and apologizing for this behavior, which I can only assume was some
Almost
attempt to get back on
apology.
Reggie and
Almost
Shigeru's
apology.
good graces. In a recorded conversation Chris had the same day, he mentions he often ponders what his life would look like if he was born a woman, saying that it would at least be better than his life was right now. It's during this time that another troll enters the fold. Blue Spike, a 13-year-old boy who used his high-pitched
Oh, no.
voice to pretend he was a girl called Julie. And this is possibly the most disturbing and horrible chapter of Christery, at least early on. While Clyde cast such a tricking Chris into admitting he was gay, which is relatively harmless,
oh
Blue
my
Spike went
goodness.
much further.
That's
Initially, the Julie
freaking
LARP
great.
consisted of nothing but acting as a potential sweetheart. By the 13th of February, an audio had surfaced of Chris and Julie having what can only be described as furry phone sex, where Chris is Sonichu and Julie is a cat. I won't play the audio to spare you the psychological scarring that inevitably comes from it, but as Sonichu,
Oh, thank
Chris
you,
Electric
please.
used
I don't
Julie's
wanna hear the
genitals,
audio.
seems to have a lactation fetish,
Holy-
and can be heard manipulating a plastic cup.
I was gonna be like, oh please don't do this. You did it with all the other ones that like he has done. Please, I don't want to hear the cats meowing. Please, oh my goodness.
Up at the end of this hellish event. What's the plastic cup for, you might ask? Well, later on, Chris explains quite explicitly. I don't like to make a mess, so when I come, I have a clean plastic cup by my side, and I just make sure to put all of my semen in the cup there. After recycle, I rinse the cup and dispose of it. I recycle my own semen because, you know, yes, I do masturbate. I'm not ashamed to admit it, and a lot of guys, I'm sure, have done the same thing in their time. Anyway, I recycle it, so that way I won't lose any unborn children. Then I can still have a good number of good implants. Maintain that by recycling it. Though personally, I've been getting sick of swallowing my own, so lately I'm disposing of them.
There's no way. 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 Ew. There's no fucking way. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way this is real. There's no way. Oh my god, I was like, recycling it? What do you mean? Like, you just put it in the fridge or something? Like, oh my god, what? The fact that he's reading this out loud, I worry for his mental. He has 3 hours of this.
Where to begin?
Yeah, what?
So Chris spends 20 minutes masturbating while in character as Sonichu, having phone sex with a 13-year-old boy, pretending to be an adult woman, pretending to be a cat furry. Just a few days later, it happened again, and this time, Blue Spike would notify other trolls that he'd be engaging in cyber sex with Chris, and they took this opportunity to make 4 calls with Bob, asking about Chris to try and cause Bob to walk in on it.
What are you doing? Nothing. Give me that crap. Now, what's going on?
Dad, will you get out of here?
No, I will not. People tell me that you're about to kill yourself on YouTube.
What?
What are you doing?
I'm not doing anything.
I'm going to wake your mother up and find out?
No.
Well, then get out of here, off that internet.
Fine.
What is your trouble?
I'm not going to kill myself.
Oh my
Get away
goodness.
from that TV.
Fine.
Get away from the internet. I'm cutting it down right now.
No! Dad, no!
Yes.
No!
What are you doing?
Don't do it, Dad.
I'm going to shut this thing right down.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes, shut it
Dad,
down.
no.
Shut it down.
Go
He
wake
needs
your
to be
mother up.
stopped.
Don't bother me. Okay? Go wake your mother up. Don't bother me. Go and wake your mother up. You tell her what's going on. This thing is going to go down.
No.
Yes.
While initially this wouldn't succeed, the trolls began claiming that Chris posted a YouTube video threatening to kill himself, which prompted Bob to run as fast as he could to where Chris was at, which was in the kitchen where the computer was. You can imagine how traumatic of a situation this was for all parties involved.
Yeah,
honestly, I understand that a lot of things that happened in the late 2000s and early 2010s only happened because the internet was a wildly different place.
Oh
But
yeah,
this
it's way
crosses
different now.
multiple lines. Trolling Chris by telling him you're the original creator of Sonichu is one thing, but having cyber sex with someone is mentally debilitating.
Yeah,
as
that's
him,
like
borders on unspeakable.
Like, why go through that length? Like, why do that to him? Like, at all? Like, that's so like, you could tell he needs like some help understanding like what's like real and not, because a lot of people are just trolling him and he just takes it way too hard. And the fact that they're doing that to him, like doing this level, like, listen, it's one thing just to like hack his stuff and just like, you know, whatever. He can make a new site. That's like not like the worst. It sucks for him, yes, but like the fact that like they're doing that to him, like doing the calls and stuff like that, like, dude, why be so cruel? Like, I don't understand that mindset. Whenever someone, like, I like watching drama and stuff like that, but whenever, like, I feel bad in the end when I see drama. I'm just like, oh, I just want people to get where they want to be in life. And, man, this poor dude.
Besides, Blue Spike eventually
This
said
poor
he was having
person.
phone sex with Chris pretty much every night. I mean, for
What?
what? What was the point in doing that
Yeah,
exactly?
what?
And where were this kid's parents? How can you be motivated to do that at just 13 years old? And how could the other trolls be okay with this kid simultaneously subjecting
like,
himself
what?
and Chris to this hell? All of this is beyond
It's
unexplainable,
so
and I doubt
weird.
we'll ever get a good explanation. Bob managed to spare himself from ever knowing the full extent of what was going on that night, as when he walked in, Chris instantly stopped what he was doing. Understandably, having his sleep disturbed, he was mad at Chris and delivered the line he's probably the most famous for, "Get away from the internet, I'm cutting it down right now," which earned him the
To be
nickname
honest,
the Lumberjack. Days later,
should've
another
cut it
audio
down.
of this same kind was leaked, all the while Blue Spike continued to share his Skype conversations with Chris and everyone else. On the 20th of February, the results of another of Blue Spike's Julie antics became public, as some kind of private tantalizing display for her, Chris made love to his body pillow of Kimmy, filmed it, and emailed it to her. The video is 8 minutes long and it's available on YouTube in audio format, though I doubt that anyone would be interested in suffering through it. It was originally uploaded to an adult website where it received over 3 million views. That's no small feat, seeing as I have a hard time cracking that number myself. If only Chris had the mind to use his autistic superpowers for good. But the abject cruelty is not over yet. In order to cover up the obviously deliberate leaking of Chris's tape, Julie claimed that the leaker was her abusive older brother, Max. Immediately following this new development in the Julie canon, a new narrative was created. Max had kidnapped Julie and took her to the headquarters of the Miscreants, the name for the group of trolls that Blue Spike was a part of. What he was planning to do with her was not clear, but the conclusion was that in order to save her, Chris would have to drive to Cleveland, Ohio. This Herculean task was mostly discussed in his IRC chat with the trolls, though at this point the line was being blurred between trolls and people who interacted with Chris out of a genuine infatuation with him, even if coded in irony. While some people were all for pushing Chris to do this trip, whether because they thought it would amount to anything beyond an inconvenience for him, or that he wouldn't do it at all and just pretend he did, or other people were becoming a tad more hesitant about this particular mission. The drive to Ohio would be 7 hours long, as Chris had to drive 400 miles. This was a cause for concern since, as you might have noticed, Chris is severely autistic and not quite the street smart survivalist. If he were to encounter some serious trouble along the way, he certainly would not be able to fend for himself like a normal person. Additionally, an interstate car trip on the highway is a very different beast than driving around your little hometown in your mom's car, which was the totality of Chris's driving experience according to Bob himself. Another person with whom Chris discussed the trip to Cleveland, Ohio was the co-founder of Sonichu Girls, Sarah May. In this conversation, Chris says, "I've been planning my trip to go to Cleveland to meet and escort to Virginia, Julie. I have received much support in the trip not only from my online fans, including yourself, but also from God, Jesus, and the spirits of my Aunt Corinna, as I touched her hand before they closed her casket. Even these spirits from my past Weston family members who were buried at the same church, including my grandparents and my great-grandparents. I'm using money I got on my birthday for the trip. I'm leaving tomorrow morning. I have a road map for Eastern USA, directions to Julie, and from MapQuest. I have set aside 6 changes of clothes, and I'm not informing my mother and father until the last minute with a note and photocopy of my printed directions and the portion of my road map with a marked path. Confidentially, I have about $45 in my bank, $16 in my wallet, my phone will be fully charged, and I have a freshly filled tank of gas." On the morning of the 26th of February, precisely at 5:30, which is the exact hour that Chris was born, he left his Ruckersville home to head for Ohio, ignoring his parents' concern that this was some kind of elaborate troll or to catch a predator sting operation. Upon waking up and finding the note he left behind, Bob and Barb notified the police and filed a missing persons report in fear that he would get himself killed on the trip. The ride to Ohio would be mostly uneventful, and when he was crossing state lines and passing a toll booth, Chris managed to lock himself out of his own car.
There's no way.
Someone else at the toll booth had AAA and called on them to help Chris get back in his car. In a fateful coincidence, his other stop on his way to saving Julie was to get a hamburger at a restaurant called Sonic. Eventually, he made it to the random address given as Max and Julie's residence, but all he found was a beat-up old house where an old black lady lived, with no sign of his sweetheart or her abusive brother. Fortunately, this trip was harmless for Chris, and after calling his parents, he headed back to Ruckersville, getting home at about 3 in the morning. Despite how much trouble he
I'm glad that he was like safe and that like it just was an inconvenience that like they just did him, but like bro, I guess like it was back then, it was like so funny to do that, but like why would you want to hurt someone? Like cuz like to be honest, like this is mentally and physical kind of thing, cuz like he's physically going to these places, he's physically like calling people and he's not calling them, but they're calling him and doing stuff with them. Like, bro, like, give it up. Don't just stop.
Got in with his parents, who threatened to leave him homeless if he ever did anything like that again. And despite the money he wasted and the fact he was tricked into going there, Chris himself eventually came to hold quite the positive outlook on it, saying he enjoyed the sights as he drove. After his safe return, he had one last conversation with Blue Spike, where he relayed his story of the trip, while Blue Spike struggled to believe he actually went to Ohio. The conversation shows that Chris continued to be in the dark about Julie being completely fake, even after the trip. Promptly, March began with his left foot. Someone from ED produced postcards with frames from Chris's tape with Kimmy and sent them to Bob, who took away Chris's ability to make videos, which is quite fair and should have been done a long time before it came to this. Just 2 days after this, another absolute tragedy happens, also due to malevolent deeds of Blue Spike. On the 3rd of March, Chris gets in a call with Julie, Max, Clyde, and a few other people. The circumstance now was that Max had control over Chris's PSN account, his Yahoo email, and the login information of Sonnetshoe and Rosashoe.com. By threatening to sell his accounts on eBay and send Julie back to Europe, which is where she came from according to the lore, Max gets Chris to do his
According
bidding.
to the
particulars
lore.
of this began mildly, having Chris declare Billy Mays, one of the other trolls, as the mayor of Quickville, and have himself imprisoned. However, things would go downhill in a way that
What?
every other troll didn't
Excuse me?
expect and weren't okay with.
Oh,
in the
no,
middle of
I'm
this
scared.
hour-long torture session, Max begins demanding that Chris either burn the Sonnetshoe medallion or cut it up into pieces and introduce them into his butt. Throughout this
What?
entire ordeal,
Okay.
Blue Spike's psychopathic mean-spiritedness came off towards Chris as extremely off-putting, and the other trolls would intervene, telling him to stop what he was doing as it went way past any line imaginable. Blue Spike would follow it up with telling Chris to burn his house down, which Chris immediately resisted against, and the other
Like,
people on
why
the call
were
once
they-
again intervened.
Like, why were they, like, so happy to have, like, a 13-year-old child, like, in this thing, letting, like, this child literally do the stuff on call with Chris, too? Like, dude, you guys are sick. Y'all are sick as heck. Also, like, I don't know if they are actually 13. Like, that kid needs help as well. Like, bro, there's just so much going on. Like, this is halfway, and I guess it's picking up now.
After all of that, Julie finally made an appearance, only to start telling Chris that she had something to tell him. Chris went along with it, only for Blue Spike to finally make the long overdue reveal, stating that all of this time, Chris had been having phone sex with a 13-year-old boy. Chris reluctantly absorbed the information, while the now fully revealed Blue Spike accused him of being a pedophile, and that Chris Hansen would have him arrested. When Blue
What?
was about to start up another narrative about how Julie died in a wildfire, like many of Chris's other faux girlfriends, Clyde decides that enough is enough and chimes in an attempt to get Chris to understand what had just happened. He says, "Now you're
Oh.
going crazy, okay? We don't have to do the whole wildfire thing. Shut the hell up. Look, Chris, there are more things to life than your PS3 and whatever. Your whole internet life has been a lie. There are no Sonnetshoe fans. Nobody gives two shits about you. The best thing you could do is go outside for the love of God, okay? Shut up, Blue Spike. He's been fooled so many times." What is this, the 9th time so far? You know how many people have told you this, that Blue Spike is a boy? I can't believe how many times. And you still believe.
Like,
There are
what?
very few moments in Christery as grueling as this one.
I
Thankfully, it seems
can't.
Clyde's message got back to Chris, even if just a little bit. After being ill for a little while and asking for his fans to attack Blue Spike, Chris takes up contact
Like, if he just listens to, like, one person, just listen to, like, hey, they're just trolling you. Just listen to people saying that at that point. Like, there's no reason to not, like, do that, you know? You know what I mean? Also, is Chris going to be, like, because, like, before this, like, they were like, oh, like, I think, like, I was in the wrong body. Are they gonna be trans? Like, I just want them to feel, like, good about themselves. Because, like, at this moment, like, a lot of this just seems like they just hate themselves because of the body they have. But they're just doing it because of, oh, but it is who I am kind of thing. You know what I mean? I just want them to be comfortable with themselves. I'm still scared about what's gonna happen, because we still have, like, almost like a little bit over an hour left. So, like, hopefully he doesn't kill, like, they don't kill anyone. Hopefully they don't kill anyone, right? Please do not.
with another girl named Emily, and on the 19th of March, he's
Troll.
chaperoned by his father for a date with Emily at the mall. Sure, she was also a troll who orchestrated
Yeah,
the whole thing
troll.
and planned ahead to wear a wire during the date to record it, but at least this time it would be in real life. The video of this incident is scant and Emily's face is obscured. However, we have the audio of the entire thing. From it, we learn that the whole thing lasted for a little over an hour, and that though the date was Chris's, it got completely hijacked by Bob, who began talking to Emily way more than Chris did. The date ends when a man dressed up in a pickle costume arrives at their table and invites Emily to go to the Watchmen movie, which greatly disturbs and upsets Chris, while Bob is mostly just confused about the situation. After the date, he calls her up, but not before he receives hookers at his door, ordered by Clyde Cash. Later on
Oh,
in
come
March, Chris
on.
uploads himself giving a tour of his house, house, as well as a video of him singing a song wherein he declares his love for farting. Chris also mentions Megan, but only to ask for trolls to stop bothering her. After the end of the Julie
Okay,
arc,
that's
Chris
actually
moves
a
towards
little
another
bit nice.
potential sweetheart by the name of Ivy. He also pledges to leave YouTube forever, though just a week later he returns, announcing his new website. Shortly after this, he makes another video greeting Ivy, which is paired with yet another video, this time of him kissing Kimmy, the sex doll, with an image of Ivy taped to her face. The first half of April is more or less calm, with Chris uploading a few funny videos, such as this one where he pretends to be some kind of Irish Easter bunny. By the 16th, the miscreants
Okay,
leaked
that
3
one's
videos
cute,
they
that one's
obtained
cute.
directly from Chris
That's
by
not
pretending
weird.
to be girls. One where he's drinking his own semen mixed with Fanta, one where he's
Ew,
spanking
ew.
his own naked ass, and
Oh my God,
lastly, one where
ew.
he's dancing around naked in his filthy shower stall. While absolutely depressing, Chris takes these in stride as
Oh
just
my
a day
gosh.
later, he uploads an
Literally a cute bunny video to all that. Why? What's that transition? Okay, like what do you mean? You did like do, and then go into like the ewy. Ugh. Oh my God, freaking weird.
Another video kissing Ivy's face on Kimmy. It's also in the month of April that the long-forgotten Christian and the Hedgehog Boys drop a comeback album. Other than that, we have a potential marriage proposal for Ivy, and a couple of other leaked videos of Chris displaying his raw strength to attract possible mates.
I have the power!
You will now be watching the strong man lifting a very heavy office chair. Note, the chair weighs a grand number of pounds.
A grand number of pounds.
Now we will be seeing the strong man lifting the same chair.
He
with
does use
a
the
very
remote so
heavy
much.
basket full of junk in the chair.
Oh.
I want you a man from Nantucket!
As well as a video of him sprinting naked in his room, which I can't show you, but you can imagine how graceful it is.
Excuse me?
One of this month's highlights is a comic Chris drew for Ivy of himself about to begin intercourse with his giant ding-dong. Of course, these instances of trolling are much more lighthearted than what preceded them. When informed that a little girl called, bear with me here, their words not mine, Ching Chong stumbled across the videos leaked of him doing those egregious things, Chris felt compelled to explain himself, and so he did. In the couple of videos he posted, he says the things he did were normal and good, and Ivy, the person whom he admits was the reason at least one of the videos was made, is definitely a real girl and not a troll, and that they soon will meet up in real life and have sex, and it will be awesome. One of the videos got linked to the website Fark, where it got over 200,000 views. This landed him in the public eye of mainstream media. A few of his videos were being featured on a Boston radio station, while his admission to drinking
radio
his own semen was
station?
being discussed on an LA radio station.
There's
Chris Chan's
no
fame had gone
way.
nationwide, but he had no idea. As while this was happening, he was too busy drawing a comic of himself marrying Ivy, as well as a few of himself, as Sonic, having explicit sex with a Sonic furry version of Ivy. He also attempts to put his
Like, just stop drawing at this point. This is just unhealthy. This is unhealthy. What? Like, the drawings do not help you. I take it back. They do not help you. Okay? Go outside, please. Interact with other people. Interact with people that, like, and then, like, learn from those people so you can have a better mind and stop hating other people as well. Oh my goodness.
autobiographical article on Wikipedia, but it gets taken down and he subsequently protests. By the 15th, his relationship with Ivy quietly ends as he takes down all of the videos mentioning her, and Clyde announces that they broke up. Later on, Clyde goes into detail about what caused the breakup. It was revealed during this time that Chris had gone to the police because of Josh and with Rocky. As previously stated, Chris kept mentioning going to the police, but I didn't think he'd actually do so, as that would entail explaining things to his parents. Also, Bob and Barb have always been extremely afraid of the authorities. Bob hid the vast majority of troll material from Barb. The breaking point for Bob and Barb had been Josh. He had sold Chris a PSP with a non-existent feature for a higher price than a normal PSP. While Josh was scamming Chris scammed Josh back by giving him a bad check. Bob and Barb ended up agreeing to go to the police with Rocky to catch Josh, and only Josh. They agreed only to discuss matters regarding Josh, as they were handling Clyde and the other trolls on their own terms. Taking advantage of the situation, Rocky blindsided Bob and Barb at the station by monopolizing and domineering the police's help. She pushed for the authorities to investigate all the trolls, and Ivy as well. Despite his parents' protests, Rocky went against their wishes and ignored their harbored anxiety. Needless to say, I was pretty pissed. While Bob and Barb and Josh continued their feud over a PSP, I broke up with Chris over his betrayal.
Oh.
Fun fact, this Josh character happens to be one of Chris's oldest acquaintances, having attended
Oh,
the same speech therapy
damn.
classes as him during their childhood. While this was going on, Quickieville.com, Chris's site,
Like, it's kind of crazy how, like, his parents aren't, like, really helping him at all. So, like, it's a little weird. It's a little weird with, like, everything. Like, they could have helped, but they're afraid of, like, of authority and, like, knowing, like, what's going on. So it's just kind of sad.
at the time got hacked, and messages attacking Chris began being displayed on it. 4 days later, the site went down, and the revelation that Ivy 2 was a troll prompted Chris to upload a video to his YouTube channel saying that, from now on, he would only be taking real-life encounters with women into consideration when it came to finding a
come
sweetheart.
on.
Too little, too late. A few days later, his drinking confession finds its way to the, at the time, infamous Opie and Anthony show, which was nationally
that?
syndicated and one of the largest comedy shows in the U.S. It's unsure
Oh,
if Chris ever
dang.
found out that this happened, but if he did, it certainly contributed to the delusions of grandeur he was already harboring. At the tail end of May, Chris tries to engage in his love quest on Craigslist, but his ad gets taken
Oh,
down
come
for
on.
racism. In June, his YouTube account gets hacked, and the
yeah.
hackers re-upload the video where he admits to being gay, which he was coerced in the first place into making by Clyde. When Chris gets a hold of his account, he immediately deletes it and favorites multiple Britney Spears videos to prove how straight he is. Later on in the month, he uploads a song called Don't Trust Any Homos Over There, a spoof of a similarly named song from the Boondocks.
Hello, my name is Uncle Ruckus. No relation. I'm gonna sing y'all a song I just made up. It's called Don't Trust Any Homos Over There. Sing along if you know the words. Don't trust any homos over there, leaving their homo stank in the air. Them sappy, flappy, dumb homos with their finger on the trigger. Don't trust any homos over there.
Once again, in his attempt to attack
Why?
gay people, he throws some racism in for good measure. Also,
For
he
good
appears not
measure?
to know how to upload a video
What?
not recorded from his camera, and is
Dude.
manually holding up a sign that says this
How is
video
that,
is
like,
audio only.
okay?
Besides this, the month is pretty scarce of any salacious occurrences, other than Chris drinking his first ever alcoholic beverage, and a pretty strong one at that. Meanwhile, possibly one of, if not the best Chris trolls makes his debut in the latter
The
half of
best?
June. C-Chan Sonichu CWC, better known as Liquid Chris. Despite sharing essentially no similarity with Chris Chan besides his last name, Liquid Chris
Oh.
decided to make the account to claim that he was the real CWC. In early July, he uploaded a video formally denouncing the original Chris Chan, whom we'll be calling Solid Chris whenever both him and Liquid are being
Solid
discussed
Chris?
simultaneously. Initially, Solid Chris chose to
Wait, is this like Solid Snake and stuff like that? Like, okay, I don't know anything about like that franchise, but I just remember the freaking what's it called? Brawl. But also, like, why do they want to be or like have a troll of like, oh, I'm the actual Chris of these Sonic games? Why? But for why? Like, I wouldn't want that. I'd be like, you know what? That's kind of weird. Bye.
ignore this, either out of laziness or because Rocky, his advisor from church, helped him avoid needless conflicts online. At this time, Larry Bundy Jr., or Guru Larry as his channel is called, conducted an interview with Chris and began uploading selective excerpts online. In this interview, Chris is decidedly uncooperative and not his usual energetic self, though it's
Ew, the
unknown if this was
Fanta, ew.
accidental or done intentionally by Chris to appear as more of an unfazed diva who is used to being interviewed. Rocky's efforts, however effective they may have been at other moments, came up short on the 17th of July, when Chris uploaded multiple videos attacking random trolls, calling them the R word, which Chris previously denounced prior to this, and also telling them to keep themselves safe. The thing is, the people that Chris was targeting in these messages had already closed their accounts by the time the videos went up, so this was completely gratuitous. Because of the not exactly terms of service friendly rhetoric Chris was espousing, his channel was shortly terminated thereafter.
Oh, yeah.
A
That
day
would make
later,
sense.
He makes a new channel called IBA
Thankfully,
Chandler,
like,
and he
oh
makes a
my.
post titled A Near Public Apology, where he tries to get forgiveness for his past actions intentions of attacking those users. The real motivation for doing this was because his PSN kept being hacked, and he was trying to appear contrite to get it back. However, the trolls noticed that Chris wasn't wearing a Sonichu medallion in the video, which in Chris Chanism meant that he wasn't being sincere. After more videos of Chris drinking came out, a picture of Chris with a lady surfaces on the V board of 4chan, though little is known of her or the precise context of this image. Along with this shift in demeanor, the Chris Chan classic Rollin' and Trollin' comes out, which is widely seen as one of the more positive moments in this story.
Alright, we're coming to you live from Quickville today. We're over at the Quickville Pavilion. The Hedgehog Boys and Master Christian.
He has tattoos. What?
They perform here every Friday night.
Is that just like a sleeve?
It draws a crowd. It's very good, you know.
In it, Chris displays some self-awareness about the fact that he's an online phenomenon for being who he is, and plays into the theory that he had been a troll all along. Though it's evident he's just pretending, Chris tries his hardest to sound like a normal guy in his 20s, with a regular voice instead of his usual high-pitched register, and no Sonichu medallion on. Even if he was coached into doing this, which he most likely was, as this doesn't really seem like an idea he'd come up with himself, the video shows that Chris is well aware he's an unusual guy, as he can approximate how an actual normal person behaves better than you'd expect. For a myriad of reasons, many people see this video as the canon ending to Chris's story. Little did he know that this little ruse of his was playing right into Liquid Chris's campaign. A couple of days after Rollin' and Trollin', Chris uploaded another video to
So that other guy was like with the tattoos is like, I'm just confused. Like, why do people gotta impersonate him? Like, why would you want to impersonate him?
Spelling it because a troll threatened to cut off his disability checks due to his claims to have a job and his LARP as a normal man. After Liquid Chris supposedly sold some Sonichu merchandise at an anime convention, Solid Chris decides enough is enough and makes a video addressing his counterpart. In it, he derides the fact that Sonichu merch being sold at the convention was made out of paper, when he, the true and honest Chris Chan, only ever makes medallions out of clay. As the embers of the conflict against Liquid Chris slowly grew into a raging fire, Solid's battle to reclaim his PSN account from hackers raged on, and he kept being coerced into making humiliating videos. One of these videos,
Where's his, like,
to the
normal...
V-board, contains Chris humping...
What happened to his normal, like, striped, t-shirts? They don't sell them anymore. Bro, like, what? Like I said, why do they have to, like, have, like, different people, like, want to be him? Come on. I listen, if I was a troll, I wouldn't want to be him. Like, come on. That's crazy. He's a lot of bad things.
His PS3 while declaring Sony and PlayStation the winners of the console wars against Xbox and Microsoft. Approaching the end of July, Solid Chris posted a video of himself playing More Than a Feeling in Guitar Hero, which then prompted Liquid Chris to reply with footage of himself playing the same song, but on an acoustic guitar. People were taking Liquid Chris's side en masse to rile up Solid Chris, even making version versus Chad type meme images mocking the real Chris and acting as if Liquid Chris was the original one and the creator of Sonichu. This culminated in Solid Chris shaving his goatee in the aptly titled video. It took me weeks to perfect that goatee, but it will grow back, because for whatever reason that would prove that he is the authentic one, I guess. This isn't ever really explained, and of course it did nothing to sway the people swarming his comment section saying
why is he
Chris
doing
was
that?
the real one to deliberately annoy him, so Solid proceeded to challenge Liquid to a battle on SingStar, which if you don't know is a competitive karaoke game for PlayStation. For most of the first half of August, they were squaring off for a total of 5 rounds. In his entry for the third round, Liquid Chris took advantage of the fact that Solid's online handle was IBU Chandler and decided to allege that his real name was Ian Brandon Anderson. This led every troll under the sun to instantly pack Solid's comment sections with mentions of Ian, which deeply irritated his narcissistic sensibilities. No matter how desecrated and disfigured the reputations and images of Quickie and Sonichu were, he wanted to be the center of the attention it got, regardless of whether it was negative or positive. In order to preserve himself, Solid went even as far as shedding his pride, pointing out that if Liquid Chris was the real one, he'd be a lot more challenged, and I'm paraphrasing here because Chris uses the R word to refer to himself. In the video where he does this, he claims that Liquid Chris's real name is Jeff, while acting like his dad somehow got in touch with a task force to settle this matter once and for all, and that all Liquid had to do in order for Solid to call them off was to admit that he wasn't the original creator of Sonichu. As you can imagine, this didn't have very much of an effect, as Solid's threats were obviously unfounded. After Liquid's 5th entry to the
okay, Liquid, I'm just gonna refer to them as that too. Liquid is just, how does Solid just keep on, like, being okay with whatever Liquid says and, like, just feed into it? Like, that's just crazy to me.
competition, Solid drops one of the most memorable highlights of his YouTube content, succinctly dubbed Chris Chandler.
And another thing, my name is not Ian Brandon something. I am Christian Weston Chandler. So get it through your damn fucking skull and call me the real name that God has been given to me and the bear at Regency Square Shopping Center during 1989.
Oh, wow.
You damn mocking bastard!
Apparently, he was deeply irritated that Liquid hadn't done the entire song but opted to just do a portion of it and then do commentary. Whenever he isn't comically raging about being called Ian Brandon Anderson, he's once again threatening Liquid with some type of unspecified legal action. There was a
okay. I feel like this trolling isn't like as bad as like what we saw before, but still, it's still trolling, and like I wish everyone could be friends and nice to each other. My goodness, watching that was so it was just like watching a freaking child. Like, what?
Virtual certainty, Solid never actually went through the hassle of registering Sonichu as his intellectual property, so it's not a very credible threat, is it? He also reiterates that the medallion is made of Crayola model magic and not paper, which only signify how much importance he attributes to the exact composition of these Sonichu artifacts. Like, it must be made of just the right combination of materials, or else it cannot be consecrated as truly Sonichu. A few days later, Solid Chris posts yet another video saying all of the same things, but this time without the rages, probably due to some counseling from Rocky, who informed him that screaming and throwing tantrums like a 10-year-old doesn't do him any favors with the trolls. Well, he's certainly not at his most likable. This month is punctuated with a post from Chris where he expresses his disgust and disapproval of some fan art that was sent him, which included Guro. It's a category of not safe for work stuff that includes grotesque themes, and Chris specifies that the fan art of Sonichu that was sent to him included pedophilia. Surprisingly, this has been one of the things that he's been the most consistent on over the years, despite the Blue Spike occurrence. He also claims to have the mind of a family man and compares himself to Homer Simpson and Peter Griffin, as if that was necessary to justify his opposition to Drawn CP. Approaching the middle of August, the winner of the SingStar Challenge is to be declared based on the votes of 6 judges, and Liquid and Solid each get to pick 3. Most likely due to the influence exercised by trolls, one of Solid's judge picks chose Liquid, giving him the win by 4-2. Liquid uploads a video celebrating his win, and at this point, he's become extremely good at impersonating the real Chris's mannerisms and way of speaking. After a few days of silence, Chris decides to manifest himself, only to claim that the contest was never to decide who was the real Chris, but just for fun, obviously because he lost. Behind the scenes, Chris was furious at the gal pal, Katie Bay, who voted for Liquid, emailing her saying, "You know yourself after the extensive online history that I am the real deal, so why did you final vote for that brown imposter? I am on an emotional edge right now, and I apologize for raising my voice like that. I implore you, Kate, please change your vote. I had just dedicated 2 White Stripe songs for you during a recent KCWC Light Everything lunch hour. Sigh. Stay safe." Christopher Christian W. Chandler. Unfortunately for Chris, votes couldn't be changed and the result was set in stone. For a while, he was noticeably affected by this, behaving a lot more irritable and vengeful towards people. Vivian Guy, who had been remarkably amicable to him in emails, would once again start getting Chris's negative attention for promoting DVDs of her audiobooks of Sonichu. He commented on a YouTube video of her saying, "And you, Vivian, I liked your book, but I'll be damned if I'm going to let you get away with that counterfeit law-breaking stunt. Christian W. Chandler." To which Vivian laconically replied, "It ain't law-breaking, bro." On August 14th, Liquid Chris respectfully bows out of being an active Chris troll, with the in-universe explanation that he would be focusing his endeavors on turning Sonichu into an acclaimed media franchise. This once again aggravated Solid to no end, as he would publish yet another diatribe screaming his personal information at the top of his lungs to prove he was the real him. This is also the source of the Curse Yehameha video played earlier.
Oh my goodness.
We'll play it again right here just for
No, don't please, don't. Oh no.
It appears that Chris takes the Curse Yehameha much more seriously than everyone else did, as soon after delivering it, he becomes remorseful and fears that it was too great a punishment for Liquid, and decides to issue a retraction and forgive Chris for his past misdeeds. We stand a merciful king. As Clyde had previously mentioned, Bob and Barb purposely decided to not involve anyone else in the troll situation, claiming that they were dealing with it on their own terms. Partly, this was because they didn't want anyone else finding out how inept and negligent they were in regards to their son's obvious special needs, but to an extent, it's also because they didn't know how bad it
Ew.
was, most likely due
It
to
was
Chris
so
downplaying
bad.
or straight up not telling them about it. The Chandler family strategy, or lack thereof, when it came to handling trolls, was compelled to change after Bob found out Chris had uploaded 2 tours of their house, which revealed where they lived. In emails, Chris said, "Because of my months-old mistake,
Like, now you understand, like, oh, like, the family is just like, oh, yeah, like, we should have done this. But now they're just still not giving Chris any help. As well as, like, now they're getting doxxed. Like,
referring
all
to
the
the house
time,
tour,
to
my
be
mother
honest.
took away my car keys, my driver's license, trapping me in the house that love built. But years later, chaos ensued.
Sob.
Mom and Dad are both very angry with me. I'll call my
sorry to
detective
sob.
tomorrow. I don't know. You
Sighs.
have in with the trolls. Please see if you can talk to them into helping me remove that footage off the internet. I know they'll be too damn stubborn, stupid, and cocky to help, but any port in a hurricane, feeling dizzy, I gotta get back to
Feeling
searching on YouTube with
dizzy?
similar
Dude,
videos
I
of
love
flagging
how
them.
he does
Rally
that,
the good,
like-
loyal troops. Yet another major reason to take
Me.
down that ED page, because they probably have all that shit on there as well. And all it took was one troll calling my house and telling my father about seeing a portion of his wall of records in pictures. The same
Dude.
day, Chris takes this concern to YouTube and quite the
I feel like that's not like a troll. Okay, it could be a troll, but also like that's a helpful troll. Like, hey, like people on the internet know where you live and can do weird things to you while you're asleep. Like you have to be more careful. Like no matter what. Like that's so bad. And the fact that like as I said, his parents still hasn't helped. Like that's so sad.
peaceful fashion.
Not even deserve a captain's log introduction, because this is dead serious. The inside and outside tour I did a few months ago of my house, everyone on the internet, my mother and my father are angry at me. They're blaming me. It's my fault. I admit it's my fault. I want everything about my house off the internet. I'll send in detectives, I'll send in police, I'll send in everything in my power. So yeah, please get everything off of the internet now.
Oh my god.
Curse the trolls. Peace to everybody else.
You might have noticed the strange jump cut in the middle of the
What?
video.
That's so
because there is a
weird.
full uncut version of it, which
Oh,
was leaked
no.
by Vivian Gee just a few days later after the upload. In this extended version, Bob walks in and begins explaining to Chris that the reason he's pissed off at him for exposing the house isn't just that it violates their privacy, but due to how filthy and unkempt their living conditions were due to the fact they were hoarders, the health department of Greene County could condemn the house to be demolished and they'd
That
be evicted and
makes
left
sense,
homeless.
too.
Because of this leak, along with their previous deeds,
I
Chris was
get it
furious at
now.
Vivian, expressing his wish that she suffers a heart attack and subsequently blocking her.
That's
Concomitantly, Chris
insane.
reveals in emails that he had recently begun applying for retail jobs like Target and Walmart,
Oh, finally.
probably in order to soothe his parents' qualms about how much time he spent on the internet. However, he's stressed out about potentially losing his disability checks. When he looked for a job, Chris discovered he really enjoyed wearing sports bras, describing it as a guilty pleasure. At the same time, he'd been using comment sections to signal that he was suffering from something like split personality disorder, and that his alter was a homosexual, asking to come out of the closet. For quite
What?
some time now, he had been talking to one of his gal pals about how he thought he had DID, which is a bad omen that his mental health started deteriorating again. In the middle of
Yeah, that's
September,
like-
Chris finally registered Sonichu.
Like you can't really all the things that like Chris has done is really bad, but also like he needs help. Like hearing like all that like mental awareness and like I think I mean you have to go to a professional to like get that checked out. And the fact that they aren't is just very, very questionable.
As his copyright property after around a decade of working on the project. He also puts up 2 of his Guitar Hero guitars for sale on eBay, which is a sign that he was either having to clear out his room or that he needed some money for whatever reason. Near the end of September, another of Chris's sexual drawings gets leaked, this one of him having a foursome which included a black girl, signifying that he's overcoming his racial issues at last. Also, the girls with whom Chris is enjoying himself are the members of his Guitar Hero band, according to him. While September was somewhat of a more quiet month as Chris was putting his nose to the grindstone as far as work on Sonichu was concerned, October was full of interactions with trolls. On the first of the month, Barbara contracted colitis, and as soon as this news made it to Chris's online following, the telephone game turned that to AIDS, which upset Chris, prompting him to post it to YouTube in an attempt to dispel the AIDS rumors, as well as to defend himself against allegations that he was gay for the umpteenth time. He also posted this comment under a clip of Megan from Family Guy. Megan has always looked good, and here she is really hot, even better than when she had her makeover. If Seth would let her turn 18, I'd be all over her sweet
What?
f***ing breasts. Wham bam, thank you ma'am. This moment is not particularly important. I just wanted to share my pain with you guys, frankly. Moving on from here, we have a deranged video of Chris wigging out and breaking things in his room, as well as throwing them at the camera. This fit of rage was most likely prompted by his conflicts with Clyde Cash, which were still going on and developing into multiple threats and invitations to a real-life physical fight between the two. Later on in the month, Chris makes an attempt at blackmail by blowing smoke at Clyde, suggesting that he may have some kind of compromising picture of him and demanding that Clyde stop the trolling. Of course, Clyde calls his bluff, and nothing happens as predicted. In his attempts to be intimidating, Chris does some flexing of his massive guns, and even attempts to do 30 push-ups while listening to Eye of the Tiger. He does manage it, but it's noticeable that he set up the camera in such a way to conceal the fact that he had his knees on the ground the whole time, which made every single push-up way easier. Though not easy enough, considering he's grunting through.
Listen, I can't do push-ups. I would be doing the easiest push-ups ever. You know, sometimes I just use the wall. I know, like, that isn't actually push-ups, but it's something, okay? I'm gonna have to work out. I'm gonna have to go back to the gym.
The entire thing. During October, there's a brief return of the Liquid versus Solid conflict, a fight for the heart of Casey, a mutual love interest of theirs. And the month closes with Solid Chris making a video addressed to her parents, saying how much of a better boyfriend he would be instead of Liquid. For context, Casey was Liquid Chris's real-life girlfriend who was roped into the trolling campaign and played along. After a 2-hour-long phone call with her retired Marine father, in which Solid is humiliated for being a narcissistic and entitled man-child, he uploaded Sonichu Special Number 4, in which he shoots Liquid Chris in the shins and gets together with Casey. This culminated in another call, this time between Casey and Solid Chris, that lasted for about a half an hour. For the first 20 minutes, Casey is reiterating what her father said, which really puts Solid in distress. However, this distress doesn't hold a candle to how he gets when Liquid Chris joins the call. A shouting match instantly erupts, with Solid losing his marbles every time he's referred to as Ian Brandon Anderson. It's interesting that when other trolls call him this name, he can keep his rage in without much of an issue, but Liquid saying it immediately gets under his skin. Insult is added to injury when Liquid calls him fat, which Solid strictly denies despite the evidence suggesting otherwise. Things really come to a head when Liquid says he and Casey made passionate love at Solid's house, at which point Solid decides to wake up Bob and Barb to get them to fight Liquid for him. Mind you, this call took place in the middle of the night, and this madman actually woke up his parents to vicariously attack an internet troll for him. The call comes to an end with Casey declaring she will marry Liquid Chris. One more call was made after this, and Casey continued to carpet bomb Solid Chris with the truth. She tells him he won't make it past 30, and that just like every other potential sweetheart before her, Chris will immediately forget about her as soon as she's gone, going back to his usual routine of playing video games and being a general man baby, while Chris does nothing but sigh. After Liquid and Casey's marriage, Chris actually did try and muster up some kind of genuine melancholy, even posting a video of himself doing his best to cry on camera. As Casey predicted, however, he was back to his usual self the day after. A little while after this, he shoots Vivian
down the
email with a very different tone.
To be honest,
now that I finally have peace of mind, I apologize for the past unformalities and emotional outbursts and past communications. I have decided I will fully approve your continued audiobook videos and sales, but in return, I ask for 25% of all the money changed to USA currency you have and will have made from all that you have put together and sold, as well as 2 copies of each CD and DVD of the audiobooks, and 2 of each other additional merchandise aside from the audiobooks. I extend an olive branch of peace, and I await your well-thought response. Have a good, safe day, Miss Vivian. Initially, Vivian is doubtful that this all-business act that Chris was putting on had anything behind it. In order to have him prove himself, she sent him an email detailing the kind of things he'd have to do if he ever wanted to make Sonichu anything besides these schizophrenic doodles on his website. She began pressing him on emails, asking him how he spent his time, telling him to get new pages of Sonichu done every day, suggesting new ways to market and promote it. It's actually impressive that someone actually put time and effort into trying to make Sonichu into a thing, because despite Chris...
Like, that's actually, like, kind of sweet in a weird way, but like also like a lot of the times, like, I feel his parents could have just stopped the internet. You know what I mean? They could have just cut his internet time and like made him actually go outside instead of playing video games a lot. Like, okay, I play a lot of video games now, and this is like the only job that I have, but at least I have interacted with a lot of people in my life, and the fact that he has severe autism, they really should like help him and regulate his use of the internet.
psychotic obsession with inserting it into every facet of his
Oh,
life
the
and
basketball!
clinging to it as his magnum opus, he was more than comfortable to let it just fester in obscurity. For the rest of 2009, Chris was cooperative with Vivian's efforts to whip him into something resembling an actually productive artist, even if he frequently failed. Another thing Vivian pushed him to do is start taking and responding to fan mail, even if most of the mail won't be coming from actual fans. Surprisingly, based on the mail from the first edition of the mailbag, most of the interactions were pretty positive towards Chris, even if occasionally trollish and ironic. Until the end of 2009, he would do around 30 mailbag entries, and this proved successful at keeping his following engaged and interacting with the content. While things began running a bit more smoothly on the Sonichu end of the CWC operation, his YouTube was as erratic as ever. Upon Vivian's request, he posted himself doing parkour to promote Sonichu, except he calls it parquet and just does some light jogging. Also, due to some interactions from the mailbag, Chris also begins to attack the idea that Asperger's syndrome is in any way related to autism, and to this day it's not clear why he takes offense to that concept, as if people who suffer from Asperger's are somehow trying to attract attention away from autistic people. Autism's stolen valor. He takes this seriously enough to write an entire article about it. Good day. I, Christian Weston Chandler, of sound mind and body,
Why did he
type the
change his
following
voice
from
like
honest
this?
personal
What?
opinions, and I apologize for all offensive remarks I'll be making in the statement. Asperger's is nothing at all like autism. I have stated this fact over and over in my replies to messages from people who tell me otherwise. I feel very sick and tired of hearing that false rumor that the two are anything to full similar. Firstly, I can verify that I was diagnosed with autism with papers in my parents' filing cabinets, and I quote, Mr. Chandler is a 22-year-old man with a history of developmental delays in autism. Despite these limitations, he seems to have been quite successful in maximizing his academic abilities. Despite his significant delays in language, he has over the years developed relatively effective communication skills. And with that, I have not only helped cultivate the first generation of autistic people, but I have gone beyond the Autistic Dreams Academy, communicatively and socially. Still, I have
What?
trouble maintaining eye contact. My mentality is sometimes slow yet quick at other times. The people who first evaluated me ever even stated that I would never even make it to high school, much less even write his name. Take that and smoke it, oldest doctors. And those with
Take it and
Asperger's dare
smoke
to
it,
try and
that's
take the shine
crazy.
and limelight away from us autistic people, not only
What?
with their social flaws and such possibly similar traits to autism, but to shun us autistics by being better communicatively and mentally than us. I have received a message from one who dared to call me normal in comparison to him. If anything, the Asperger people are and have been normal. They think they can one-up or even match autism with the lack of social
It's not
capability
like
and their clumsiness and such. Those characteristics can be
race or,
faked by
like,
them, who are most
one-ing
normal
up
compared to
people.
us
What?
true autistic people. Even their title is flawed, Asperger's. It can be misconstrued into a most terrible cut of meat from any animal, even something that can be picked nasally. I have fought long and hard to make a stand for the autistic people. I will most certainly not let
When?
these imposters steal the true original title of autistic from any of us. Victory over autism belongs only to us true autistic people. You would never expect a mentally disabled guy to find a way to be ableist, I guess, but Chris Chan has
Like,
no limit.
what?
To add to his
This
war
is
against Asperger's,
insane.
he creates an extra mailbag called Autism Mailbag, dedicated solely to blowing up on anyone that
Going
tries to inform
on,
him
like,
on what Asperger's actually
I-
is. On the 9th, Chris makes a video complaining about
Dude,
how trolls bought up
how
all the
is he
ad space on
everything?
Wikipedia,
And
a site created to document all of his adventures, only to use
I'm
them to
so
display
confused.
gay ads. This complaint only served to make the problem worse, as the gay ads that were on the website were removed, only to be replaced by more gay ads, along with images of pickles to terrorize Chris even further. Besides this, the video also has him asking for €1,000 from his European fans, and then pitching a Sonichu-themed episode of Family Guy to Seth MacFarlane, who
There's
some
no
troll
way.
said was considering making an episode with CWC in it. His pitch consisted of an elaborate crossover that concluded in CWC dating Meg, and he was confident enough that Seth would watch the video that he left his phone number in the description, which obviously was exclusively
so
used by
bad.
trolls who wanted to harass him, and never used by Seth MacFarlane to get this deal of a lifetime together. In
Yep.
the midpoint of the month, Chris decided that the Hedgehog Boys music wasn't enough for him, and he tried out being a solo rapper. His first
Oh,
song,
oh,
called
no.
iPods Down and Listen Up,
No,
has
no,
him describing
no,
himself
no.
non-consensually
Please.
making love from the perspective
Please
of an
do not
animal. Not kidding,
post it.
here are the lyrics.
No,
I
no.
tell you what,
Okay.
ladies, I have a game. Let's play Jungle Fever.
Holy.
I'm the manly tiger, you're the sleek, sexy panther. I pounce on you, you run away. I haven't missed, but I chase anyway. And we chase for a while, and then you wear out, and you take it like a gal. And then we pump until we'll have your little tiger panther cubs.
So he sexually assaults you in the song? Like, what? I don't like that. I don't like that. Like, what is wrong with him? That's insane. How did he think this was, like, good? I know how to treat a woman good. There's no way. Remember, like an hour ago, he was like, I know how to treat a woman. Where? When? You don't.
Top it all off, he finishes the song by shouting out Viagra. A few days later, he posted another rap, this time in full Juggalo garb, but this one isn't original and just a cover of an already existent song. The year closes with Chris expressing his discontent at the people managing the Wikipedia because they wouldn't allow him to edit it to his liking, which meant removing anything that wasn't saccharine Sonichu worship. The year of 2010 begins with the ads once again being replaced, this time with comics of Asperchu, a troll campaign designed to do to Sonichu what Chris did to Sonic and Pokemon. Copyright abuse and plagiarism. The tweaks made to the character in order to keep it original were also selected to maximize the amount of anger in Chris. The name of the character, Asperchu, is because he suffers from Asperger's. So if Chris were to accuse it of being derivative of the CWC Extended Universe, he would also be guilty of likening Asperger's to autism, which he would hate. With the success that Liquid had at infuriating Chris by imitating him, a combination of copying Chris with Asperger's was sure to be effective. The ads on the website even had depictions of Asperchu and Sonic.
The thing is, like, how people are just so into just trolling him this whole time is remarkable. Like, how long has he been on? Like, when, I guess, like, 2002, I'm guessing? I don't know how long it's been. Maybe, I don't know. But, like, since 2009? Like, this is 2009 still? Or maybe 2010? I have no idea, but that's still a long time to keep on trolling this dude. Like, just give it up. Just let Chris do whatever they want to do at this point.
With some degree of homosexuality suggested, which ensured the CWC stamp of approval. Meanwhile, Chris quietly established contact with another girl, and though he tried to keep it private so the trolls wouldn't get to it, he couldn't help himself and began name-dropping her in his videos. In a lot of ways, this girl was Megan's successor, though her communications with Chris were a lot less cogent and lasted less as well. While Chris kept pushing for them to date and being a general weirdo, she kept herself at a safe distance. On the YouTube end of things, having a new good-intentioned gal pal did nothing to calm his anger, as after a wiki is created for Asperchu to further liken it to Sonichu, Chris threatens to kill them with psychic powers. While these visible trolling stunts tried to be as entertaining as possible when it came to annoying Chris, the demeanor of the trolls behind it was not particularly malevolent. Calls between Chris and the creator of Asperchu, who went by the alias of Alec Benson Leary, show that Alec was trying to do the same thing Vivian was doing, make Chris productive and care more about working on Sonichu and not letting it rot away. On the 2nd of March, Chris took to his Twitter to say this: "My father went to the hospital last night at 3 a.m. with a case of congested heart failure. He will be back out in a couple of days, but I have had a long, stressful day. I only got 4 hours of sleep. I will resume daily updates after this week. Redrawing on the last few pages of book 10 are in the works, so Alec, his crew, and I can be on peaceful terms, and that we can all move on with better stories that are more canon to all things Sonichu and Rosachu. Currently, daily updates will mostly consist of mailbag answerings, bio page creations, captain's log updates, etc. I appreciate your loyalty and patience. And also, thank yous go out to all who have sent me positive emails and US mail letters, cards, and presents with opposite feelings towards the few who sent me offensive, graphically inappropriate fan art." In the updates that followed this announcement up, Chris said that Bob had made it through safely and was no longer in danger. However, if this event didn't have enough of an impact on Chris, what happened soon after definitely did. Because of an oversight while making his little Big Planet level, Chris accidentally left in the full name of the girl who he had been interacting with, and the trolls picked up on it and immediately contacted her with all the defamatory information on Chris that the CWCpedia could offer. Her response was to tell him to get all of her information off of his things, and that if someone were to go after her and bother her, it'd be his fault. His reaction was this:
God damn, another story when you try to hurt my friends and get them involved like you've been doing.
After some back and forth, as Chris tried to do the same thing he did with Megan and placate her, just enough so that she'll overlook his blatant boundary violations, Chris decides to send her a letter and once again invite her out. This was her response: "Sorry, I won't be able to make it. Besides, I wouldn't want to go if you were going to be there. And I'm not going to the thing next week because I don't want to deal with you. By the way, that letter, don't do that again, ever. I wasn't even impressed with your little gift. I threw it away. Not only that, I was pissed when you said that we had been going out for a month and a half. First of all, I never agreed to anything of the sort. Second, I would never date you. You're not my type. Also, if you want me to stay safe, then you would leave me alone. From phone, email, and mail. I don't want to hear from you ever again. Do you hear me? And who cares if you're a fucking acoustic virgin? I'd rather have my best friend's boyfriend take me first because I trust him than you. Besides, I'm asexual, so there's no hope for you, at least from me. Not only that, not even a cheap would want your small dick inside of her. Neither would I. Pretty aggressive as far as put downs go, but given how things went with Megan, it was probably for the
Holy
best. Because of the compounded
dang, that's insane. She went off on him. Like, what? She's like, yeah, no, I wouldn't want your small dick. Bye. Like, no one would. Dude, like, he fucks it up himself at this point, you know? Like, he just keeps on fucking it up.
negative feelings, Chris quits the internet only to come back in a day and a half to talk about Family Guy. Mind you, during this whole time, little to no work is being done on Sonichu, which drives Vivian, who up until this point was trying her best to be supportive and helpful, into giving up on Chris and Sonichu. On emails, she says, obviously you don't give a shit anymore, so there's no point in managing something you don't care about. You had weeks to update with anything. You're just playing video games and pretending you're actually putting effort into something. You've shown zero intention of actually updating. A week ago you said you might update, but then you do nothing. You told me like 2 days ago you would, and you still haven't done anything. How hard is it to do anything? You probably spend like 5 hours a day just watching TV and playing video games instead of actually doing anything productive. I'm still offering to take Sonichu off your hands. After this, their communication slowly died down, and eventually...
To be honest, like, I don't know why she would want Sonichu, but also, like, I feel like that would be the best thing for him to give it up and focus on his life and get off the internet. That would be the best thing for Chris in general.
Stopped altogether. Through the month of June, Chris's drinking once again perked up as he began attending Fridays After 5, a kind of block party festival that takes place in Charlottesville. He's actually been cited multiple times attending it, sometimes dancing, sometimes just posing menacingly in his sports bra with the writings "Want Woman" emblazoned over it, and last
Want
but not
Woman?
least, mysteriously walking around with a hula hoop under his arm. An account of a sighting reads, he was wearing a bright orange sleeveless shirt with what looked like a beer logo on the back and holding a Budweiser aluminum bottle, a little minifan made to look like an iPod, and a hula hoop for some reason. Most importantly, he had a sort of basic attraction sign with him, nothing elaborate or directly sexual, but it says something like friendly and flirty man zone or something similar to that, and with more smaller text under that I couldn't make out. He was sitting on the back grass part and left a few minutes before the music was over. I would have loved to catch Chris's attempt at using the hula hoop. I bet it was funny as hell. Following one of his attendances to Fridays After 5, Chris goes to a bar and drinks by his lonesome until the brilliant idea of paying a visit to the game place crosses his mind. He instantly drives there while obviously under the influence and decides to try and take pictures of the manager
and driving
Mike to use as a dartboard. That's
every
the story
single
that Chris
time. It
told
just
in this
keeps on
video
getting
about the
worse.
incident anyway, because according to Michael, the police and an unnamed woman, he was taking pictures not of Mike, but of his daughter. Chris alludes to this himself as he admits that the police made him delete the pictures, and if they had just been pictures of Mike, there really wouldn't have been any reason for them to do so. Regardless of whether he went there for Mike or his daughter, Chris certainly went above and beyond the Call of Duty. After police were called on him for trespassing on private property, Chris tried to make a run for it, and on his way out, he tried to run Mike over twice, as well as the unnamed woman once. Of course, Chris's retelling renders this as Mike and the woman jumping on the hood of his car to make him look bad. When the police showed up, he still tried to drive away, but due to his very limited getaway driver skills, he was stopped by the cops. In their interrogation of him, he immediately breaks into a monologue about how internet trolls ruined his life. It's safe to say it didn't take very long for the cops to figure out that Chris was mentally challenged. They decided against arresting him, settling for having him delete the photos. Speaking of the trolls, Christian decides to one-up.
I feel like the police should have maybe tried to like get Chris help from there, because like if Chris is saying like all of this, like all the internet trolls, and they know that he's challenged, like autistic and stuff like that, maybe this was like a chance to actually get some help.
Them instead of having his mediums of communication be hacked by them, he takes the initiative to infiltrate the trolls. At least that's what Chris believed. In actuality, the trolls set up a fake forum and made it look like it was their main hub for planning out the next attacks against Chris. Falling for it hook, line, and sinker, Chris made an account on the forum under the alias of Jinkies Jenkins, followed with a truly bizarre introductory post. My real name is Junior Jenkins. Scooby-Doo was the inspiration behind the Jinkies. Lol. I had a birthday party recently on the 16th of July, so now I'm 15. I couldn't celebrate it with my friends like I would have wanted to because I was hitchhiking my way to Ruckersville from Boston. I'm crashing at a house where I have some relatives there. They're the black sheep of the family, and they're not close within the same house. It is cool because they won't rat me out to my parents and siblings. Like I need another damn minute with those assholes who overlook me. And a better part, their house is across the street from Chrissy's house. Sadly, Sadly, though,
So
the blinds
now
to his bedroom are always
he's
closed,
saying
but I still get some sights of him and the family out of their house.
he's
I've arrived at my
15?
new home a few days ago on the 20th. I'll be spending my sophomore year, and so on, in Greene County's high school. I promised I'd write my
What?
gal back in Boston, but what happens here,
My
she
gal.
doesn't have to know. I'll have to make some new friends come September, but I'll be cool. I'm a stud. I'll also miss my favorite duo of dudes, Jerry and Dino. They taught me the ropes of high school life. They were both 16. I looked up to them, like I would have for my older sister if she wasn't such a drag. They were a gay couple, and they respected me as a friend only. I made it my final realization I was not gay with the help of Jerry and my girlfriend Lisa. Sweet little whore took me in with gratitude on my
What
14th
the
birthday. She had a few exes from middle school, and her mom was a
What?
bondage queen. What?
What?
Before then,
What?
I had a
What?
gay experience in summer camp when I was 7. My bunkmates were experimenting and made me their mofo unwilling guinea pig. I was blindfolded during the entire
I'm so
thing.
confused. I'm so confused.
I can't read this. I
What?
seriously
Please
can't
don't,
read this.
please
The
don't.
next
Oh my
part is
God.
basically like a gay erotica that Chris is describing from summer camp when he was a child, I guess. I guess it didn't
What?
actually happen because this is the perspective of his troll who he's like making out to be gay. So with that, I was
Yeah,
able
like,
to move
what
forward
is
feeling more
going
confident
on?
in my orientation. Anyway, after moving here, I've studied the times of exits and entries from the Chandler Chateau, looking for a pattern. There was definitely one with Robert, morning for breakfast at BK, and afternoon outings to I don't know where. Barbara appears to come out mostly either in the
That's
afternoon
so
or night,
weird.
sometimes
Why
in
he
the
would
mornings.
do
And
this.
Chris has no set pattern as far as I can tell yet, but I'll post new stuff as I learn them. Some with hopefully embarrassing photographs of
Hopefully-
Chris as I learn and take. Smell you later, Junior Jenkins, Jinkies. I'm actually speechless as to this. I know I avoided reading a bunch of it. You can look it up for yourself, but
I'm not- no.
it's basically like summer camp erotica written by
That's
Chris.
so
What the
crazy.
is this post? It makes
Like,
sense for him to
why?
make the troll character he's playing kind of gay as a roundabout of attacking, them. But the amount of detail he goes into is beyond disturbing. Did Chris just post like CP erotica? Did any of this happen to him? Is he telling someone else's stories? Did he witness this? I have a lot of questions. I mean, since the forum was a honeypot to begin with, and they knew from the beginning.
Like, that's kind of crazy. Like, he's making this whole new character to be in with the trolls, but like, why is it so detailed? And like, why is it just why? Because like, it just maybe like projecting at this point,
That Jenkins was Chris. How did the trolls feel when reading this? I don't think I want to know the answer to most of these questions, to be honest, but it does leave a lot to the imagination, so to speak. Something Chris did not do. All of his other posts as Jenkins are relatively normal, but that one was more than sufficient to dump buckets of fuel to the already raging fire of rumors that Chris was secretly gay. Around the same time, Alec, the guy behind Asperchew, was running the usual pretend sweetheart program on Chris via emails, and as their conversations drifted into the topic of sex, Chris messaged him this whammy. I've had the question of sexual fantasies posed to me before, and there are a few. One is having sex in a swimming pool to emulate a dream I had of being lost in a water-filled labyrinth where I was intercepted by a woman and we made out and had sex. I am game for anal sex as long as you're my partner and you wore a strap on or
What?
used a butt plug in me, as long as it is not penis shaped. I would
Wha-
also
wha-
like
what?
oral sex, swing set, pole dancing, me, you, or both at once, three-way with two women, role play, and others I can't remember right now. Feel free to
What?
suggest other
What?
topics, and I'll let you know if it's cool with me or not. It's not gay
What?
as long as it's not
It's
penis
not-
shaped. A quote to live by.
What the heck? It's not gay if it's not. Like, what? I don't understand that logic. Also, why is he writing to the person he dislikes this? Right? Like, what? This is first he becomes a troll and then writes the homosexual erotica, and it's like underage, which is fucking weird, and he's pretending to be 15. Like, all that is just so weird. Like, what?
Also, though it
There's so
doesn't
much
behoove
more
me to
that's just
body shame
weird.
him, the only way Chris pole dances is if the pole is roughly the diameter of a fire hydrant. Another emails to Jackie, he also admits that he'd applied to an escort service, passed out cards, and even put an ad up on escorts.com under the name of Carlos Chanter, but never managed to score one single client. He's not managing to get with girls for free. Why does he think he'd succeed at getting paid for it? According to
Yeah, like,
Chris,
what?
his attempt to become an escort wasn't necessarily related to his new forlorn and destitute love quest, but because he's in debt. In more emails, he explains that he has just one credit card and that he owes $720 on it, though he's only paid $50 on it monthly, which means that the interest rate would prevent him from ever being debt-free. Despite Jackie
like,
pleading with him to be more frugal.
Does he have a job now, or does he not have a job? Like, how does he pay for things? You know what I mean? Like, I'm still. Did I miss it when we were watching it? I feel like I missed a lot of things and I should rewind, but I don't want to rewind because it's so goddamn long. But does he not have a job this whole time and he's just using his parents' money? But also, he has a bank account that we know of and he has just little money. How does his website give him money? I feel like it does.
Google, he's unwilling to cancel his Netflix subscription or sell any of his 400 video games. Actually, I have to correct myself here. After repeatedly telling him to sell his video games to pay off his debt, Chris did get rid of them, and by that I mean he exchanged them for store credit at GameStop, so he
There's
could
no
buy
way.
even more games.
That is so
Truly
stupid.
hopeless.
Oh my
On top of that, every
goodness.
month he buys a $50 PSN card to buy add-ons for Guitar Hero. He also admits that, though he has told his mom and Rocky about the debt, he's kept Bob in the dark about all of this because he didn't want to get yelled at. Meanwhile, the troll set up a reward system for whoever gets their hands on or destroys relics that belong to or came from Chris. One of the larger payouts of $9,000 was for someone to sequester and destroy his PS3 due to how much Chris noticeably loved it. Initially, when Jackie brought this up as a potential way to make money, Chris reacted
To be honest, I would literally
saw their
break it.
rewards topic. Firstly, let me inform you that considering most of the trolls are immature, underage, demented, twisted, sick, evil, and such, the rewards would obviously be false. If a troll actually comes up with such footage and gives it to someone like Clyde Cash, Clyde would not give out any money. So with that considered, I would never make such a gay video or PS3 wrecking video or even $1 billion.
What?
And with that, I would
Dude,
appreciate if you would
he's
not
just-
even think of me making any footage for the trolls' money ever again.
It's so
Please.
weird.
However, in his despair for some quick cash to pay off his debt with, ideally before Bob found out, Chris destroys his PS3, which at the time was at least worth a couple $100, or maybe even more if he marketed it properly on eBay with some games. Given Jackie was the only one who talked him into it, promising that the destruction of the PS3 would mean Chris was moving
And
forward
no
from
money.
being a man
No
child
money.
and becoming an adult who gets his joy from being with his sweetheart. Of course, as he himself predicted, Clyde never paid for this.
Yeah, that's
This
so
doesn't at
sad.
all
Just
hinder his
try to
trust and
sell
love
it on
for Jackie, though.
eBay.
And soon after, he declares his love for her, followed by sending her multiple images of drawn,
No,
not safe for
no,
work
no,
stuff
no,
of
no,
her,
no, no,
which
no,
I
no, no,
obviously
please.
can't feature
No,
uncensored. Also,
please,
upon
please
Jackie's
run,
request,
run.
Chris sings her a song while
What?
cosplaying as Dragon Ball's Mr. Popo, which obviously was just Alec getting him to do blackface. This
Oh
was just
my
one of many instances
goodness.
of Chris doing cosplay. Other victims of which include Fred Flintstone and the infamous video of him turning into Sonic with a defective ear.
Hello, folks. Well, and now for something completely different. Electric Hedgehog power.
There's no way. There's no
It's
way.
super me in my super mode. If I actually had the superpowers.
Oh my
Other
gosh,
illustrious productions
no,
from this period include not
no.
one, but two different videos of Chris simulating himself giving birth.
No!
My goodness me, look at this. I had sex with my girlfriend.
Embred?
It backfired on me.
What?
Can't believe this. Her egg went inside months, and now it's been in me for like 9 months. Ugh.
As well as an attempt at doing a single pull-up, which he fails. Finally, Alec is no longer capable of keeping up the loving Jackie facade, and after months upon months of half trolling him, half trying to genuinely help him, he cracks when Chris suggests a friends with benefits arrangement and replies with a barrage of emails with the most scathing words he could think of. There are some girls who are perfectly willing to have a casual sex-based relationship with no strings attached. However, these girls always possess the same qualities. One, they usually have some kind of psychological hang-up, whether it be that they have terrible self-esteem and hate themselves, or they feel like no one could love them and that they couldn't deserve a real relationship, or something like that. Basically, every minute they're in this sort of hollow mockery of a relationship, they're in pain and suffering. But you probably wouldn't care about any of that, since all you want to do is have sex with them and then ignore them. Two, the thing I bet you will care about is that those women only care about the shallowest aspects of men. By that, I mean they want guys who are good-looking, muscular, manly, and have big dicks. You do not fit any of those criteria, Chris. You are significantly overweight and flabby, you have virtually no muscle, your skin is
That's
pasty, and
crazy.
your forehead is covered in acne scarring that is the most readily
That
visible
is
thing about you
actually-
even in low
that's
light, low resolution
crazy.
picture or video. Your hair is thinning and looks stringy and greasy all the time because you don't take care of it, your body isn't getting the nutrients it needs to maintain it, and you probably don't wash it all that much. When you dressed up as Christiane Sonichu, your distended gut was hanging so low it completely covered your belt buckle and much of your front pants. It reminded me of when Peter Griffin is naked and they don't have to blur his genitals because his giant gut covers them completely. All of those are things that you could take care of if you actually tried, but you just stuff yourself with fast food, soft drinks, and hungry man dinners all day and night and make no effort to exercise or keep in shape. which is why you can't do a single pull-up and your body is falling apart before you even turn 30. Also, your
Yep,
penis is rather
that's
small and bent at an
crazy.
awkward angle. Girls who want a friends with benefits arrangement just want the biggest, straightest dick they can find. And trust me, they don't have trouble finding them. For every one of a guy like you, there are 5 or 10 guys who actually take care of themselves physically that these girls can choose from instead. Oh, the other thing is that these girls will often forgive a less than attractive physique if the guy in question has a lot of money to spend on them, but having never tried to pursue an actual career or earn money with your comics, which you have claimed many times you always wanted to do, means you have no money either. In all our time communicating with each other, you show that you're incredibly petty and vindictive. You show that you care nothing for other people's property or livelihood, as evidenced by the ridiculous grudge you still possess against Michael Snyder. You went into the store he was in charge of running, you hogged his TV to play your games, even though he never owed you that, and then when he tried to assert his dominance over the business he runs, you scrawled vile graffiti slandering him in his own store,
Bro,
and you
tell
refused to
him.
play by the rules,
Tell
and that forced him to ban you. And years go by, and you still hold this childish
Yep.
grudge, to the
Still
point
holding
of
grudges
repeatedly
is crazy.
trespassing on the store's property and taking pictures of his children
That's
in a
so-
threatening manner.
that's
You are
so
hateful
weird.
and judgmental towards entire groups of people you know nothing about. You hate gays for absolutely no reason. You're afraid of black people. You think calling someone a Jew is an insult, and yet you still get super self-righteous and act all
Like,
offended
that's so
whenever you think someone is
weird.
disrespecting you because they don't like your autism. You are a hypocrite of immense proportions, always holding other people to standards of behavior that you believe you yourself have no obligation to follow. You criticize other people for social networking, saying the internet is turning them autistic, even though you sit at home playing your PlayStation 3 all day long. You throw words from the Bible at people when they do something that offends you, even though you lie, cheat, steal, want premarital sex, threaten bodily harm on others, and a whole host of other activities that God doesn't like. And whenever you are cornered and can't explain away your rampant egotism and hypocrisy, you'll just claim that the trolls are responsible for all your problems, great and small, and act as though your bad internet experience excuses you from having to take responsibility for anything. And what's more, you expect others to do everything for you and offer nothing in return. Whenever either of us offer you an idea of how to deal with some problem of yours, you come up with some rationalization why you are too lazy to do it and beg us to do it for you instead. You'll complain about the same problems over and over, but you refuse to consider any solution that is offered to you. You've talked down to me, insulted me, lied to me repeatedly, refused to do something I asked you to do many times, yet you still expect me to be some perfect girlfriend who makes you happy all the time. You place your prized video games above all other concerns in your life. You drop the majority of what little money you have every month on video games, and then whine about how you don't have money you would need to accomplish actual goals. You complain about other people being addicted. You make
This is
excuses that
long
once we're
as
together,
heck.
then you
Oh
will
my
improve
gosh.
yourself, suggesting that you
Will
expect
Chris
me to
listen?
be a babysitter
Probably
and give
not.
your life direction because you're too lazy to give it direction
Holy.
yourself. If you had been a good person, things might have turned out different between us, but you proved your inside was even uglier than your outside. The most succinct way to put why you are not currently ready to be with a girl is that you want to be taken seriously as an adult man, even though you're a person who sits in your room playing video games all day, leeching money off the government that could be going to people who are homeless and starving, and at the same time convincing
Oh,
yourself
that's
that
where he
God
gets money,
wants
the
you to have
government.
free money, have no goals, no aspirations, and no direction, who avoids any and all work like the plague, whines about his father telling him to do chores to real adults who have to work 60 hours a week and take care of themselves, all the while growing fatter, balder, greasier, and closer to death off your diet of fast food and hungry man's and a total lack of exercise or activity. You need to change all of these things about yourself before a relationship, friends with benefits or not, with any girl is practical. You might be wondering, after I just got done explaining why you're such a bad friend, why I would want to be your friend, and that's a valid point. Well, I want to be your friend because I think it is possible for you to change, become good, and get things you want, and it's not hurting me to help you to try. One more thing, I have to ask you again, what has Rocky really done for you? Has Rocky helped you get a girlfriend and or partner? No, you're still alone and a virgin. Has she helped you get healthy or develop a means of interacting with adults? No, you still live like a slob and play with toys all day. You are severely depressed because you don't have a social life, but she hasn't helped you with all of that. All she tells you is that nothing is your fault and that your problems will be solved when the trolls are gone. Well, when the trolls are all punished, you'll still be a lonely, depressed version with no real social life, no job, no hobbies, and nothing significant in his life. Why don't you ask Rocky to help you with your actual personal problems instead of just blaming the trolls for everything? I'm trying to help you by pointing out things you need to change about yourself. Doesn't Rocky? Or does she just tell you that it's okay to sit on your ass playing video games and doing nothing with your life? I've got news for you. If that's what she was telling you, it's because she believes you're too and stupid to accomplish anything, and she's just humoring you. Anyway, I know this probably sounds all pretty brutal and shocking to you. That's why I want you to save this email.
Probably
and
not
reread it
shocking, to
over
be
and
honest.
over. Read it again
Probably
each day
not
so the
gonna
shock can
read
fade,
it
but my
and
message can sink
understand.
in. Because you really need this message to sink in, Chris. You need to do something different with your life. If you don't, then the life you have now is all you'll ever have. This email, unlike most of the other emails trying to get Chris to realize the cold hard truth, was effective. However, it wasn't effective at getting Chris to improve his life. Instead,
okay,
it
never
essentially
mind.
caused what is is called an ego death, though it would
Oh,
take a while
no.
before it manifested. He still replied to Jackie's email, only to say that she has hurt him deeply, and that his
Oh
penis
my
was in fact
gosh.
bigger than previously photographed and no longer
Really?
bent. Oh, and he's not overweight. In a follow-up email, he says,
But
while the
huh?
truth is appreciated sometimes, there is a certain level of
What do you mean
truth-telling that should
sometimes?
never be exceeded, because
Dude,
of hurting the other's
you
feelings
need
and
to
emotions
have
worse than they
it.
already
You
are.
need to
Is
be
sympathy a
hurt
lost
with this
art in
truth.
this damn digital communicative age that makes more and more society autistic-like every day? To which Jackie replied, sympathy has nothing to do with this. I have spent
Yeah.
months sympathizing with you on every subject that bothers you, but it has gotten you nowhere. You still sit alone in your room, depressed and resentful towards the rest of the world. You don't listen when people sympathize with you. I chose my words very carefully because I knew they would shock you. I knew that shocking you was the only thing that might stand a chance of making you realize that you don't have a luxury of just sitting and waiting for the world to make itself perfect for you. Secondly, you complain about not receiving sympathy, but when have you ever offered it? When people sympathize with you, all you end up doing is demanding that they fix your problems for you. You don't sympathize at all with people like me or Samantha when we get frustrated at how you routinely ignore our advice and would rather piss your life away playing video games. Friendship seems to be a one-sided affair with you. You expect sympathy, which I think you misinterpret to mean coddling, but don't return the favor. The same day as the
Yep.
first email in this exchange was sent, Chris uploads a video announcing that he's leaving the internet.
Attention.
Good.
Read my lips.
Please
Online
leave.
socialization is a bust. Socialize in real life is the tops. And also, no more videos. Fuck you most, and fuck you social sites like MySpace and Facebook. I'm out.
Unlike all of his previous claims, he actually managed to keep himself from uploading videos to YouTube for a total of 8 months. This
Oh,
could
wow,
have,
that's
and
not
in my
bad.
opinion, should have been a major turning point in the Chris story.
It
Despite
wasn't,
his
was
obvious
it?
learning disability, it was an opportunity to turn his life around. It was when someone was bluntly honest with him about the current conditions of his life and what he needed to do to change it. Jackie was not kind to him, but she was honest, and if anything, that's
At
what
least
he needed.
honest,
That's what a lot of
okay? Yeah,
people
he
need.
needed
In this
it
period
really
of public
bad.
silence, as conversations with Jackie continued, though they didn't become public until much later. In January, Chris mentions that Barb's mental health has also begun to deteriorate, as he essentially expresses that, due to how fragile their familial unit is given financially, emotionally, and pretty much every other day, she no longer wants to continue living. Within a month of
Oh,
this,
no,
Chris
that's not
films
good.
himself sticking his penis in snow for a jackass challenge.
What?
About 6 minutes in now. I've had previous experience with
What?
freezing my dick.
What?
I've even
What?
stretched it a bit.
2010?
Right. I'll be checking back in 7.
Besides his now private PSN, Chris was exclusively communicating through
I'm so
emails
confused
and
with
no
that
longer
one.
socializing online. This also
Okay,
marked
cool.
an entire year of
That's kinda
absolutely no
good,
updates
right?
on Sonichu. It wasn't until March that the aforementioned ego death that resulted from the Jackie email reared its head. Chris realized that indeed he couldn't go on as he was, but instead of improving who he was,
Oh,
he decided that he
no.
wanted to be someone else. Near the end of
Oh, my
March, he
goodness.
emails Jackie saying the following:
That's
"The
terrifying.
emails I'm sending you are strictly confidential. Do not share the content of anything I send you with anyone.
Well,
I've gone
I
through an
guess
emotional
that's
180 more or less
incorrect.
within the
We
past
know.
month. In a nutshell, I've grown my hair out and am continuing to let it grow. I have learned the best term to describe me, Tom Girl. Yes, I am a Tom Girl, and I'm damn proud of it.
Oh.
I've embraced and appreciated my feminine side. I'm still totally heterosexual. Otherwise, I would be a full-blown you-know-what. I've also had my ears pierced with amethyst studs, my birthstone recently. I've also been more self-confident, and I have a sweet sachet walk, hair, and wink flirts, and I am greeting women left and right. Hello. Also, here's another way to consider me.
Hello.
I'm a Ken doll any Barbie can dress in her clothes, and I would feel most comfortable in them and to model them for her. Come shopping with me, sweetie. Chris, who is infamously homophobic, is now dressing up as a woman and has a sachet walk. Couldn't make this up if I tried. The pictures he was referring to in the email eventually leak, and they look about as mesmerizing as you'd expect. While Bob was going through a surgery to remove a tumor in his colon, Barb was concerned that Chris was becoming a transvestite or gay of some kind, which Chris resented. This culminated on May 17th when Barb randomly conjures up the idea that Chris is preparing to kill her, so she threatens to kill
What?
him, takes the car keys,
Excuse
and last
me?
but not least, she cuts Chris's hair, which according to him,
Oh, that's
broke
crazy.
the last straw on his camel's back, causing him
Oh,
to
no.
call her a B word. Chris, being the complete deranged psychopath that he is, decides that he will wear the clippings of his hair as a necklace as a charm
Oh, that's weird.
to make
That's
it grow
so
back faster.
weird.
I
No,
don't even
no,
know.
no, no, no.
On a
Yeah, no.
forum for
I
tomboys and
wouldn't
tom
know
girls he
either.
joined, Chris shares that his parents hadn't been accepting of his transition and that Barb had tried to pay him to stop wearing panties. When Bob found out, he shared many of Barb's concerns. While he did stop uploading to YouTube, he was still producing videos, some even of an explicit nature, for
cutie mark?
Jackie, where he
What?
has sex with one of his dolls and twerks in the fitting rooms of a clothing store. A couple of months after this, Chris sits naked on a store-bought cake and farts for Jackie's amusement.
No.
Bob dies of heart failure 2 days after turning the ripe
What?
old age of 84. Much later on, it's
Oh
discovered
my
that when
goodness,
Bob died,
that's-
he had already been hospitalized, not for any cardiac
That's
issue, but
sad.
for bug bites. As he aged and his health deteriorated, he stopped doing maintenance in the house, and since Barb and Chris never did any in the first place, their home became infested with the bugs. Poor guy, what a way to go. Just a month after his passing, Barb and Chris are arrested for running Mike over, this time successfully. The story goes that Chris
What?
saw the game place was under new management and deliberately ignored the fact that Mike was named as part of it. After entering it, which constitutes trespassing, he took pictures of Mike with his 3DS and yelled out, "For the internet!" Presumably,
Wait,
the
but
cops
that's
were
so
called by the
weird.
game place's management while Mike followed the Chandlers back to their car. And, no joke, according to Chris, Mike began hitting himself with the car. And no, that's not a joke.
What?
That is what he claims.
There's no way.
After that,
What,
what
huh?
happened is no longer a matter of what Chris or Mike claimed, but
Yeah,
what the cops
please,
themselves
please.
witnessed. Chris and Barb failed to stop after their quote-unquote accidentally hitting Mike, followed by Chris
There's no
assaulting
accident.
someone,
Come
most
on.
likely Mike, and Barb attacking a police officer. The court
She
proceedings drew well
attacked
into
a
the next year,
police
and
officer?
thanks to a pair of
Oh, come on.
CWCpedia users who lived near the court in which the hearings took place, the information about it was spread despite Chris's radio silence. Despite filing protection orders against both Barb and Chris, Mike didn't intend for them to get felony charges and hoped that the judge would take their plea bargain. Ultimately, Chris was sentenced to community service, 1 year of probation, mandatory psychological treatment and evaluation,
Please.
which would result in jail time if he didn't comply, plus $247 in court costs. Barb, on the
Oh,
other
that's a
hand,
lot
got
of money.
community service with 2 years of probation and almost $500 in court costs.
Oh,
Besides
wow.
the hearings, 2012 was a quiet year. and
2012
only
oh, wow,
one since the
2012,
beginning of his
okay.
online presence with no YouTube uploads. However, there's one glaring exception to this uneventfulness. This is the year Chris lost his virginity to a lady of the night. He posted to
Oh!
Facebook about it,
Wait,
saying, "I've been in
actually?
a good mood a lot lately,
Or,
because
like,
I
this is
finally had
fake?
So I'll divulge a couple of details. I mean, seriously,
I don't want the
literally
details,
awake, and the
please.
first thing that comes to mind is the occasion that I'm smiling for hours. She was a very nice and sweet early 20s woman, and even better, she's half Cherokee. We've hit it off from the shared characteristic of being good people, and a very delightful and pleasant conversation. We exchanged phone numbers, and we did it in her room. I put together a nice gift basket for her to show my appreciation. Oh, I forgot to mention, she really enjoyed my dick. It was so big and
God,
good
what?
that it put the last dude she was with to shame. Her
There's no
words.
way.
While initially pretending this
I-
was some kind of romantic
think this is a
rendezvous,
lie.
eventually, over private emails, he would admit to having done it with an escort. Do yourself a really
Ah,
big favor.
okay,
Go on
yeah.
Craigslist for your area, find yourself a to play with, dump your virginity. For me, it was the best thing I was ever able to do for myself, twice. Now I don't feel as
Twice?
bad because I won't be dying an untouched virgin, and I have not obsessed about so much since then. Plus, she was a nice woman, the one who did it. Caring mother of 2, half Cherokee, she was really good. Much later on, he retold the
That's
war
so
story of how
crazy.
exactly their interaction went down, which I won't read out for the sake of
Yeah,
your
please
sanity
don't.
and my own,
Please
but
don't.
it's not that hard to
Please.
find. One thing
I
that's
don't
worth
want-
mentioning
I
is that
will
he
not
goes out of his
find
way to
it.
say that he gave her the same strong-handed massage he gives to his mother, which is both deeply disturbing and incredibly
that's-
foreboding, like many things are with Chris. Most
What
of 2013 has little
does
to no
that
significant
mean?
activity from Chris besides him wasting his time on Facebook and Twitter. A few more videos of Chris's house leak, and he opens up a group on Facebook called Brasseries for Males to see if he can find other men who share his interest in wearing bras as a totally straight heterosexual tom girl. You can imagine how successful this endeavor was. In February, he made a new video but didn't upload it to YouTube, and we only have it now because it eventually leaked due to the diligent work of trolls. In it, he calls out his half-brother
always the
Cole for
trolls.
not inviting Chris and Barb to his wedding, and scolds him for not giving her attention as if it was his job, as if he hadn't extensively explained to him over emails why he moved away from the Chandler clan. Another sign that Chris was completely divorcing himself from reality was that around this time, he left his church, which had for a long time been one of the few positive influences on his life. Explaining the decision, he said, "I, Christian Weston Chandler, will not be attending church for a long time. The pastor banned me from the church for a month. He has banned me from speaking my piece during the sharing of joys and concerns, and from that, I have felt unnecessarily silenced. I also feel my meetings with Rocky no longer have much effect on me or my life. My life continues to be at a disappointing standstill of sadness, loneliness, and a great stress. Only the people way older than me ever do so much as greet me, and I have very little to share in common with any of them. Nobody even close to my age or even in their 20s gives me much to do, or include me in their conversations. Aside from that, I am hated by a number of people, for reasons beyond my full understanding, because I always tried to be a good and nice person for a long time, and in public I'm constantly overlooked, ignored, or ostracized by everybody. Even speaking out gets me absolutely no attention. I continue to be paranoid of most everyone because of them likely being among the internet trolls that still continue to haunt and taunt me. I am still long desperate for a woman to be my sweetheart. I am tired of being single, dang it. I continue to serve my family the best I can, and I continue to feel sad, depressed, and lonely. My heart feels numb, and I'm forced to keep a great emotional distance from everybody outside my house and home. I am an autistic, mental, and emotional mess, and there's very little I can do to help myself beyond my knowledge. And God sees fit for some hate-filled reason to continue to curse me as a jinx. And so the church is not helping me much in my life, mentally or emotionally at all. So I will not be coming back for a long time. Along with his distance from the church came his hatred for Megan.
Like, a good person? Not really. You really hated basically everyone who was in white. And, like, yeah, basically that. And, like, straight and a lot of other things. But, like, what? That does not make sense. I was always a good person. No, you were not. Stop lying.
After years of barely mentioning her at all. In a Facebook post, he called her an ungrateful B word, essentially saying that she owed him sex for the stuff he chose to buy her voluntarily from eBay. He also says that the version of her he put in the Sonichu comics, Megagi La Skunk, no longer trusts her, whatever that's supposed to mean. To top it all off, he accuses her and the army of trolls he's now convinced was being ordered by her of being responsible for his dad's death. Certainly, the fact Bob ate at Burger King for decades, or his multiple bypass surgeries, or the fact he was 84 had nothing to do with his passing, and it was all Megan's fault. Finally, he comes back to YouTube, but only to post a Lego recreation of his high school, which is a little too close for comfort to a doom wad of his school, if you get what I'm saying. For the longest time, Chris, much like his parents, was a pathological hoarder and only bought more and more paraphernalia he just kept around and never got rid of. It's the man-child classic. However, it's at this time that we see him putting up certain things for sale, which is quite unusual. The first item, comically
Sell the
enough,
stuff.
was a package of all his used porn that he listed on Craigslist. This odd action went
I
overlooked
wish
at
I
least for a little
did
while
not know
because
that.
all the attention towards Chris Chan was drawn to when the Chandler household went up in flames.
Oh!
The main theory as to why it happened was that, due to the general hoarding, the kitchen sink was inaccessible, leading the downstairs bathroom sink to be the main source of water for the Chandlers.
Oh, yeah, that's...
Because of this,
oh,
an
no.
unusual amount of electrical devices were plugged in or near the bathroom. One of these things was the coffee brewer, which had an extension cord
Oh,
looping
that's
over a
so
door.
bad.
Because
Oh,
of the door
no.
opening and closing, the cord's plastic covering was gradually chewed away until the wires were completely exposed. This part is pretty much confirmed, as the fire department itself named it specifically as the cause of the fire. After about 3 hours, the firemen managed to put the fire out, while Chris went on Facebook to complain at Keurig, blaming them for the brewer's faulty wiring. With a house that was as much of a fire hazard as theirs, it's unsurprising that a 3-hour-long fire absolutely ravaged their living space. At the time, they made it out with pretty much nothing but what they had on their backs. It would take about a year for the house to be restored to its former glory, and during this period, Chris and Barb lived at a rental house provided by their insurance company. Fortunately for them, after
That's
the
crazy.
place was cleared for them to visit and inspect the objects that had been damaged by the fire, many things were left unscathed. As soon as the
Aw.
chaos died down, Chris returned to selling things
Time
on
to sell
eBay for
everything.
cash,
Yep.
so people generally presume this need for money was caused by the fire. On an unrelated note, in April, he says this on an email to one of the pretend girls he was communicating with. A new feat. I have just randomly done something that would normally be useless and trivial, and it would be something that would be more often done in a dream. But I actually did it, and I felt like I wanted to tell someone who would keep it confidential and possibly be interested.
No,
right
not
now, I'm
very
telling only you in confidence. Warning, it is obscene, and I mean no offense.
Warning?
I have
Oh,
reached
no.
from behind and under and pulled my penis and literally stretched it to being wedged between the middle of my butt crack. I could push the head
What?
into the hole, but it was really smelly in there, and I have just bathed. Oh my god. Oh my
Oh.
god. And while stretched, the ball
Why? Oh my god, why? I have watched 2 hours and 43 minutes just to get to this part? What? Okay. Is his whole thing? I thought he was gonna kill something or kill someone. But is his whole thing just Sonic Chew? I'm being just like, in a way, like the first kind of troll. I wouldn't say he's a troll. He's just not smart, I guess. Like the first unsmart person on the internet. Is this what Chris Chan is?
balls can remain tucked
Oh,
in,
no.
and I can walk like this.
Oh
It
my
is that
goodness.
long. And to take an opportunity, you and a lot of women around here,
What?
wherever, not counting the Cherokee women, are really missing out. Thank you for listening and keeping it confidential. On second thought, I give
No.
you permission to tell other women about it, only if you feel it valid for the conversation. Just when you thought that Chris couldn't be any more of an
What?
elegant gentleman. He's now practicing aerobics. People had been speculating that he had some psychological complex that made him want to bang himself all the way back when he created the Crystal character, and now it had come full circle. However, through some unimaginable mental acrobatics, he remained homophobic, struggling to consider gay males a legitimate category of the LGBT acronym because of his feelings towards them. Another exquisite morsel of Chris's gender expression is the, and I quote, unclipped. You may be wondering, Tom, what Lovecraftian horror beyond human comprehension are you talking about? Well, I'll let Chris explain it. I had something done to me that is radical, but I did for my lesbian soul. I got a new piercing on my taint on Monday the 15th, about where my clitoris would be if I was a woman. It is a short, steel-straight piece with steel spheres, of which I rendered to them as my unclipped. I am tending to its cleaning personally in daily baths or showers, as well as cleaning the area with rubbing alcohol twice a day. I, Christian Weston Chandler, with no other outside opinions from anyone, have long been thinking about getting a piercing on my taint with a steel sphere from where my clitoris would be if I was born female. In my soul identity as a female, and a lesbian as a fair substitute for that, and to stimulate the woman's clitoris via scissoring. Years ago, after watching the lesbian couple trimming each other in the softcore porn movie The Key to Sex, and to make sure everyone understands me once and for all, lesbian soul trapped in a male body. Or to put it another way, I am a lesbian transgender. I am seriously into women. Males offend me, even my own penis totally grosses me out. I'm glad that I tuck it underneath my taint so I don't have to look down at the ugly bulge. I have come out as the lesbian transgender that I've always been and ever will. And for every one of you sods who continue to mislabel me as a homosexual male or hint towards anything of that even in distasteful jest, you can all kiss my vagina of my soul. You might have noticed that I deliberately expunged the parts of his little missive that go into the ins and outs of bonobo clitorises, but I wouldn't punish my worst enemy with that information, so consider yourself lucky. Also, I'm real iffy on how accurate his locating of the organ is, and I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to use rubbing alcohol on a recently done piercing, but then again, even if he got both of those things hilariously wrong, there's just no topping the fact that he chose to pierce his perineum. The words perineum and piercing shouldn't even be in the same sentence, and here we are. Chris Chan. Once again, Chris gets roped into dating an online troll. This time it was an open relationship that included Chris, Catherine, and another guy, Colin. Because of his plethora of bad past experiences with purely online dating, there was a lot more riding on going on an actual real-life date, and eventually it did take place. Catherine's retelling of how it went down follows. Chris wanted to spend an entire day together, go bra shopping at Target with him, wanted me to spend the night and watch movies with him.
But like, isn't Chris banned from Target? Chris is banned from a lot of places, okay? And I'm not entirely sure where they're banned from, to be honest. Like, is Chris banned everywhere? It feels like they are.
Even asked me what I like for breakfast so he could buy it. It would have been kind of nice behavior if it weren't the first time he was going to meet this woman. I told him a few times that I wasn't going to spend the night with him, but he persisted in believing I would. He was 2 booths down. I bit the bullet and went over. He wanted me to use some stupid pickup line. What's a pretty girl like you doing in a place like this? But I just asked if he was Christian. He all but leaped up and squawked, "Catherine, you're here!" Then he side-hugged me before I could employ evasive tactics, and I led him to our table. The look on the waitress's face was priceless. She may need some serious therapy after this. Chris was wearing a red t-shirt and gray undershirt, his kilt, really some old lady-style plaid skirt to the calf, with turquoise tights and grotty sneakers. I hoped he would wear high heels, since he said he likes wearing them. His hair looked like straw, probably from the bleach he used to use, and he had a silver hairband and green earrings. He had on blue eyeshadow and purple eyeliner and red lipstick that appeared to have been applied by someone with advanced Parkinson's. He smelled very strongly of what we later found out was that Britney Spears perfume. He seemed genuinely amazed I was even there. He kept trying to hold my hand, so I negotiated lunch like a T-Rex with stumpy little arms. Then he tried footsie under the table.
No,
and
not
he
the
stared at my
footsies.
a lot. In retrospect, I should have called him out on it. Barb's family apparently also think Barb is a useless drunken whore too.
What?
A few days after the meeting, Chris told me that when Barb was young, she aggressively went after her sister's husband or fiance. When he offered to show us his house, we took him up on it. We followed him even though Al knew where we were going. Chris seriously drives like my demented old grandma who doesn't have a license anymore because she kept going the wrong way up one-way street.
How does Chris have a license? How do a lot of people have licenses? Let me tell you that. Like, some people do not deserve a license. Hands down.
The place is bad. Much smaller than I thought it would be too. It's overgrown and there's broken glass everywhere. Everywhere you look there's stuff. All garbage. Bob's old workshop is full of rubbish. His greenhouse is doing slightly better but not much. There's an early 90s Cadillac in the yard covered in plant growth that hasn't been moved since the fire. They want to sell it and expect $2,000 to $5,000 for it. We go to the rental. It is literally stacked to the ceiling with stuff in places. No exaggeration. Chris occupies both upstairs rooms. One is full of Lego, including melted warp fire fire damage Lego, a lot of it, and the other has the same grotty bedding from the old house. The Chandlers' pets pee and poop in the house
They have
on newspaper
pets?
because they're too lazy
Oh
to take
my
them for
goodness.
walks. The dogs are untrained, hate strangers,
Those
and are
poor
at least 20
dogs.
pounds overweight. Their bellies all but
Those
drag on the
poor
floor.
animals.
One
Oh
nearly
my
bit me when I
gosh.
offered to let it smell me. When we made our escape, Chris said, "You asked what a girl like me was doing in a place like this," which I didn't. "Well, I'm waiting for the sweetest, most honest woman in my life," and put his arm around me to kiss me, so I
Ew,
sneezed
ew.
again to get him to back off. I waved at him when we got in the car, and he still thinks I blew him a kiss. It's been over a
No.
decade now, and Chris is still as absurdly inept at respecting people's boundaries. It's good to know some things don't change. Or maybe bad. Probably bad. After this, Chris goes
Bad
to a
things-
gay club looking like a creature out of Goosebumps, and then he attempts to donate sperm, but gets rejected. Truly,
What?
nobody wants that comeuppance. Another unexplainable surge of aggression would flare up in protest of Sonic's arms and the Sonic Boom game being blue instead of classic beige color. No, it's not a joke. That actually pissed him off and led him to create entire groups to protest the change. His obsession with
okay.
stopping the game from being sold around him got so bad
How-
that,
what
after he
year
had
is
already
this
been banned
now?
from every game store in the area due to his
That
protests,
is-
he
yep.
decided that on the day after Christmas, he'd once more go into GameStop and vandalize Sonic
Oh,
Boom
come on.
copies.
No,
a Tumblr
don't
user
do
who happened to
that.
be present and know of Chris Chan eventually made a post detailing the occurrence. I was
Oh,
in
no.
GameStop looking at the 3DS rack when I heard a racket from my left. I looked up and saw Chris surrounded by 3 to 4 employees in a corner. I recognized Chris's voice before their appearance. A woman was telling Chris that they'd been banned from the store and needed to leave, to which Chris responded with something like, "Oh, come on. Can't we let bygones be bygones?"
Be bygones?
The
Oh,
employees
not that
ignored him
line.
and continued to tell him to leave and threatened to call security. Eventually, they dispersed to do so, which is about when I began filming. A woman buying a game at the counter asked the employee she had been interacting with what had just happened, and the employee replied that Chris was some guy that came in from time to time to mess with the Sonic Boom games because he
Yeah.
was upset that Sonic's
When
arms
did
had changed
Sonic
color
Boom
or
come
something to
out?
that effect.
It has to be like
Sadly, I did not check to see what
2012
happened
maybe?
to the Sonic Boom and only stayed for another 5 minutes or so before leaving. In the brief but very telling video that we have of the occurrence, we can see Chris in what can only be described as an incomprehensible getup, imperatively telling people not to call anyone, presumably because of his terrible fear of being pinned down and handcuffed. As he
Aw.
speed walks out of the GameStop, it's visible
Yeah,
that he
just don't
sprayed
go
something
back,
on one of the
please.
employees' faces. Later
Oh,
on, it
that's
was
so
revealed
bad.
that he had maced this man for simply standing in his way. Unbeknownst
my
to the
gosh,
bystanders,
that's so
Chris was at the
bad.
mall with his mother, but he got in such a state of nerves that in his hurry to leave, he left his elderly mother alone at the food court and drove away. We know
Oh.
this because when the police arrived, she was interviewed, and soon after Chris was located, he was
Oh.
arrested and charged with, and I quote, dangerous gas.
That is actually so sad. You ran and you left your elderly mother alone. Like, what the heck? Oh my goodness. And you still get charged. What? You still get charged. That is crazy. Also, why would you spray mace?
Unlawful release,
that poor
which
dude.
is quite fitting. A few days after the arrest, Chris was released on a $2,500 bail, and in October of the next year, almost a whole 10 months after the macing, Chris managed to plead his Class 6 felony down to a misdemeanor-level assault and battery, and was served with 180 days of probation and a $541 fine. This is a relatively light sentence if you consider the fact that, while he was attending the court hearings during the time it took for the case to close, he never showed remorse for his actions. In a Facebook post he made immediately after being released, he said, "To preface what has happened recently, I simply remind everyone that Sonic the Hedgehog's arms are not freaking blue. If hashtag Sega had never changed them or reversed the change between February and November of this year in the new Sonic Boom video games and cartoon series on Cartoon Network, as well as the toys and whatever else, I would never have had to protest and rebel the way I have. I peeked into the GameStop and I spotted a new Skylander figure, Blastermind. I was set to buy it and I was going to consider checking out of their Wii U pre-owned software selection in their 3-for-2 deal. Innocent, I was not looking for trouble. But then this male loomed out in front of me, frightened the crap out of me, and he said in a booming voice that only scared me worse, "You are banned from here, you need to leave now." But still determined to continue my shopping, I veered into the Wii U direction, when his female accomplice startled me and boomed in as well. Still feeling frightened and mentally overloaded, I made a grab for my pepper spray to use in defense. I offered a few peaceful
Excuse
solutions,
me?
but she ended up sending him to go get security. So I shouted, "Fine, I'm leaving," and I dropped the figure. And on my way out, I told the male to not get anyone, and we both stopped near simultaneous. I still felt my own worse for wear with the fear, startle, paranoia, and I did not want him following me and causing more trouble upon me. And then in my defense
There's
and not
no No
to make my
way,
escape,
come on.
I spritzed a minuscule amount of pepper spray downward, not in his face, and then I left. I did not learn until much
come
later
on,
that
that's
the spritz
still
had done a lot
bad.
worse than I had imagined it would, as well as learning that they were the so-called manager and ass manager of that particular store. I had no idea of the contents of the pepper spray or that it was
What do you
illegal for
mean?
use in
It's
certain
pepper
situations in the state
spray.
of Virginia at all.
It's
And I
pepper
had tried
spray.
the stuff on
How do you
myself
not
days
know?
before in the upstairs bathroom. A 2-second spray onto my left wrist, some of it got into the bathtub wall as well. Like sampling a perfume or deodorant. It took me out damn well. I had to open the windows, turn on the bathroom fan, and
Yeah.
aim the box fan in the bathroom to air the place out. And I wiped the wall off as well. And of course I washed my hands. It took 15 to 30 minutes to make it bearable in there again. In the end, I was the victim. I did not cause the
What do you
original
mean you were the
provoking.
victim?
The assistant
You were
manager
not.
made the first
There's
attack
no
onto
way.
me and provoked
You were
my defensive
banned from the
response. I was
store.
minding my own business, not looking for trouble. And then
What you
he
mean?
startled me, similar to a potential rapist in a dark alley in a big city. Any of you would have done the same as I have, in defense
What?
and escape. And we can sue Sega for changing Sonic's arm color and ultimately this male getting pepper
It just
sprayed.
comes
Think about
back
it
to
seriously.
Sega?
If this wasn't
What?
bad enough, just a few
Oh my
days after the
goodness.
GameStop debacle, he was up in Walmart causing a ruckus and threatening to pepper spray the employees when they told him he was trespassing. Over his correspondence with a Kiwi Farms user about the incident, he referred to himself as badass, while explaining that he didn't know for sure the people at Walmart with Walmart name tags were Walmart employees. The cherry on top is that he considers anyone using a threatening tone with him is a self-defense situation that warrants the pepper spray. It was now 2015. In his downtime, Chris worked on Sonichu for the first time in 5 years and posted to YouTube apologizing for his past
2015?
homophobia.
Oh my goodness.
This apparent change in his demeanor didn't
That's
last very
crazy.
long, as soon after, he tries to guilt trip distant family members into contacting Barb, invites people to his lesbian sleepover, presumably so that he can sexually harass them, as he's known to do. His work on Sonichu wasn't exactly selfless, as the comic was only reviewed when one of Chris's donation tiers on Etsy, which promised a 100-page issue of Sonichu for $1,000, was met by some madman with a lot of surplus cash. The donation was to no
okay.
avail, though, as Chris defrauded him by neglecting to work on Sonichu,
Aw.
making only 16 pages out of the
Only
promised
16.
100. Chris's videos take a
Damn.
serious turn for the worse at this point, as he shows frozen scene samples and posts a
No,
lesbian
no,
sex
no,
audition,
no, no,
in
no,
which
no,
he
no,
makes
please.
suggestive motions in order to impress a lesbian couple he supposedly was corresponding with at the time. Eventually, the reason Chris had been monetizing his creations more and more is revealed in a video called Please Donate, where he explains Barb has been sued for a debt of almost $5,000 that they need to pay off, and in order to do that, they need people to donate. Mind you, he
Oh,
says this
wow.
while he's surrounded by a gaggle of expensive toys he's unwilling to sell.
Yeah, you
Later
could
on, the
just
money
sell the
donated
toys, come
begins
on.
also being dedicated to Barb's dental work, which apparently is necessary because she has a lot of cavities and asthma meds. However, keeping in tune with his previously shrewd financial moves, Chris completely wastes the money by buying things like a PS4,
Oh my goodness,
Transformers
really?
toys, which he later
Sell
destroyed when
your
Trump won the
stuff.
2016 election,
Sell
and a
them.
plethora of other useless garbage.
Oh my-
Meanwhile,
oh my.
he attacks Cole for not giving them more money and claims they're so poor that they can no longer afford soup. To make matters worse,
Oh my
Barb gets hit with
goodness.
more debt lawsuits, and so does Chris, eventually totaling over $30,000 worth of debt between the two of them. With all of this
How?
mounting, they begin struggles to pay their mortgage of $115,000. And to solve this, Chris asks for a $250,000 on Patreon. When people
Oh.
begin telling him to get a job, he angrily
Yeah, just
responds
get
that
a
he already
job.
has a full-time job, which is taking care of Barb, and can't apply for any other job because of the trolls. He also implies
do you
a
mean
job
because
to
of
keep
the
him from drawing
trolls?
and writing for
It's
his
not.
books, but at that point, new Sonichu comics are extremely hit or miss and a far cry from what they once were. Over at eBay, he manages to
Oh
sell
my God,
a
that's
Sonic totem
terrifying.
for $1,500, but preemptively spends the money and then fails to ship the totem, which means now
Praise
he not
God,
only owes
Sonic,
$1,500
you
worth
praise
of garbage he bought on credit cards, but he also has a negative $1,500 balance on his PayPal.
That's
in a
crazy.
particularly pithy moment, Chris posts a video of Barb begging for money with a gold and pearl necklace on, items that he bought her with the donation money instead of getting food or paying off some of their debt. While
them.
the Find a Shoe crisis was going down, another arc reared its hideous head, the Idea Guy saga. I will abridge this as much as possible because it's so comically insane, it's not worth getting into all the details about. Basically, a troll called Joshua Wise emailed Chris pretending to be a character from the anime hyperdimension Neptunia, asking about Chris's Dreamcast and saying it held a portal to Quickville, the land where Sonichu lives. What what became immediately clear was that it was extremely easy to get Chris to believe things when you dangled the possibility of leaving the real world and escaping into the Sonichu universe. It was like pushing a button that instantly detached Chris from reality altogether. In fact, his abandonment of real life was so total that it would even override his sensibilities. Through the Neptunia trolling, Chris was talked into drawing an image of himself anally impregnating Sonichu, which is a sentence I never expected myself
Oh
to
my
say.
god.
The result of
What?
this was that now Chris believes Sonichu and a bunch of other fictional characters and their respective universes were alternate realities that he could access. After tricking Chris into unknowingly spreading Wignat jokes, the troll posting to Kiwi Farms said, Chris doesn't actually
I am so in awe. I would have never thought I would hear that in this video, and this has taken a turn for like this has taken a crazy turn. Oh my goodness.
know about the Nazi jokes he just told. What really happened was some white knight tried to explain to him that he was making Holocaust references, and the thing was that I saw that coming beforehand. So I told him that anyone who said otherwise was a troll. Really, convincing Chris all this is happening isn't as hard as you might expect. In fact, all it takes is one of the free photo editing sites in Audacity to make Quickville come to life. I actually once took audio from him during an interview and edited it poorly to make it sound like Christine was talking to random people fighting to save Quickville. The images in question are hilariously bad quality, but were more than enough to get Chris on board with pretty much anything the troll said, just as long as it was backed with some drivel about alternate dimensions and timelines. Chris promptly converts from Christianity to the religion of the CPU goddesses, which is something straight from hyperdimension Neptunia, and he now believes he is one. While this bottomless pit of schizophrenia was brewing up online, Chris's real-life adventures raged on. He attended MagFest to a very warm reception and even a standing ovation. Then he once again trespassed and was put on a therapeutic docket instead of facing jail time, which meant he was appointed to see a psychiatrist regularly. Later on, he asked for people to buy all of his Transformers toys so that he makes the $600 he needs to go to BronyCon, followed by his house almost getting foreclosed because they'd been delinquent on mortgage payments. Though the hyperdimension Neptunia trolling remained benign for a brief period, it quickly devolved into the trolls running it, manipulating Chris into making humiliating videos, such as one where he slaps himself repeatedly while sounding like he's calling himself a whore, or another one called Dick Licker, that is I, which they did because they had convinced him he was bisexual, and to act it out, he drew a penis on the wall and began licking it. Though it's not shown in the footage, he then showed it to Barb, who cried and ran upstairs. He attends another convention called Too Many Games and is banned from randomly kissing people without their consent, prompting him to crawl up in a ball, which he calls his hedgehog defensive state. A day later, he took to Twitter to justify his actions, saying the following: "One question, what is wrong with this world? A peck on the cheek from a celebrity that one likes, positively mind you, is not offensive to me." Finally,
that's
the
really
Neptunia
bad.
trolls are
Don't
brought
kiss
to
people
justice,
randomly.
so to speak, when Null, the owner of Kiwi Farms, makes a thread called the Christian Extortionist, dedicated to expose how Chris was tricked into shelling out about $6,000 in gifts and cash to the trolls, as well as having Chris admit to being a pedophile and raping his mother in order to blackmail him. This shift in the tides pretty much marked the end of the specific troll's activity. However, despite this information making it to Chris and him becoming aware that the majority of his current beliefs have been shaped by malicious trolls, he would outright refuse to abandon those delusions. In the epilogue to Sonichu 13, called Awakening of a CPU, Chris said, "They were royally messing with me, as well as literally screwing up the Earth, Equestria, and even the CPU goddesses themselves destructively. Wise and his associate, Stephen Boyd, extorted $6,000 out of me in Steam and Amazon cards and other toys. They will pay me back the $6,000 with interest.
I don't think they
the
will.
Joke is on Wise, because his slanderous, destructive efforts only strengthened my own psychic links with our world. There. And the CPU goddesses and I became allies, and everything that was destined, prophesized, and fated of me, and the link between those earths and dimensions came full circle, deja vu, and all that. And we are still continuing on as such. Also, I am awakened, and I am still learning of my powers and everything. I had lived a long, trying, and mentally and emotionally enduring life, made my own progress, recovery, and whatnot. Me, a half-Sonichu individual of this Earth 1218, destined to be a console patron unit. So yeah, Chris's mental state was pretty much irreversible. He then announces the dimensional merge on his YouTube channel. Basically, it means that soon the Sonichu-verse and real life will become one, and he'll be able to transform into his other forms and use his powers. Of course, when this doesn't happen, he comes up with a cockamamie expression as to how it's being delivered slayed by an interdimensional war between good guys and bad guys from every fictional universe. The very next video has him screaming because he got blocked by the Brony crew of TF2 Analysis on Twitter, to which he then begs to be unblocked. In December of 2019, Chris shares a dream he had in which his current self is being pursued by his old self, once again reaffirming his narcissistic fantasies. 2020 then rolled by, and of course, Chris used his stimmy checks not to pay for any of his insurmountable debt he was dealing with.
Now Chris has Clip Studio and an iPad. Okay, they're getting higher on the list. How old is Chris now? Probably like in their 40s. I'm assuming in their 40s or like close to their 40s with how long they've been online and stuff like that. That's kind of crazy. Are they still active online? I really hope not. I really hope they get the help that they need, because it seems like they do need help with like their mental health and stuff like that. I hope they get to be who they want to be.
But to buy an iPad. If you want to get a good feel for how decrepit and demented the Chandler household had gotten by that point, then just watch this.
Hi, Cole. Thanks for the flowers. They're beautiful. That was very sweet of you. I remember all the cards and letters that you mailed me when you were in college. I still have them.
This is creepy.
Read them. It's so
this
nice
is so creepy.
to be reminded of your love and support. Thank you very much. I love you.
I don't like that.
Very nice. Very nice.
Alright. Hey, Cole. Got a little message for you myself.
That's
Brother, this
so
is actually
weird.
Sonichu. Yeah, the one and only prime of the Sonichu species from our sister dimension that's literally right next door to you. Hey, you've been hanging out next to Iron Man.
You could say Chris Chan's singularity was fast approaching. In his DMs with one of the enablers of the Neptunia delusions, he says, "This is seriously, strictly confidential.
So,
I genuinely
does
do
Chris
not
go
want
by
this to get out of public
she,
ears and
they?
radar, especially anywhere on the freaking Kiwi
Because
farms.
a lot,
I have been
in
more
this video,
positive
they
lately.
still
Masturbation
refer
has
to
become
Chris
easier and more
as
fun with me in
he.
recent months. But the more recent significant detail, I have a sex partner of our
Oh!
1218 half of our universe. She's been very satisfactory. Her identity needs to remain a strict secret, and this is a mutual, genuine affection.
Please don't say
I'm
the
finally
name.
getting a long overdue experience, and she's helping me explore. Since we started this ship progress with the first intercourse last Sunday, I've been feeling a lot less physically stressed and improved quality of life. We're mainly still exploring the options and teaching each other up to where we find what works best. She's physically older than I, considerably fragile,
way.
but she has great inner strength and soul
No.
power. This was
No.
odd. Chris was known
No. 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 Don't tell me. The moment that Chris said she is older and fragile, no. Do not tell me that Chris is doing it with their mom. Do not tell me, please, please, please. The 3 hours of going to this. Please don't tell me. There's no way. Oh my god. We have 5 more minutes of this. This is gonna be horrible.
lie, but seldom did he ever lie about actually having sex with somebody, which meant that he was probably telling the truth here. But who could he have been talking about?
Oh, no.
Well, on the 28th of July, he had a call with
No.
another one of his online trolls,
No, no,
a
no.
girl called Isabella Janke, and in this call,
Please,
he confided
no.
something he hadn't yet told anyone else.
I don't want to believe in labels at all, but
Right.
they obviously tell the incest fanfics have come true, and she approached her with care and caution. It was a time approach, so I just gave her comfort and talked with her.
What?
We just
Oh
out
my
slow and
god.
steady, and then I encouraged her positively, let her make the first move. If she wanted to do it, and
Oh, she did? Really? She made the first move?
No.
It's worth noting I have a separate dedicated video about Isabella Janke, which was released as of the time all this went down, which is pretty easy to find and goes in more depth about her. As soon as this call was made public,
She's bad
Noel became
too?
involved and started questioning Chris about it, to which he replied that the sex was consensual with Barbara. The air had
No!
shifted, and Noel
No,
became
no,
noticeably
no, no,
more
no,
revolted
that's
while
not-
talking to
that's
Chris,
not
and he
consensual.
shut down
What-
the GoFundMe
what-
page he had set up for him. The police were informed, and Chris was served with an emergency protective order until the 5th of August, and was forbidden from communicating communicating with his mother while she was at the hospital for a senior care inspection. Furthermore, Noel decided to follow up on another lead regarding Chris and Barb's relationship,
That's disgusting.
saying, Chris gave me access to his emails years ago to help out a while back during the Joshua Y situation. I've had access since. Chris is aware I have access to his emails, and after changing his passwords recently, gave me access to them again.
What?
I helped him deal with trolls signing him up for spam and newsletters and other things like that. I was going to send Chris's GoFundMe money, but after talking it over and sleeping on it, I've canceled the payment and I've asked GoFundMe to do a total refund. I told Chris last night to spend one night sleeping in his vehicle and that this morning I would help him figure out a way to have a roof over his head until August 5th. I suggested that he take some time under the stars to reflect on his situation. Every so often, Chris
So
gets an email alert
disgusting.
that Barb has sent him money. I've always been under the impression that Barb tightly manages his finances and sends him a pittance. However, to my surprise, at 12:38 this morning, so less than 8 hours ago, Barb sent Chris
What?
$750. I asked Chris about this.
Huh?
The attached
Why?
images show him questioning Chris about it, who replied that Barb hadn't sent him any money at all, which was a blatant lie, which he
Stop
justified by saying
lying.
that it was an emergency, and that he planned on sending her the money back. Noel adds that this could classify as a violation of the protective order since he's prohibited from stealing from Barb, and he notified the police. At about 6 p.m. on the
That's
1st
so
of August, the
disgusting.
police would
Jail.
arrive and arrest Chris while he rambles about
Please.
Sonichu and the Merge, all filmed by Killstream host Ethan Ralph. Going to jail and being separated from his network of supporters and enablers certainly had no
I'm
beneficial effects on Chris's
scared.
state of mind, as he actually became more insane during lockup. In a letter of his he sent from jail, he says, "Firstly and vitally, it should be made obvious and clear that aside from Andy Warhol, my life events at present and so far can directly be compared and matched with that which have been chronicled of none other than Jesus Christ of Nazareth himself in any holy Bible." Sounds
Oh my
reasonable.
goodness.
In a later letter,
Okay.
he justifies what he did to Barb, essentially claiming
No!
he did it for her benefit. You may or
What?
may not have heard of
No.
Christine, our Lord, having foreknown of an eventual circumstance upon Barbara, that had our Lord not cleansed her aura and regrets, she would have ended up separated from our Lord by such a
my
circumstance as
gosh.
a vehicular accident in August 2021, followed by a most paradoxical premature death from emotional depression and trauma. Wednesday, November 24th, 2021, Barbara was in the van
This
and got hit by
2021?
a tractor trailer truck. The van is totaled, but Barbara survived and continues to live with positive emotions and greater divine protection by the power and aura of our Lord from that soul bonding.
What is
Barbara
going
has two
on? I
broken
don't like
ribs and a
this.
bump on the head. Chris continues to send many more letters and even drawings from his cell, all the while continuing to ask for over $100,000
Keep
to
Chris
pay
locked
off
up,
the mortgage of
please.
their house. Though now he refers to the donations as tithe and the house as the Sonichu Temple. For a period of about 2 years, there was peace as Chris got settled behind bars. Onlookers wishfully believed that perhaps this time the people around Chris would realize that he was simply unfit for living in society. For just a hopeful second, the possibility of the CWC Sonichu Empire meeting its demise in a jail cell glimmered in the horizon, but in Christery, no hope is left unshattered. I've been Turkey Tom, thanks for watching, and until next time, probably go outside after watching this video because
Yeah,
this one was way
that
too
was
long.
horrible.
Leave me alone.
Leave me alone. That was a terrifying video. And how has this person been on the internet for so long and no one has restricted them at all? That is terrifying and so sad to watch. I hope they get the help that they need because they obviously need it, and I think they should have gone to jail for way longer because that is absolutely disgusting. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Remember to like and subscribe and recommend me some hopefully not disgusting things like this again. Thank you guys for being here. Have a lovely day.